Path to Mediterranean Hegemony. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Culture Store. This is an era of profit-seeking, and the sudden outbreak of farce in the Allied powers quickly disappeared with the change of British foreign policy. But the impact is far-reaching. First of all, the Italians are unlucky, and now they themselves can't figure out what to do. Jump back to the Allies. People's attitude is very obvious: not welcome. The Allied forces have occupied Rome. Who would dare to believe that the benefits promised by John Bull could still be fulfilled? No. There is no chance to join the Entente. The Bulgarians and the French have a very tough attitude. Either surrender unconditionally or continue to fight. Well, the enemy has seen the reality of Italy. There is no need to attack at all. The food crisis is already here, and in a few months, Italy will collapse on its own. Stay in the Allies? I'm sorry, it's not so easy to turn back after being a traitor once. At least when I asked the Germans for assistance, I was already underpowered. For the Italian government, it doesn't matter which side it joins now, the tragedy is doomed anyway. If the Allied powers won, they would be defeated, and if the Allied powers won, they would have to liquidate the traitors. They are no longer human. Vittorio Emanuele III is really not broken now, and there's a split within the Italian government. The main war faction advocates fighting to the end with the Allied powers. They have the support of most Italians, and they have just been put together by the British. How can they do it without revenge? The Lord Hepi advocates ending the war, which is now the case anyway. No matter who wins or loses, Italy will never have good fruit to eat, so let it go. Well, the Lord Peace faction is now a capitulation faction, and they are pessimistic about this war, thinking that if Italy continues the war, there will be nothing to gain except increased casualties. After participating in the war for more than a year, in addition to paying millions of casualties, Italy's domestic economy has also been severely damaged. Without overseas trade, it is difficult for them to fill their stomachs. From a personal emotional point of view, Vittorio Emanuele III is the main battle. The Allies have not yet been defeated, and Italy has been bullied by the Allies. If the Allies are finished, should Italy be divided up? But intellectually, Italy can no longer continue the war. The reason why he agreed to the British conditions was not because Italy was short of food and could not survive this winter. Moreover, the entire Allied countries are now short of food. Otherwise, why would Germany and Austro-Hungary leave Bulgaria without fighting and go to grab food? The Minister of War said excitedly, "Your Majesty, the actions of the Allied powers have aroused the hatred of the Italian people. Now our army's morale is very strong. As long as you give an order, we can take back Rome and drive the enemy to the sea." Vittorio Emanuele III nodded with a wry smile. There is no way that he wants to stop the war now, and he has to take back Rome before he has the confidence to negotiate with the Entente. At the same time, he is also desperate for the Italian army. Nima is now in high morale. Why did he go earlier? As long as they tried a little bit before, they wouldn't let Rome fall in one day. Little do they know that his escape with the Italian government was the culprit behind the loss of Rome. If they organize an army to resist in time, it is impossible for more than 200,000 Italian troops to be unable to stop the enemy for a day. Vittorio Emanuele III asked helplessly, "What does the British representative Gilmore say?" The Foreign Secretary replied in embarrassment, "Gilmore has apologized to us. He has been in contact with the country and there is nothing they can do about what is happening now." He suggested that we surrender directly to the Entente, and the British government will do its best to protect the interests of the Kingdom of Italy. Vittorio Emanuele III sneered and said, "An apology is enough? Don't they even give a reasonable explanation? Let's surrender." Does he think we're all idiots? Dare to believe their words? The final disillusionment was disillusioned. Even if the Allies told him that it was just a misunderstanding, and then gave up Rome, he would think that nothing happened. It is a pity that John Niu didn't even bother to do the perfunctory work, and directly handed over the dominance of Italy to the two countries. The Prime Minister said angrily, "Your Majesty, order an attack. There are less than 200,000 enemies in the city of Rome. We have now gathered 800,000 troops, and we will soon be able to drive the enemy into the sea." Vittorio Emanuele III knew that the Italian government was now dominated by the main war faction, and even if some people wished for a truce, they would not dare to say it directly. "Okay, then let's attack, at all costs. We must recover Rome as soon as possible!" Now in the city of Rome, Wallachit is busy dividing the spoils with the French. The British did not want to attack Rome, so he was sent to pick up the railway, and the spoils naturally did not have their share. After conquering Rome, apart from arranging defense, the most important thing was robbery. Banks and gold shops were ruined for the first time, followed by machine factories and shops, and finally the mansions of nobles and capitalists. Even the palace of Vittorio Emanuele III has not been spared, and now the spoils from the collection are piled up into hills. The only fly in the ointment is that the church was spared. This is the stronghold of Catholicism. Ferdinand is still a devout Catholic, so Wallachit is naturally unable to make mistakes. If conditions permit, he really doesn't mind even robbing the Vatican. Of course, this kind of thing can only be thought about. If it really does, don't mess around in Europe. Wallachit said enthusiastically, "Mr. James, I think this distribution is very reasonable. This is already taking care of you." Major General James retorted, "No, you are allies, I represent the French Republic, we should distribute the spoils evenly." Wallachit just stared at him and smiled without answering. After a moment of silence, James shrugged again and said, "At least 4 or 6, we have made concessions." Wallachit said calmly, "No, or we just don't divide it. Whoever grabs it is whoever we grab. Look at so many soldiers now, we don't know if someone is hiding it. Even if the distribution ratio is determined, no one will know if you don't take it out." James said angrily, "No, you won the city first, and all the good things were taken away by you first, and we are left with some scraps. 37 points, this is our bottom line. Otherwise let the foreign ministries of the two countries file a lawsuit." Wallachit said calmly, "Are you sure? If the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is involved, will these spoils still have your share? It doesn't matter whether we are or not. When all the spoils fall into the hands of the government, can you still get them back?" James' face changed. The troops in his hands were all colonial cannon fodder troops, and it was a fool's dream to want to pick out these spoils from the government. The war has come to an end, and the French government is still poor, and even the French regular army may not be able to take it out from the government. James said reluctantly, "Damn it, at least we have to take a quarter, otherwise we won't talk about it." Wallachit smiled and said, "Okay, that's a quarter, happy cooperation." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. As the commander of the coalition, Wallachit naturally preferred the Bulgarian army when he arranged the combat mission. This is already a practice. Anyway, the French are all colonial troops now, except for more than 1,000 French officers. The rest of the black uncles are worthless. Major General James is naturally too lazy to care about their lives. This time is no exception, but James is too lazy to care about it. If they are really in charge of the main attack, it is estimated that Rome is still in the hands of the Italians. If the strength is insufficient, the distribution of the spoils will naturally suffer. But it doesn't matter, at least he personally made a lot of money, and the French officers who came with him made a lot of money. As for Uncle Black, they still want to split the money? Except for a part to be turned over to the military, the rest are divided by more than 1,000 of them. The total amount is not as big as Bulgaria's harvest, but their per capita harvest is huge. And Wallachit is even more indifferent. Bulgaria's military law is strict, and it is necessary to lose his head when he hides the spoils of war. In any case, it must be turned over to be unified before it can be distributed. For most soldiers, they do not want to share the money directly, and it is more cost-effective to convert it into land after the war. Of course, the most important thing is that what everyone takes out and distributes are large goods that cannot be hidden, such as small gold and silver jewelry, antique calligraphy and paintings, etc. Of course, it belongs to whose hands, anyway. Most of them will not recognize the account. You can't go to search the other side's barracks. For example, the Bulgarian army ransacked the bank vault, and the gold in it disappeared. Only a pile of Italian currency was left, and some krona and marks were gone. Wallicott smiled and asked, "Have our harvests been counted?" The head of the logistics department replied, "It has been roughly calculated, but the specific value is still difficult to estimate. Even if the pile of calligraphy and paintings and pots and jars are cultural relics, we have no way to count them." Wallicott nodded with satisfaction and said, "Don't worry about it so much, keep them as cultural relics for me, and transport them back to China for the government to handle." It has to be said that the Italians still have a family background. After looting a Rome, the wealth obtained can be used to build a British royal fleet. Of course, this refers to the value before the outbreak of the war, which will be greatly depreciated after the outbreak of the war. As an ancient capital of history, the most valuable things in Rome are not gold, nor machinery and equipment, but works of art and antiques. But these are worthless now, and it is just cheaper for Ferdinand. Before attacking Rome, his cultural company arrived at the front line with the logistics department. Now it is naturally open for business, specializing in buying the spoils of war in the hands of the French army, and waiting for the Italians to sell it themselves. Anyway, the spoils of war that the French officers stole can't be seen, of course. It must be realized as soon as possible. In line with the fact that one can count as one, it doesn't matter if you can't. The current antique cultural relics are all cabbage prices. As for the Italians, the food in the city is now regulated, 300 grams of rye per person a day, that's all their rations. Of course, for the poor, this can still be persevered. 300 grams of rye can still make 600 or 700 grams of black bread, which can be used for a day. For the rich, these days are impossible. Who can stand eating black bread every day? Naturally, other food can only be bought. Anyway, as long as you have money, basically any food can be bought from the state-run store opened in Bulgaria. They can still live the same luxurious life as before the war. Hungry in a hurry, rich people naturally can only buy it obediently. After all, the stomach can't deceive people. The Italian lira can't be spent. The pound, franc, and lev are the normal currencies in circulation. Of course, gold is better. Then Ferdinand's cultural company began to do a lot of business, and bought a large number of antique cultural relics at the price of cabbage. No matter which country they came from, they were all willing to come. In the end, I didn't even bother to distinguish the true from the false. Anyway, there was no way to distinguish the true from the false, and Ferdinand couldn't find so many experts in antiques and cultural relics, as long as they were old. Chapter 377, Brave Italian Soldiers. Luigi Cadorna is in a good mood right now, and the morale of his Fifth Army has never been higher since the outbreak of the World War. For the recovery of Rome, Lieutenant General Luigi Cadorna believed that the victory was in hand. He had already figured out the deployment of the Allied forces in the city, 5 Bulgarian infantry divisions plus 5 French colonial divisions, as well as some artillery units. And these 10 infantry divisions have come all the way, and they have not had time to supplement the losses. They are all dissatisfied, and the total strength will not exceed 150,000! The Italian army besieging the city has more than 800,000 troops, and it is fighting on the mainland. It is natural to have no reason to fail to attack the enemy of the Labor Division expedition with a superior force of 5.3 times. At the same time, Luigi Cadorna also secretly despised some of his colleagues. More than 200,000 Italian troops were defending Rome, and they didn't hold on for even a day. He completely ignored that after the Italian government announced its withdrawal from the war, the government held a celebration immediately, and it was the drunk culprit who lost Rome. After Italy announced its withdrawal from the war, the Italian garrison in Rome began to take a self-holiday. As a romantic Italian, how could it be without wine? It's been more than a year, and it's rare to have a chance to indulge. The officers will naturally go to the dance, and the soldiers will also get drunk. And then there was nothing. The Italians didn't react, and the enemy entered the city. In a panic, The government Jayadu was busy running away, handing over Rome to the enemy. Of course, these things can't be said, and the government's black history must be hidden. Therefore, it is enough for everyone to condemn the shameless behavior of the Allied powers, and there is no need to hold them accountable! He is all too familiar with Luigi Cadorna in the city of Rome, and even he knows the weak points of the city defense. The chief of staff said solemnly, "Your Excellency Commander, the War Department has issued a combat mission and ordered us to launch an attack on time at 7:20 on September 16th!" After thinking about it, Luigi Cadorna said with high spirits, "September 16th is tomorrow. Call the War Department and we will launch the attack on time." After fighting hard on the Western Front for more than a year, he has not achieved any decent results, and now it is finally his turn to raise his eyebrows. Recovering Rome is different from attacking France. Now the Italian soldiers have a much stronger will to fight, and he no longer has to worry about the soldiers playing soy sauce. Know that when you are on the Western Front, the Italian army made a lot of jokes. For example, in order to avoid the attack, it shot towards the opposite side, and also lied to the military intelligence that the French were attacking. Or suddenly there was a sudden attack of food poisoning in a unit, and the group started to have diarrhea, and it was still really diarrhea. The bitter meat strategy was very realistic. More often, when an attack is launched, one rushes out and finds a feng shui treasure, and they are killed in battle. Basically, one company is killed every minute, 2 regiments are killed every hour, and 2 divisions are killed in the morning. Little thing, I don't know, do you think that the French people on the opposite side are all sharpshooters? When they were retreating, one by one, they climbed up from the ground and returned to the original road. In short, with their efforts, the casualties of the Italian army were reduced to a minimum. In line with the principle of not blaming the public, Luigi Cadorna did nothing to them, and most of the officers who dared to punish the soldiers on this ground have already been killed by stray bullets on the battlefield. Now Luigi Cadorna no longer has to worry about this problem. At least he has not heard the soldiers exchange life-saving skills on the battlefield recently. Instead, he is cursing the shamelessness of the Allies, or discussing how to kill the enemies in the city. This is a good start, as long as the soldiers have the courage to fight. He believes that the combat effectiveness of the Italian army will not be worse than that of any other country! At 7:20 on September 16th, the Italian army began to attack as a flare shot into the sky. At this time, the genius just started to shine. Under the cover of artillery, the brave and fearless Italian soldiers took out the courage of their lives to launch a charge, and then ushered in a shuttle of bullets, and the Italian soldiers began to fall one after another. On the way. Of course, this didn't attract anyone's attention, and for the Italian officers, it was a small scene, not worth mentioning at all. When they were on the Western Front, they had seen 1 or 2 divisions killed within an hour, and then ordered to retreat a few hours later, and then suddenly died and came back to life. How many people have been killed now? It's been almost an hour, and the number of casualties is less than 1 regiment, which is trivial. Anyway, under the cover of gunfire, they couldn't hear the screams of the soldiers. There was no way to tell whether it was a real death or a fake death, and the attack continued. As time went on, the enemy's line of defense remained as stable as Mount Tai, but Luigi Cadorna had no worries, and this was just the beginning. Luigi Cadorna said calmly, "Send someone to ask, what's going on with the artillery? Haven't eaten yet, why is the hit rate so low today?" A young staff officer said, "General, I think I should know the answer to this question." Luigi Cadorna asked in surprise, "Oh, why?" The staff replied confidently, "General, opposite is Rome." Luigi Cadorna spit out 2 words in distress, "Damn." The reason the opposite is Rome is so powerful that he dares not order the artillery to improve the accuracy. There are too many buildings that cannot be attacked. In case of damage to any particularly important building, whoever gave the order will be held responsible. This is also something that can't be helped. How can the capital of my own family fire unscrupulously? It is no wonder that at the beginning of the battle, the enemy directly abandoned their remote suburbs and fought street battles in the urban area. It was expected that they would be afraid. Luigi Cadorna pondered frowningly. How can he attack without using heavy artillery? A staff officer suggested, General, perhaps it is more suitable for us to attack at night. Now our soldiers are all exposed to the enemy's line of sight, so the casualties are too great. Luigi Cadorna thought about it and said, well, it's almost time for lunch now, and the idiots on the front line are probably tired. Send a signal to let them come back. Yes, a staff officer replied, and after speaking, he walked out of the headquarters to convey the order. In the afternoon, the chief of staff came over and said, Luigi's situation is very bad, we are in big trouble. Luigi Cadorna, who was taking a lunch break, rubbed his eyes and asked dejectedly, what happened? Can our chief of staff make such a fuss? The chief of staff frowned and said, this is the number of casualties calculated today. Our Fifth Army alone has suffered more than 5,000 casualties. Luigi Cadorna said in disbelief, it's impossible. Do you think our army is stupid, British? More than 5,000 casualties in one morning must be caused by the carelessness of the people below. Hundreds of casualties are sky high. Go check it out again. I think they may have missed a decimal point. No wonder Luigi Cadorna couldn't believe it. He saw it a lot while fighting on the Western Front. Unless the French took the initiative to attack, as long as the Italian army took the initiative to launch an attack, casualties can usually be well controlled within 3 digits. In the famous British Army Marshal Haig, who they despised, could actually set a record of 60,000 casualties a day. If it were replaced by the Italian army, the casualties could definitely be controlled to less than 600 people. The chief of staff smiled wryly and said, I also think this is a mistake, but unfortunately I have checked the casualty report 3 times, and I personally went to the field hospital, which was full of people, most of whom were shot by bullets. Hurt. Our soldiers are too heroic. This time someone rushed to the enemy's position, and many wounded were brought back from a distance of 180 meters from the enemy. Luigi Cadorna was dumbfounded. When did Italian soldiers become so brave? You must know that when fighting on the Western Front, a French regiment blocked the attack of the Fifth Army for 3 days, and when reinforcements arrived, they beat them back. In the end, Luigi Cadorna could only nod with a wry smile. The Italian soldiers really became brave, and he was not used to it. If the Italian soldiers had always been so brave, perhaps they were all parading in Paris now. After all, at the beginning of the war, their allies still had a great advantage. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Seeing the casualty figures this time, Luigi Cadorna is really not happy. The Fifth Army has lost more than 5,000 casualties in one morning. What if several other groups are added? Maybe the strength of the 2 divisions is already over. After thinking about it, Luigi Cadorna sighed and said, we can no longer attack blindly like this. The situation is not the same as before. If it is bad, there will be heavy casualties. The chief of staff also nodded in cooperation, and he suddenly realized that soldiers becoming too brave might not be a good thing, at least until they changed their existing tactics. The chief of staff thought for a while and said, let's remind our comrades in arms. If they are negligent, the loss will be huge. Luigi Cadorna said with a wry smile, well, remind them. By the way, the staff will count the battle situation, report it directly to the War Department, and tell them that our Fifth Army has done its best. The chief of staff said helplessly, okay. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, The Italian Looking for a Fig Leaf. The battle during the day surprised the Allied forces, and the courage shown by the Italian soldiers was beyond everyone's expectations. Walcott asked worriedly, have the casualties of each unit been counted? The chief of staff sighed and replied, we have already counted the number of casualties in the entire army, and the total number of casualties is 532. The French are still being counted, and the staff estimates that their casualties should be 15 too. Range of thousands. Wallicott asked in surprise. Why are there so many casualties? After finishing speaking, his brows tightened even more, and a regiment was reimbursed in one day, and the number of casualties exceeded his expectations. Although the Italians on the opposite side suffered more casualties, this is Rome. The Italians could pay hundreds of thousands of casualties for their capital, but the Allies couldn't. The Allied forces in Rome were limited and could not accept an unlimited war of attrition. Wallicott notes that the casualty rate an army can bear is limited. Even if the casualty rate of elite troops exceeds 30%, it needs to be repaired to maintain combat effectiveness. If the casualty rate exceeds 60%, then it could crash at any time. Although he now has 10 infantry divisions in his hands, his total strength before today was only 1.28 million. And now he has lost another regiment. If it were all Bulgarian regulars, it would be fine. Unfortunately, there are also nearly 4 layers of French cannon fodder troops. There is no essential difference between their combat effectiveness and the Italians who broke out, and their desire to fight is very general. It's not a good fight. The chief of staff shrugged and said helplessly, today the Italians are like crazy, desperately attacking our positions, and our casualties will naturally be large. However, the enemy's casualties on the opposite side should be even greater, possibly several times or even 10 times as many as ours. Although I don't know what makes the Italians so crazy, I don't think they can continue in this state. Wallicott nodded. If the current state of the Italian army can continue, as long as their army is trained again, it will become an army power again. Wallicott rubbed his forehead and pondered for a while, then said, selection of 3 regiments to form a supervisory team, to help the French stare at the, don't let them collapse. Compared to Wallicott's headache, the senior officials of the Italian government were dumbfounded when they saw the casualties sent from the front line, and they all said Verdun meat grinder, but the daily casualties of the Italian army in Verdun were less than 1/10 of the present. How can this be done? You can't blame the soldiers on the front line for being too brave. They didn't even know how to pretend to be dead, which caused the casualties to increase, right? The Prime Minister asked in horror. We lost 2 divisions in one day. Are you sure that there is no mistake in the statistics of the Ministry of War? The Minister of War said with a wry smile, I also think the statistics are wrong, but 2 divisions were indeed lost today. And it was mainly lost in the morning. In the afternoon, the troops on the front line have reduced their offensive intensity, otherwise this number will be even greater. The officers on the front line asked us to change the attack time tonight. They thought it might reduce the casualties, and the War Department has approved it. Of course, I personally don't think it's useful to attack at night. Maybe the casualties can be reduced, but it will be more difficult to get results. The huge number of casualties made Vittorio Emanuele III shaken. He didn't know whether to continue the war. If it wasn't for his own interests, he wouldn't mind surrendering now. The Chancellor of the Exchequer suddenly said, we can't afford to fight this war. If we can't recover Rome as soon as possible, maybe we won't even be able to pay out the army next month. The Prime Minister added, it's more than just military salaries. Our various strategic materials are insufficient. If we can't drive the enemy into the sea in a short time, we may not even be able to get the weapons and ammunition that the army needs to fight. The pressure on the Minister of Army suddenly increased greatly. The Minister of Defense, the Chief of General Staff and others who could have shared the pressure on him had become prisoners of the enemy because they ran too slowly. To the Ministry of the Army. He suddenly had a feeling of regret. He knew that he would stop running like this, and now he doesn't have to worry about it, and he doesn't need to be responsible to the Kingdom of Italy. In the face of the pressure exerted by everyone, the Minister of War had to bite the bullet and say, our army has done its best. It can be seen from the battle reports on the front line that all the troops are working hard. If you want to kill the enemy in a short period of time, sorry, this is beyond our capabilities. His answer is very Italian, very rational. If you can't do it, you can't do it, and there will never be an empty cannon like the Japanese counterpart. In any case, the war will continue, but until the hatred in the hearts of the people is reduced, they will continue to fight. Vittorio Emanuele III suddenly said, Maybe the military can make a breakthrough elsewhere. Don't forget that there is a British colonial army looting on our homeland. You can consider killing them first. Everyone's eyes lit up. As long as this British colonial army was killed, the enemy in Rome would be alone, and they might be forced to abandon Rome. The Minister of War thought for a while and said, "The Ministry of War has already formulated a plan to eliminate the British, but it was put on hold because of the problems in Rome. There is no problem in starting the plan now, but the time to recover Rome will be postponed again." Vittorio Emanuele III said without hesitation, "Go ahead and do it." Persimmons are looking for a soft pinch. Rather than fighting for Rome with the enemy, it is better to use this British colonial force. At least get a victory before the armistice and find a fig leaf for the Kingdom of Italy. Obviously, Vittorio Emanuele III's expectations are getting lower and lower. From the beginning, he asked the British to obtain Fiume and Dalmatia, and now he just wants to keep the mainland. Even paying a war reparation is acceptable. Apparently the brutal war has awakened the Italians and made them realize their strength. Of course, they don't know yet that no one in the Entente now regards them as a member of the great powers, and they have already begun to sharpen their knives. On the issue of the partition of Italy, Britain, France, and Bulgaria have conducted many secret consultations, but the three parties have not been able to reach an agreement because of their interests. Chapter 379, Mingzai Plank Road, Darkness Chenkang. Time flies. The winter that the Russians have been waiting for has finally come, but the result of waiting is not what the Tsarist government wanted. After the winter came, the army of the Allied countries not only did not attack, but instead retreated 100 miles and built a defensive line to wait for the Russian army to attack. There is no doubt that the winter counteroffensive planned by the Russians has become a phantom. In the face of the Allied troops who are on guard, they do not have the strength to counteroffensive now. The most critical issue is the winter. Due to the war, military transportation has seized a large number of train skins. According to the statistics of the Russian government, the current capacity that Russia can use for civilian transportation is at most only 2/3 of that before the war. The premise is that immediately stop all unnecessary transportation of military materials, and try to rush to transport civilian materials, which cannot meet the needs of the people. Taking St. Petersburg as an example, this means that in the winter of 1916, if the coal transportation volume from Donetsk to St. Petersburg is reduced by 1/3, it means that at least 80% of the households will be short of coal for heating this winter. Why do you say this ratio is wrong? You don't understand. Don't forget that private transportation not only meets people's living needs, but also meets industrial production needs, and industrial production is the industry of nobles and capitalists. Can ordinary people compete with them for coal? Obviously, even if the citizens of St. Petersburg freeze to death before their eyes, it is impossible for them to give up their interests. Therefore, it is the ordinary people who are really unlucky. The lives of the Russian people are now on the verge of life and death, and although domestic production can continue, it is also on the verge of danger. And this decline in production is irreversible, because in this case it is impossible for the Russian government to spend enough money and not enough time to repair the infrastructure, and the capitalists are desperately expanding production capacity for their own interests. The so-called production capacity expansion is obtained by squeezing other non-war areas. After all, there is a limit to this. When the limit is reached, the Russians will be finished. Now the Russians don't talk about counterattacking the Allies. They even have problems maintaining the normal operation of the country. There are only two paths in front of the Tsarist government, either to preserve production or to preserve people's livelihood. Maintaining production is very simple. The Tsarist government can do nothing. The capitalists themselves can do a good job. The ordinary people are unable to compete with them. However, the consequences are very serious. Historically, the Tsarist government did this, and then ushered in the February Revolution. The new bourgeois government did the same, and ushered in the October Revolution. It is troublesome to protect people's livelihood. The government must restrict industrial production, thereby reducing the consumption of raw materials. and the consumption of less consumption will naturally reduce the transportation capacity. Then use this part of the saved capacity to transport living materials that are closely related to people's lives, such as grain, coal, daily necessities, and so on. If it is in a centralized country like Bulgaria, the problem is very simple. As long as the government promulgates a ban on winter construction over time. With less time for factories to operate, consumption will naturally decrease, and the saved transportation capacity can be used to meet the basic living needs of the people. It is a pity that this is Russia. Even if the Tsar issued this order, it has no effect. It is impossible for Nicholas II to personally supervise the implementation of the capitalists. Some factories even work 15 or 6 hours a day, so it won't help if they don't work overtime. In this case, in order to protect people's livelihood, it is necessary to make cuts to the capitalists. History has once again reached an inflection point, and the moment to decide the fate of Russia has come. Due to the problems of the Duma, Nicholas II had already hated the capitalists who supported them, and the large number of inferior weapons produced by the capitalists had offended the Russian military. Now they have to stand for their own interests, to the opposite of ordinary people. It can be said that the long-awaited time of Nicholas II has come. As long as he pushes the Russian bourgeoisie lightly, it will be destroyed. The head of the spy said with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, this is the information we have collected. The list of capitalists who are involved in the hoarding in China. More than 80% of the capitalists in the country participated in it, and a small number of nobles also participated in it." After taking the order, Nicholas II rubbed his forehead. Although he had already guessed that the number of people involved was very large, he still did not expect that so many people would be involved. After hesitating for a while, Nicholas II decided to narrow the scope of the attack. He frowned and said, "Screen again, and pick out the bad ones." "Yes," the spy chief replied. After a moment of silence, Nicholas II asked again, "How many members of Congress are involved and which great nobles are involved?" The spy chief thought for a while and said, "The congressmen who have passed the 9th floor are directly or indirectly involved. It is difficult to define the big nobles involved. They are not directly involved, but those who are related to them are involved." A lot. Nicholas II nodded, all of which were within his expectations. Most members of Congress were puppets supported by capitalists and nobles, and it was not surprising that they joined in. As for the great nobles, who doesn't have a bunch of vests, such things that damage the family's reputation, of course, can't end in person. I know, you go down. It's not that simple to attack this group of people. At least the St. Petersburg police, Nicholas II, dare not mobilize. Once the news leaks, the capitalists' counterattack is also very terrifying. He must even keep it a secret from the government. Most of these politicians are inextricably linked with the capitalists. Suddenly, Nicholas II found that he had no one to use in his hands. The loyalty of the Praetorian Guards in hand is guaranteed, provided that they do not have to deal with nobles. Most of their officers are from nobles, so they cannot be used this time. Then the only thing that can be used is the Russian army. Due to the war, the Russian army has expanded a large number of troops, and the influence of the nobles on the army has been greatly reduced. Besides, this time it is not mainly aimed at the domestic nobles. As for the small number of people involved, their influence is limited. Even actions against the capitalists will be supported by many conservative aristocrats. Without other interests, the rise of capitalists has affected the interests of the aristocracy. Except for the aristocrats who have successfully transformed themselves, most conservative aristocrats are still very hostile to capitalists. In mid-October, the price of goods in St. Petersburg has already skyrocketed. Compared with before the war, the price of daily necessities has skyrocketed by 300%. There are also inflation factors, but the wages of the working class are not a cent. Rise. Nicholas II had to convene a government meeting to negotiate a solution. He said in a very angry tone, "Everyone knows the situation in China, so who will tell me what to do now? Once the supply of living materials in the city cannot be guaranteed, you will know the consequences. So now I don't care what method you use, first find a way for me to ensure the supply of living materials in St. Petersburg, and at the same time reduce the price for me. Understand?" After speaking, Nicholas II surrendered his eyes and asked him to come up with a plan. Obviously, he overestimated the integrity of politicians and knew that this problem was not easy to deal with. Accordingly, he pretended not to see his suggestion and lowered his head to think. The angry Nicholas II gritted his teeth and asked with a sneer, "Xiang, what can you do to solve the trouble we are facing now?" The Prime Minister, who was caught, knew that he could not escape, and after hesitating, he said again and again, "Your Majesty, this problem is very difficult to solve. We can only communicate with the capitalists and ask them to cut some production capacity and give priority to meeting the basic living needs of the people." After thinking about it, Nicholas II said with a smile, "Well, you will be responsible for this matter. You must communicate with the capitalists as much as possible to ensure the basic life of the people in St. Petersburg." Yes, replied he was still very surprised in his heart. He just lifted it up so high and dropped it gently. No matter what, this hurdle has now passed. As for whether the problem can be solved, we will talk about it later. It seems that this problem has been solved. Nicholas II's mood is much better, and he said, "Winter has come. The Allied troops have retreated, and they have little chance of fighting again in winter. I decided to convene a military expansion meeting to convene the main frontline generals to St. Petersburg, and let's discuss together what we have achieved on the battlefield this year, as well as the military deployment for the coming year. Here, everyone knows that it is time to settle accounts after the autumn. The front line fought such a big defeat, how could it not be held accountable? The front is because the German-Austrian coalition is still on the offensive, and both sides are busy fighting. Now that the fighting on the front line has stopped, the results will be different, and everyone can sit down and take accountability. The dismissal of the dismissal, the award of the award, and the court-martial should be sent to the court-martial. The conflict between the Russian government and the military has always existed, but it was not very intense and was usually suppressed. Now that Nicholas II is looking for trouble with the military, the government naturally has no opinion. Many of them are ready to face the military when the time comes. The Sixth Army Minister replied nervously, yes, he knew that this time the trouble was big. This year, the losses of the Russian army had exceeded 4 million, and the number of casualties had exceeded 5 million. How could they not be held accountable? Moreover, Nicholas II has long disliked him, so it is normal to take this opportunity to let him go. After a moment of silence, Nicholas II frowned and said, "The war of 1916 can be divided into two parts. The previous winter offensive was still very good. The originally planned watch meeting is still to be held. The heroes who emerged in this battle will be summoned to St. Petersburg. I will personally summon them to give awards. As for the summer war that followed, it was a complete mess, and the same group of rice buckets were brought back to me and sent to a military court for a public trial in St. Petersburg. Let everyone see the difference between bravery and scumbags." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and they immediately understood that there was no doubt that the commendation conference was Nicholas II buying the hearts of the army. After the autumn, after the settlement, there is no doubt that it is in lie. Why? The Sixth Army Minister said nervously, "Your Majesty, will there be too many people in this way, and ordinary soldiers will not be used?" Nicholas II was shocked and thought that his plan had been exposed, but looking at the performance of everyone, he realized that this might just be an accident, so he sneered and asked, "How many people can there be?" The Sixth Army Minister's face changed greatly. He knew that he had said the wrong thing again. Since the Tsar wanted to do it, let him do it. Why should he be unhappy? He replied nervously, "Oh, there are not many, about 20,000 or 30,000 people. The exact number will only be known after each unit's statistics." Nicholas II glared at him, then said slowly, "Well, just do it like this. The meaning is already very obvious. If you are a wise boy, I will let you go first this time." Everyone knew the current affairs and chose to shut up. The willfulness of the Tsar is not once or twice, as long as it is not a matter of principle. Let him go. It is impossible to stop the Tsar from buying the hearts of the army. This is a political mistake. They didn't even realize that the danger was coming, or someone guessed one or two, and chose to shut up. Anyway, it wasn't themselves who were unlucky, so why take the risk and say it? https Balkan 535320822409346 HT Chapter 380. The Tangled German. With the advent of winter, the German-Austrian Allied forces ended their strategy on the Eastern Front. After grabbing most of Ukraine, the German-Austrian Allied forces had to stop their eastward march due to logistical constraints and turn their attention to the southern front. Ferdinand made a big move in Romania. How could he hide from the Allies? There is a Romanian government in exile, so it is not easy to get some information about Romania. Originally, Falkenham planned to turn around and kill the French in one fell swoop on the Western Front after the battle on the Eastern Front was over, ending this brutal war. However, Bulgaria continued to send troops to Romania, which attracted the attention of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In just a few months, millions of troops were gathered, and this number continued to increase. Conrad, who was not stupid, knew that it was aimed at them, and immediately asked the Germans for help. Now the border between Bulgaria and the Austro-Hungarian Empire is already very long. Fortunately, the Bosnia and Herzegovina region is dominated by mountains, and it is unlikely that the two sides will have a war there. 1T but other areas are in trouble. Just like Belgrade, the Bulgarian front has threatened the Hungarian plain, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire has to deploy heavy troops for defense. Due to the failure of the winter battle in the first half of the year, Transilvania fell, and now the Kingdom of Hungary has been exposed to the Bulgarian front. Now Bulgaria has gathered heavy troops in Romania. If the main force of the Allied countries leaves, Bulgaria will attack, and the Kingdom of Hungary cannot stop it. Within a year, after 2 consecutive wars, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is now exhausted, and now they have no strength to fight against Bulgaria alone. The winter battle at the beginning of the year was disastrously defeated, and more than 1.5 million troops were directly lost. Then they jointly launched the summer counter-offensive with the Germans. This battle was very beautiful, but they still paid nearly 800,000 Russians casualties. 1T in the eyes of the Germans, Italy is so funny that it is no longer their ally, and it will be a matter of time to surrender to the Allies. The other allies have basically died, leaving the only ally, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. If you don't help, you can't let the Austro-Hungarian Empire fall anyway. This is the bottom line of the Germans. So Falkenham had to take this tired army to battle on the southern front. Of course, the war could not be fought in a day or two, and neither side was ready. At least Falkenham won't attack until the Germans' logistical supplies are in place, and it's even more impossible for Ferdinand to let his troops go to the plains to fight the German-Austrian Allied forces. How much moisture if it is to rely on the position to defend? These cannon fodder troops can still be used. No matter how bad they are, they can consume the enemy's troops. If they enter a field state, these hundreds of thousands of cannon fodder troops can only be responsible for sending people. 1T Conrad once again found Ferdinand, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front of the German-Austrian Allied forces, and asked, "Your Excellency, when will we attack the Bulgarians?" Falkenham rubbed his forehead. He couldn't remember how many times Conrad had urged him, but the problem was that the current state of the German army on the Eastern Front was not as good as it appeared to be. The Germans were people, not machines, and they also needed to rest. The Russians who have just been maimed are beautiful to the outside world, but in fact only they themselves know the pain inside. In World War I, more than 3 million Russian troops were killed, and the main force of the Russians was almost finished. They lost their wealth accumulated over more than 10 years. Even if they could quickly restore their troops, they would not be able to restore their combat effectiveness. But the Germans didn't lose. How is this possible? At its peak, the total strength of the German army on the Eastern Front was as high as 2.2 million. Now there are only 1.1 million left. With more than 100,000 troops, the Germans still permanently lost more than 600,000 troops. 1T Falkenham also wanted to conquer Romania, where not only the oil resources that the Allies were most in short supply, but also the granary of the Wallachia plain. But the problem is that the Bulgarian army on the opposite side has more than 1 million, and the number is still increasing. No matter what the combat strength is, It is enough for them to drink a pot. In this battle on the Eastern Front, the Russians lost in logistics, but it does not mean that the logistics of the Germans are so good. If it weren't for the logistical chaos of the Allies in the middle of the war, now the Russians would have really lost their panties, Ferdinand said with a wry smile. Your Excellency Marshal, it's not like you don't know the current situation. This Eastern Front battle has consumed a lot of our combat supplies, and now it is in urgent need of replenishment. Your army is about the same. Moreover, after several months of continuous combat, the soldiers are already very tired, they need to rest, and these all take time. 1T1 to think it would have been nice to be able to attack the Bulgarians years ago. Conrad said helplessly, I know all this, but now the country is constantly urging us to attack on the southern front as soon as possible, and the Bulgarians are about to move again, and they are likely to attack again in the Belgrade area. The Hungarian kingdom has been very noisy recently. They are worried about the lost Transilvania, and Britain and France are interfering in it. They are now making demands. If we cannot recapture Transilvania as soon as possible, they will simply withdraw from the war. It is difficult for people who are not Austro-Hungarians to understand the institutional structure of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. As a dual-system empire, the Kingdom of Hungary has a very large amount of autonomy. Although the Austro-Hungarian Empire is still Austria, the Hungarian government cannot cooperate without the support of the Kingdom of Hungary. The war potential of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is equivalent to a third reduction. 1T political pressure naturally turned into military pressure. As the Chief of Staff of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Conrad had to find a way to attack as soon as possible to ease the increasingly severe political situation in the country. Conrad put the situation on the bright side, and Falkenham couldn't continue to pretend to be stupid, and had to agree to start the battle on the southern front in advance. Okay then, wait another half a month, we will attack the enemy, Ferdinand said with a headache. Similarly, due to insufficient preparation, the German army could not use its full strength, so this time it is a battle. It is better to say that it is a political battle to give an explanation to all parties in politics. After fighting Conrad, Falkenham began to worry about the war again, and he had no doubts that the Allies could win the battle. 1T but as a commander-in-chief, especially as he is the Chief of Staff of the German army, it is not only necessary to consider the problem from the tactical level, but also to take a more comprehensive and in-depth consideration of the problem from the strategic point of view. First of all, he must control the casualties of the German army. In the two battles on the Eastern Front in 1916, the German army had lost millions of troops, and in the war that lasted for a year and a half on the Western Front, the losses of the German army naturally exceeded 100. Note that the loss here refers to the loss of troops, not casualties. This loss refers to the permanent loss of this part of the troops, mainly refers to soldiers who died, were captured, were injured and disabled and lost their combat effectiveness. Excluding those who were injured recoverable soldier, it can be said that the losses of the German army now have far exceeded the historical period. Don't look at the tactical German army, who killed Belgium on the Western Front, while pressing the British and French to fight, and crippled the Russians on the Eastern Front. 1T but strategically, the Germans did not achieve real victories. Although the Russians on the Eastern Front were defeated, they did not withdraw from the war. When this winter ends, there will still be 4 or 5 million gray animals on the Eastern Front next year, and the situation of the two-front battle has not changed. Not to mention the Western Front, for more than half a year, the number of British and French troops has been rising, and the combat effectiveness is not to mention, but this number is already huge and the Germans feel dangerous. More than 2.4 million French troops, more than 600,000 British troops, 200,000 Belgian troops, plus more than 1.5 million colonial cannon fodder troops, and the colonial troops are still operating at more than 20 divisions per month. Degree is growing. This is also the reason why the Germans are eager to fight with Britain and France. If the British and French troops continue to expand, they may really use the sea tactics to consume the Germans in the future. 1T Of course, The growth of troops on the Western Front is not unlimited. What restricts them is not human resources, but strategic materials. The transportation capacity of the Allied countries is not unlimited, and it is almost reaching its limit now. Now in the war on the Western Front, Britain and France are commanding the colonial army to launch a counterattack against the Germans every day. The purpose is obviously to consume the German troops. The use of cannon fodder to consume the main German army, no matter what the exchange ratio is acceptable for Britain and France, but the Germans cannot. Since the battle on the Eastern Front, Britain and France have started this shrinking tactics. In a few months, they still caused more than 200,000 casualties to the German army. Of course, their casualties were even greater, but most of the dead were cannon fodder. No pressure at all. The more Falkenham thought about it, and finally he suddenly realized that Germany was in danger. No matter what kind of victory he played on the Southern Front, it could not change Germany's strategic crisis. Fighting is killing people. Now there are more than 1.8 million troops of the Austro-Hungarian Empire on the Southern Front, but only 600,000 to 700,000 troops can really enter the Romanian battlefield. The rest of the troops are on the borderline, go up against Bulgaria and bear. Although the German army now has more than 1.1 million, he still has to allocate half of his troops to defend against polar bears, and the actual troops that can be put into the battlefield are less than 600,000. Even if it is 600,000 German troops and 700,000 Austro-Hungarian troops, will these troops be able to defeat Bulgaria? Will the enemy not add more troops? At least in his view, the Balkans are much more important than the peninsula of Asia Minor. If it is necessary for the war, there is no pressure on Bulgaria to deploy hundreds of thousands of troops. At least there are hundreds of thousands of reserve troops in the country that can be used. And even if the battle is won, what price will the German army pay? The Bulgarian army on the opposite side has raised the turtle shell, and at a glance, it is full of crisscrossed trenches. 1T due to the short period of time, most of the fortifications built by the Bulgarians are very simple, but they cannot stand up many defense lines, as long as it is suitable for setting up defense lines. Basically trenches are dug. And this is exactly what Ferdinand didn't want to see. The thickness of the Bulgarian army's defense line is really beyond his imagination. If it moves dozens of kilometers, it will almost catch up with the Western Front. It is completely a war of attrition. Appearance. In the light of the fact that it is better to be happy alone than to be happy, Falkenham returned his speculation to the German High Command. To sum it up, if Germany wants to win this war, first solve the problem of materials. Otherwise, like now, I knew that the sooner the war was launched, the better it would be for the German army, but due to waiting for strategic supplies, the fighters were delayed in vain. If the supply of materials can be opened, the German-Austrian coalition does not need to go to Ukraine to grab food, and has already attacked the Romanian region. 1T you must know that when the Russian army just evacuated, the Bulgarian army in Romania was only about 400,000 at that time. As long as the German-Austrian allied forces attacked with all their strength, even if Ferdinand was a traveler, there was no way to keep Romania. Even after the over 2 million German-Austrian coalition forces conquered Romania, they still had the opportunity to break into the mainland of Bulgaria in one go, crippling Bulgaria, and ending the long-term confrontation on the Southern Front. But it is different now. More than 2 months have passed, and the Bulgarian army has assembled more than 1 million. Even if the Germans can achieve a tactical victory, there is no way to achieve a strategic victory. Before the window paper was pierced, all of this was covered up under the constant triumph of the German army, but as soon as the window paper was pierced, the German high-level executives immediately had problems. Wilhelm II also began to formally address this issue. Although the current situation is dangerous, the German army is still the world's #1 military power. Even the second-ranked France and the third-ranked Bulgaria are not their opponents. 1T but two fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. The Entente has 4 powers, Britain, France, Russia, and Paul, while the Allies have only 2 Germans, Austria, and 2 powers, Italy, which is a fake power. The current strength rankings of the 6 armies of various countries based on the German staff: German boss 10, France next 5, Bulgaria 3rd 33, 4th of the Russian Empire 31, Austro-Hungarian 5th 31, stuck 6th 28, Italy 13 with a huge number of troops. The Russians were originally the second largest 6-army power, but due to the heavy losses they just lost in the Eastern Front battle, they fell to the 4th. According to the ranking of the strength of the 6 armies according to the statistics of the German General Staff, the strengths of the Allies and the Allies are roughly equal, while the strength of the Allies is more concentrated, and they can completely defeat the enemy. However, the Allied countries were limited by the lack of strategic materials, which restricted the military's combat effectiveness and could not defeat the opponents individually. https Genius website address, mobile version reading address https booking 535320822415490 ht chapter 381, The 3 Countries United, on the pirate ship. With the war on the Southern Front imminent, how could Ferdinand sit still? In the previous Western Front War and Eastern Front War, Bulgaria was playing soy sauce on the side. And now the feng shui turns and finally it is Bulgaria's turn to be the protagonist. Ak 52 It's a pity that Ferdinand didn't want such an opportunity to be in the limelight at all. If he wins, it's a tragic victory, not to mention if he loses. Although the cannon fodder is not valuable, they are also valuable. At least it has increased Bulgaria's right to speak in the Allied countries, and can barely communicate with Britain, France and Russia on an equal basis. If the loss in this war is too great, it will be miserable. If it is won, it will be fine, and the loss can be made up later. If it loses, it will be troublesome, which will inevitably affect Bulgaria's status in the Entente. Just like the current Russians, although their status in the Entente is still very important, they will definitely not get the biggest share in the future distribution of benefits due to the great loss of strength. Of course, the situation on the southern front of Bulgaria is still much better than that of the Russians on the eastern front a few months ago. At least the enemy is not as strong as before. And no matter whether the Russians intentionally or not, as long as they are still a member of the Allied powers, they will help Bulgaria contain a large number of German-Austrian forces. In addition, Britain and France on the western front are almost ready, and they cannot continue to sit and watch Bulgaria lose in the southern front. Otherwise they will face the German-Austrian coalition alone. In this respect, the Russians are tragic. Their teammates overestimated their strength, including Ferdinand. No one thought that they would lose so fast that they did not have time to support them. Otherwise, the decisive battle between the Allies and the Allied powers would have already started in advance. After all, everyone pitted their teammates just to drain their strength. But there was no intention to let the Germans win this world war. After much deliberation, Ferdinand finally decided to pull Britain and France into the water. As long as the Western Front fought, Germany would not be able to continue to increase its troops to the southern front. With their current strength alone, Bulgaria could still survive. Even as long as the Allies gain an advantage on the battlefield, or the two sides are in a stalemate, it is possible to induce the Russians to come out and regain lost ground. The war on the Eastern Front explodes again, and Bulgaria's southern battlefield will be stabilized. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately communicated with Britain and France, telling them that we do not have the strength to face the German and Austrian attacks alone, and if they cannot launch a full-scale counterattack against the Germans on the Western Front, we will simply abandon Romania. If they don't want the Germans to get Romania's granaries and oil and let the war drag on, then let's all work together to hit the Allies hard this winter and end the war the following year. At the same time, let's get in touch with the Russians, who have just suffered a big defeat, and we don't ask them to go to war again, as long as the Tsarist government allows the front-line troops to come out from time to time to show their presence. I can't blame Ferdinand for being shameless. It's true that the Russians were pitted by John Bull before. Fortunately, Bulgaria's material reserves are enough to fight 1 or 2 major battles. Otherwise, he would have to worry about whether John Bull would find him after the war broke out, an excuse to delay Bulgarian strategic supplies. Foreign Minister Medvedev replied calmly, "Yes, but Should we communicate with the British and ask for an increase in the supply of strategic materials? We are about to fight a battle with the Allies on the southern front, and there may even be a war on the entire border between us and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and now it is completely reasonable to ask for an increase in supplies. Like the Russians, after the outbreak of the war, Bulgaria also owed debts to Britain and France. Most of the materials, including strategic materials and production raw materials, were on credit, so the supply of materials had to be controlled by others. Of course, without the British, Bulgaria and Russia would not be able to bring the supplies back even if they bought them, simply because there are not enough ocean-going cargo ships and there is not a global navy to escort them. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, well, yes, it's time to communicate with the British. According to the current material supply, it cannot support the battle of more than 2 million troops. Yes, Ferdinand changed his statement. The scale and scope of the southern battle have been expanded. From the Kingdom of Montenegro to the Kingdom of Ukraine are battlefields, and the troops participating in the battle naturally include the defenders on the border between the two sides. Is there any problem with this algorithm? Naturally, there is. The battle on the southern front has not yet started. How wide is the scope and scale? Who dares to guarantee it? This is also the current status of the Allied countries. In order to induce Bulgaria to put more troops into the Balkan battlefield, Britain and France promised that any strategic materials consumed by the Balkan War could be owed on credit. A large part of this is still guaranteed by Britain and France, and Bulgaria borrowed from American financial institutions to purchase strategic materials. Otherwise, without the support of Britain and France, Bulgaria's heritage cannot support the long-term war of millions of troops. Even so, the consequences are very serious. Bulgaria owes huge foreign debts to Britain, France and the United States. However, there is no pressure on Ferdinand in this regard. The foreign debts of Britain and France can wait for the devaluation of the pound and the franc. As for the money owed to the Americans, the one who owes the money is the uncle, which is also applicable in this era. Anyway, Britain and France have done it in history. It doesn't matter if you add a Bulgarian this time. While Ferdinand was trying to pull Britain and France together to fight against the Allies, John Bull also had the same idea. For the world hegemony of the British Empire, the war must be ended as soon as possible. Don't look at the fact that John Bull has just been tricked by Buffa, and he is passive in diplomacy, but as long as the Allies are defeated, their strategic purpose will be achieved. The two old rivals, Russia and France, have been weakened in this war. The biggest enemy, the German Empire, will also disappear in this war. The old empire, Austria-Hungary, is crumbling. Italy has fallen. Also lose a lot. Looking at the European Big Six, the major powers are finished, weakened and weakened. Who else can threaten the hegemony of the British Empire? The premise is that the Allies can defeat the Allies as soon as possible, otherwise the Germans will continue to loot. In history, John Bull made a miscalculation. He overestimated the strength of the Russians and caused the situation to get out of control. In the end, he had to pull the Americans to save the game. Ferdinand may not have dreamed that he would join the British on the Italian issue, but instead made John Bull wake up and realize that the situation was not under their control, so he adopted a more conservative strategy in the short term. This is a good thing. It will help the Allied powers unite and end the war by defeating the Allies as soon as possible. In the long run, it will be uncertain. The conservative strategy will naturally greatly reduce the losses of the British in this war, allowing them to stay in the war stronger after the war. The British want to end the war quickly, not to mention the French. Now the Western Front is fought on their homeland. It can be said that the French are the most unaffordable. Everyone is in the same position now, so they hit it off, and a full-scale counterattack against the Allies is about to explode. As for the original main force in the Allied powers, the Russians were directly excluded this time. In addition to the fact that Mountain was severely damaged in the previous war, their strength was too strong. Once the Russians got the German-Austrian industry and made up for the last shortcoming, this is another German. This is also one of the main reasons why John Bull is in a hurry to fight the Allies. This winter is the weakest time for the bear after a new round of international order is established. Even if Mountain recovers its vitality, it will not have the strength to face the entire European Big Six. The general headquarters of the Allied forces on the Western Front, the Commander-in-Chief of the coalition forces Ferdinand Foch, the commander of the British Expeditionary Force Douglas Haig, and the Commander-in-Chief of the French Army Joseph-Jacques Césaire-Chaffee gathered together. The time has finally come for the strategic counter-offensive they have been waiting for. Now the Allied forces on the Western Front have almost reached their limit, and their strength has reached its peak. The Germans on the opposite side are now a little bit hard. Although the Italians were not very effective in combat, they still have more than 1 million troops, so that the two sides have reached a balance in terms of military strength. Now, although the German government has also increased its troops, their army is still only more than 3 million, and the Allies have occupied an absolute advantage in terms of troops. As the commander-in-chief of the coalition, Foch said arrogantly, the two allies have made a decision to fight the Germans this winter, and Bulgaria will also attack on the southern front, but we are in this war. Main force. Therefore, we must have a more comprehensive and complete plan to hit the Germans hard this winter in order to end the war as soon as possible. War is a continuation of politics. The Allied powers never thought of keeping the big move secret. Politicians have already started to publicize with great fanfare, and the war in the coming year. Well, Ferdinand said it was sponsored by his friendship. No thanks anyway. This was negotiated by the Allied countries. He just exposed the news in advance, just so that the countries can use it to appease the people, so that everyone does not have to worry that the war will continue. Of course, this also has a little sequelae. If the Entente did not win the war in 1997, the French will definitely fall to the cabinet again, and the British don't mind changing positions. Although they should have changed, they were people who are ousted from office, and those who step down after the end of their term are not the same concept at all. Of course, everyone is very confident now that after the news was leaked, there was no blockade, but it was fueling the flames. The effect of the propaganda is still very obvious. As soon as the news came, the people breathed a sigh of relief. This brutal war is finally coming to an end, and the support rate of the two governments has greatly increased. Ferdinand's goal has also been achieved. The politicians of Britain and France have already boarded the ship. It is difficult to get up and go down. Anyway, ordinary British and French people will not listen to their explanation of national interests, no matter how great the interests are. In the eyes of ordinary people, defeating the Allies and ending the war as soon as possible is the top priority. Even for their own political lives, the British and French forces must hit the Germans hard in this war. Otherwise, what will they do to end the war next year? https Balkan 535320822422283 HT Chapter 382, The Game Within Germany. Naturally, the Allied action could not be concealed from the Germans, but how to deal with it was a problem. Once the Allied powers exert their strength on the east, west and south lines at the same time, the life of the Allies will be difficult. Now Austria-Hungary is obviously unable to contain Russia and Russia at the same time, even if it is alone against the previous one. In line with the principle of more work for those who are capable, it is natural for the Germans to do it in person, and then the problem arises. First of all, the strength of the German army on the third line will be insufficient, and secondly, the logistics supply will be difficult to guarantee. Falkenham, the German chief of staff, has returned to Berlin, and he is succeeded by the famous German Marshal August von Mackensen. Ferdinand suggested, "Your Majesty, now that the Russians are disabled, at least this winter they can't cause us trouble. If it's just a Bulgaria, the Austro-Hungarian Empire should be able to handle it, and we should concentrate our forces on the Western Front to make a breakthrough. As long as if we can break Paris, we can force the French out of the war." Obviously, Falkenham, who had just won a big victory on the Eastern Front, also hopes to continue to replicate this miracle on the Western Front, playing a 1-2 or even 1-3 exchange recently, using brutal casualties to force the French out of the war. However, his proposal was not supported by the German High Command, and the Chancellor Theobaden von Bethmann-Hollweg questioned, "Your Excellency Chief of Staff, how can you be sure that after we launch a full-scale offensive on the Western Front, People will not launch a counterattack. Even the Russians don't have to work hard, as long as they cooperate with Bulgaria. The Austro-Hungarian Empire will not be able to stand it. Our allies are now extremely weak, and if there is another major defeat on the front lines, there may be a collapse at any time. What if we are not capable of defeating the French before the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and even if we break Paris, the French still choose to continue the war? Are we going to keep fighting? Who can tell me when this war will end? The black-clothed chancellor's meaning is obvious. The strategic goals that Germany has now set are beyond the capabilities of the country, and the strategic goals must be lowered. Falkenham sneered and said, "Then what advice does Mr. Chancellor have, so that we can win this war?" Bateman Holwig said calmly, "Peace talks. Use diplomacy to end the embarrassing situation we are facing now. The Allies are not monolithic. We can have peace talks with them separately and end the war. This is not the first time that peace talks have been proposed. Even in private, the Germans have been in contact with other countries, but the conditions between the two sides are too far apart and they have not been able to reach an agreement. This time, Bateman Holwig publicly mentioned it here. Obviously, his peace talks are completely different from the previous private negotiations. Germany must make concessions and show sincerity. William II asked with an expressionless face, "What is the bottom line?" Negotiations are not that simple. This also involves major domestic interest groups. Making concessions in any direction will damage the interests of one or several interest groups. Therefore, even if William II was very interested in peace talks, he could not show it, causing a backlash from domestic interest groups. After being silent for a while, Bateman Holwig said calmly, "Before the peace talks, we must first learn from the British and distinguish who is our primary enemy, who is our secondary enemy, and who else is our potential enemy. When dealing with our main enemy, we must suppress it to the death, and there is no possibility of easing. When dealing with secondary enemies and potential enemies, we can compromise or even cooperate in the short term." William II's face is very bad now. Bateman Holwig is obviously accusing him of his previous foreign policy. After a pause, Bateman Holwig continued, "Actually, we already have the answer to this question. Our main enemy is the French, and our secondary enemy is the British. Potential enemies are Russia and Bulgaria. Therefore, we can now compromise with Russia and Bulgaria, which have little conflict with our interests in the short term, and exchange interests in exchange for their withdrawal from the war. The Russians are not asking very much now. They just want to maintain territorial integrity, which we can fully satisfy them. Bulgarians are slightly more expensive, but within our range. For example, we can tacitly divide the Ottoman Empire between Bulgaria and Russia, and let the three countries divide Romania. As a transaction, the Russians will cede a piece of land from Russian Poland to us as compensation. Other areas are restored to the borders of the countries before the war. In this way, we can take into account the interests of the three countries of Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Russian Empire at the same time, and we can end the war on the eastern and southern fronts first. When Bulgaria and Russia withdraw from the war, and then negotiate with the British Empire, we can promise to give up the big navy plan in exchange for the understanding of the British, and then jointly carve up the French colonies. As long as this is done, there is only one French left, and they will certainly not refuse our armistice negotiations, and we will win the war. After speaking, Bateman Holwig chose to shut up. He knew that his proposal would not be so easy to pass, which meant that the Germans had to give up a lot of benefits that had already been obtained. This also means that he stands on the opposite side of the three major interest groups of the German financial industry, the navy, and the Junker aristocracy. Sure enough, Hindenburg retorted, "That is to say, we have fought this war in vain. Not only will we not gain any benefits on the Eastern Front, but even our biggest enemy, France, has to keep it. We paid such a high price to fight this war, and let you politicians sacrifice the interests of our allies in exchange for peace. Is such peace useful to the great German Empire?" Bateman Holwig did not answer, but just gave Hindenburg a cold look, and the meaning was very clear. He was reminding Hindenburg not to forget that the information was a soldier of the German Empire, and he could not just stand in the position of the Junkers nobles. Consider the problem. Perhaps aware of this, after Hindenburg finished speaking, he chose to shut up and never spoke again. The class position forced him to oppose this peace talks, but he had to accept that this was the easiest way to get the German Empire out of the predicament. Admiralty Alfred von Tirpitz spoke up. He could not make any concessions on this issue. This was related to the future of the German Imperial Navy. As a staunch supporter of the theory of sea power, he believed that Germany must have a fleet that matches the national strength. Mr. Prime Minister, if we have to give up the sword in our hands for the sake of peace, then how can such peace be guaranteed? Even if we have reached an agreement with the Allies now, they can still form an alliance to contain the empire in the future. Can we continue to compromise? Besides, the lessons of this war are not enough. If it is not for the limited strength of our navy, can the British blockade us with materials? Without the material blockade, we have already won this war, for the future of the empire is not under threat. We cannot accept such a humiliating peace. Bateman Holweg still did not refute. Everyone knows these big truths, but there is one thing that everyone does not pay attention to, that is, the German Empire does not have such a strong national power. Wilhelm II was very disappointed. Although he also believed that these conditions were a bit harsh for the German Empire, he hoped that someone would support the peace talks. After all, the war has been going on now, and the prospects are getting less and less optimistic. Bateman Holweg was not surprised by the opposition of the military. He just hoped to get the support of the government. If the government could fully support it, he could also persuade Wilhelm II to force the peace talks. Finance Minister Carr said with a wry smile, "Everyone, we have been running deficits for more than 10 years, and what this means, everyone must know. In addition, as far as I know, the domestic strategic material reserves have also dropped to the lowest point since the war began. If the military had not gained something in Russia this time, perhaps we would be hungry now." The Minister of the Interior cooperated. "Yes, our grain reserves have reached a very dangerous figure. If the military brought back more than 5 million tons of grain from Russia this time, we would be sad this winter. We all know that we are a grain importer, importing millions of tons of agricultural products from overseas every year. Since the outbreak of the war, ours has only been able to import part of the food from a few neutral countries, and we have to face vicious competition from the Allies due to the war. Domestic grain production continues to decline. Now our annual food deficit is more than 3 million tons. If the war continues, this number will continue to increase. It's not just that we are short of food. Even the Austro-Hungarian Empire has a food deficit, and their annual food deficit is more than 1 million tons. As for the Italians, not to mention, their food shortage is even worse than ours, and I don't know how they will survive this winter. The Minister of Logistics added, "Not only is there a shortage of food, but other strategic materials are also in short supply. Due to the factor of raw materials, our military production has almost reached its limit. But this number is not enough to support the war consumption on the front line, and our weapons and ammunition reserves have dropped to a very dangerous number, unable to support 3 battlefields at the same time." Everyone understands that the Prime Minister in black is trying to force the palace. He has already bet his political life. If he cannot persuade the major political factions to jointly suppress domestic interest groups, then his position as Prime Minister will come to an end. In this regard, everyone has to admire his courage and dare to stand on the opposite side of so many interest groups. Even if the war is over, he will not have a good life. The decision is now in the hands of William II. If he dares to fully support Bateman Holweg's peace talks plan, then with the influence of the royal family and the army, he will have a great chance of passing this resolution. Of course, if it fails, the consequences will be very serious. The army may take over the power, and the royal family and the government will be overthrown. https Balkan 535320822426845 HT Chapter 383, Yugoslav National Congress. Since the annexation of Serbia by Austria-Hungary in the late 19th century, the history of the Balkans has changed beyond recognition. With the strong rise of Bulgaria, it is logical to become the new leader of the Yugoslav nation, but because he was afraid of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Ferdinand did not directly intervene. but secret actions are still indispensable. Especially in the Bosnia and Herzegovina region. It is the area where the intelligence department mainly operates, followed by the Austrian Serbia region. Although Serbian nationalism has fallen into a low ebb under the suppression of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the residual resistance is still not small. With the outbreak of the World War, the Slavic national independence movement in Austria-Hungary rose again, which created an opportunity for Ferdinand. Don't look at the fact that there are 7 or 8 million Slavic peoples in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but many of them are loyal supporters of the Hardenberg family. It's better to expect them to rise up and build the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Except for a few radical organizations, most people are still very satisfied with the rule of the old emperor. It is not at all as serious as the Austro-Hungarian Empire has been passed down in later generations. Living in this era, Ferdinand knew how high the prestige of the Hardenberg family was in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Even in the Kingdom of Hungary, which has the highest death attribute, before the outbreak of the World War, at most, politicians only talked about it verbally. If they really want to be independent, they must first ask the Hungarian people if they agree. Therefore, even if the intelligence department had been in the Austro-Hungarian Empire for a long time, they did not plan a national uprising, and it was really impossible to make trouble. Except for the ultranationalists, everyone else simply doesn't want independence. After the death of the old emperor, the newly succeeded Archduke Karl was too weak to convince the public, and a series of stupid tricks appeared frequently, coupled with the failure of the World War, and a series of unfavorable factors added up to promote the collapse of the empire. But the core reason for the split of the Austro-Hungarian Empire was the 14-point plan proposed by the Americans. All ethnic groups, for their own interests, were unwilling to pay high war indemnities, and only moved towards independence. Of course, as the leader of the Yugoslav nation, Ferdinand was not worried about finding a leading party. The radical nationalists wanted to get rid of the rule of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and establish an independent country. Naturally, they did not mind cooperating with Bulgaria. In the eyes of these idealists, building a united empire of Slavic nations is the best choice. Well, it can only be said that the layout of the Russians for nearly 100 years has not been in vain, and they still have fans. Of course, the Russians were too far away, and they couldn't reach the Balkans, so these people naturally came to Bulgaria. This is also caused by the unique cultural background of Europe. Simply put, these people recognize that the Russians are the boss of the Slavic nation, and they also recognize that Bulgaria is the boss of the Yugoslav nation. The Russians want to establish the Slavic Empire. They support Ferdinand plans to form the Yugoslav Federation. They also welcome, but they themselves also want to establish their own kingdoms, principalities or dominions. Anyway, different groups have different interests and demands. With the outbreak of the World War, the strength of these radical groups has grown like a snowball, and their ambitions have naturally begun to breed. With the help of intelligence organizations, there is a Yugoslav National Congress. At the end of 1916, more than 100 representatives from more than 30 Slavic groups in the Austro-Hungarian Empire gathered together to discuss state affairs. What's even more bizarre is that there are also loyal supporters of the Hardenberg family. Although their political positions are different, it does not prevent them from participating in this Yugoslav national gathering. It seems a little annoying now. If it was in the Middle Ages, everyone would not be surprised. A lord can be loyal to multiple countries at the same time, and can also obtain titles in multiple countries, even if these countries are at war. Although they are not lords, they are using their behavior to show that they are a member of the Slavic nation, and there is nothing wrong with participating in the Slavic National Congress. Certainly, if it is a rebellion against the Austro-Hungarian Empire, they must consider it in detail. If the interests are sufficient, it is not impossible. Well, this unique traditional culture hurt Ferdinand very much. Don't look at the fact that there are many power groups participating, and most of them came to join in the fun. This is also the reason why Yugoslavia was able to be established so quickly after the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and it is also the reason that made Yugoslavia collapse. Ferdinand did not have any expectations for what kind of results this conference could achieve. Of course, due to political considerations, this conference must be held beautifully. As the host, Ferdinand will definitely come forward, but even if he presides over the meeting, these people are not qualified for him to receive in person. Prime Minister, you will preside over this Yugoslav National United Congress for me. Yes, Constantine replied confidently. He has always been enthusiastic about events like this that help provide Bulgaria with an international presence. The reality tells Ferdinand that sometimes it is easier to buy people's hearts by maintaining a high attitude. For example, now, Ferdinand only appeared once at the beginning of the meeting, and did not participate in the discussion at the meeting at all. These people will definitely still preach his greatness when they go back. Because he is a successful person, he led Bulgaria to become strong, and his high profile should be considered by these people, and the king should be high above. If he really participates, it is obvious that there will be disputes in the meeting. Even if a nation comes to several delegations, the conflict of interest between them will be arbitrated by Ferdinand. No matter how he handles it, some people will feel uncomfortable, satisfy, and close contact will turn God into human. Since it is human, it is naturally impossible to get everyone's support. Constantine thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, what about the interests of the various ethnic groups in Yugoslavia this time? If they demand independence and the establishment of a state, how should we respond? The Yugoslav National Congress came very suddenly. At first, it was just a few radical groups hoping to gain Bulgaria's support for their independence. Naturally, Ferdinand didn't pay attention. However, it was leaked later that the larger power groups among the various ethnic groups in Yugoslavia basically sent representatives, and the specifications were naturally different. It has to be said that they still have vision, knowing that the broken ship of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is somewhat unreliable, and they want to prepare for the future in advance. The sedan chairs were carried by everyone, and since everyone gave them face, Ferdinand naturally wanted to cooperate, so it evolved into the Yugoslav National Assembly. This is indeed a problem, but our current strategic core is not on the European continent, and we do not have the strength to take into account both Europe and Asia. You can't tell them directly that Bulgaria's purpose is to unify the Balkans, and if they want independence, we can support them in establishing a state outside the Balkans. Although Ferdinand also hoped to annex them and assimilate them, considering the complexity of the various ethnic groups here, he still dismissed this tempting idea. There are as many as 7 or 8 million Slavic peoples in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and their beliefs are in a mess. Moreover, Bulgaria is not Yugoslavia. If they are really unified, this sphere of influence will penetrate into the Central European region, and it is bound to have a fierce collision with the French. This has gone against Ferdinand's pre-planned strategy and tried his best to avoid conflicts with major European powers over core interests. It is impossible for Bulgaria to change its national policy of expanding to the Asia Minor Peninsula for this benefit. Constantine said with regret, It's a pity that this is a good opportunity. If we want to now, we can build a Yugoslav kingdom. Ferdinand smiled slightly and didn't say anything. According to Europeans, the land on the European continent is more valuable than overseas colonies. If a Yugoslav kingdom is established, Bulgaria will naturally annex Croatia and Slovenia, and even cut a piece from the mainland of Italy, such as Venice. Of course, as a price, Bulgaria has become the biggest stumbling block for the French to dominate the European continent. Even Bulgaria had to give up a large number of colonies due to the large amount of interests it had seized on the European continent. Obviously, these were very normal things in the eyes of people at the time. This is known from the conflict between Germany and Germany. For Alsace and Lorraine, the two countries have been hostile to each other for 100 years, causing 2 world wars, and finally destroying the 2 empires. In Ferdinand's view, this is very uneconomical. Even if Alsace-Lorraine's resources are rich, it is not worth dying for this little place. Now Bulgaria continues to expand on the European continent, and at worst, it will add more than 100,000 square kilometers of land, and it will reach its limit. How can it be compared with the Asia Minor Peninsula in terms of actual value? Although in name, The Asia Minor Peninsula is a colony, but there is no rule that the colony cannot be operated as a homeland. As long as I am willing, no one can control it. Of course, it is impossible for Ferdinand and the Balkans to give up. This is related to Bulgaria's strategic security and must be controlled in his own hands. Open the map, and now the Bosnia and Herzegovina area is just short of it, and Bulgaria has completed the great cause of the unification of the Balkans. No, there is Belgrade, the gateway to the Balkans, and it is only after Bulgaria is taken down that the Balkans are truly unified. However, this problem is not a big problem. The population of Bosnia and Herzegovina in this era is only 1 million, and Ferdinand does not intend to complete the annexation. The Pannonia Plain, the most fertile and densely populated area, can allow them to become independent. Note, the area of Bosnia and Herzegovina in this era is somewhat different in size from what is now Bosnia and Herzegovina, including the Slavonia area. To put it simply, Bulgaria only needs to accept hundreds of thousands of mountain people, and the rest of the region can rely on national self-determination. People who are willing to join Bulgaria are welcome, and those who are unwilling to join are not reluctant to solve the national problem to the greatest extent. As for the Dalmatian islands along the coast, Ferdinand didn't mention it directly. Without Italy, he didn't think any ignorant dare to come and compete with Bulgaria for this territory! 8 Chapter 384 After glow of the empire, after Ferdinand set the tone, on November 23, 1916, the Yugoslav National Assembly was held at the Bulgarian Parliament building in Sofia. As the leader of the Yugoslav nation, Ferdinand appeared at the venue and was greeted not by applause, but by the curtsy of hundreds of people, which made him very satisfied. Welcome to Sofia, everyone is the elite of the Yugoslav nation, to fight for this great nation. Our time is very precious and can't be wasted anymore, so I won't say nonsense. I know that everyone is here for the future of the Yugoslav nation. Now that the world war is going on, it is only a matter of time before the Allies fail. The moment to decide the future destiny of the Yugoslav nation is coming soon. What I hope to see is a Yugoslav nation that is striving and united. Of course, this is not to say that Bulgaria is going to establish a Yugoslav kingdom, as rumored. I can tell you here that it does not exist. Bulgaria only wants to unify the Balkan Peninsula. For the areas outside the Balkan Peninsula, we respect your own choice. You can choose to stay in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, or you can establish an independent state. And of course you can join Bulgaria. I support all of these. Most of you must have seen the theory of the origin of the Balkan nations, with the changes of the times. In fact, each nation has long been a new enemy, and you and I are inseparable. Therefore, I hope that everyone will not hold an extreme national heart, and learn to tolerate each other, so that everyone's conflicts can be reduced a lot. After bragging, he poured a bowl of chicken soup for the soul to everyone, and Ferdinand left with everyone's farewell. As for the latter matter, Ferdinand doesn't care, as long as you think about so many power groups. They all have their own interests and demands. How is it possible to want harmony? Besides, these forces are only needed for political reasons, so do you really think how strong they are? The Austro-Hungarian Empire is not a fool. How could it be possible for a large non-government armed force group to appear under its own rule? The ones with real strength are just a few revolutionary parties and a few nobles, and their strength is still very limited. The rest may not even be counted as power. Some are interest groups formed by several capitalists, some are formed by a group of students, and there are socialist groups. Don't be surprised. The European thoughts of this era are so chaotic, mixed up in a mess, and naturally there are some freaks. In the eyes of later generations, there are many incompatible ideas, which can be shared in this era. The Communist Royalist Party, the Communist Constitutional Monarchist Party, etc. Some big messy grocery groups are everywhere. Of course, history has proven that it is impossible for groups with chaotic ideas to succeed. And there is no doubt that these groups have disappeared in the long river of history. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in a flash, and the First Yugoslav National United Congress ended in a quarrel. Under the operation of Prime Minister Constantine, Ferdinand became the king of the Yugoslav Federation in a daze. The problem is that this federation currently has only one member of the Kingdom of Bulgaria. What's even more bizarre is that this federal kingdom usually does not have any mandatory binding force on its members. As long as it is a country or a region established by the Yugoslav nation, everyone can join, and there is no need to assume responsibility for each other and fulfill their obligations. Only when the member countries are facing foreign invasion, King Ferdinand has the right to call everyone to resist, and his role is to mediate the contradictions between members. Well, everyone gets what they want. Ferdinand hopes that they will act to cause chaos in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and they hope that they can get the support of Bulgaria to establish an independent state and provide them with security protection. After all, the small European countries in this era are still very dangerous. If one is not good, it will be invaded by foreign enemies. It is still necessary to find a boss. If multiple countries with populations of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands appear in the future, Ferdinand is no surprise, and that's what Bulgaria needs. Since the unification cannot be really completed, then the more dispersed the better. If they are unified, it will be a real trouble. Of course, there is another reason that the more independent countries there are, the more supporters Bulgaria will have in the future after the establishment of the United Nations. Ferdinand held the Yugoslav National Congress with great fanfare. Naturally, he could not hide it from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Maybe a representative who attended the meeting was their person. However, Ferdinand didn't care at all. He used a conspiracy. As long as there were ambitious people who wanted to establish an independent country, they could only seize the land from the Austro-Hungarian Empire by themselves. If they were robbed by competitors, that's someone else's territory. The federal kingdom prohibits members from attacking each other, unless there are sufficient reasons. This must first go to the kingdom to appeal, and only after he, the king, can use force. The Vienna government was very angry about Ferdinand's digging, and Franz Joseph I even said angrily, "Order the defenders in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Slovenia, Serbia and other regions to step up their vigilance and suppress any changes immediately." The ability of Joseph I to be able to establish the Austro-Hungarian Empire is unquestionable, but his talent is crooked. His diplomatic ability is the best in Europe, but his internal affairs ability is very mediocre, not to mention military ability. He couldn't help but be angry. This world war has shaken the foundation of the rule of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Ferdinand is now undoubtedly falling, but now the two sides are enemies, and it is understandable to do so. As soon as the words fell, the old Emperor Joseph I suddenly fainted, and only woke up after a while of rescue. Of course, the 86-year-old emperor can't stand the toss. Due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the crown prince of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in this time and space, escaped the catastrophe. Finally, the old emperor experienced less pain from a white-haired man to a black-haired man, and lived more. For a few days. Remarks, Franz. This is the different results translated by language experts according to the needs of different names. But when people are old, their bodies are exhausted and they cannot be stimulated. Unfortunately, it is a world war. It is either good news or bad news. How can it not be stimulated? In the end, Joseph I failed to survive 1916. He died at the Schönbrunn Palace in Vienna at the end of December, and Archduke Franz Ferdinand succeeded to the throne of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The death of the old emperor can be said to be the pinnacle of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Although the newly succeeded Archduke Franz Ferdinand is much stronger than Archduke Karl, he still lacks enough prestige to control this aging empire. Although he also spent a layer of gold in the World War, he was still incomparable to the old emperor. The most obvious sign was that many ethnic minority authorities had lost their respect for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Due to the factors of the World War, although the funeral of Joseph I has been grand, the level of the participants has been lowered a lot, which is obviously not worthy of his status. As a warring country, important members of the royal family of the Allied countries were naturally absent collectively, and even Ferdinand only sent a representative to participate. This is also something that can't be helped. and everyone has to pay attention to the impact. Ferdinand was still very sad about the death of the old emperor. The uncle still took care of him back then, but it was only because of national interests that he was forced to confront each other. Of course, sadness is sadness. When it was time to be ruthless, Ferdinand was still ruthless, and the battle on the southern front that had been dawdling for a long time was still fought. On the Romanian front, facing the main force of the German-Austrian coalition, the Bulgarian army adopted a defensive strategy, but instead launched an offensive in the Bosnia and Herzegovina and Belgrade fronts. No, the war started when the old emperor was still alive. The continuous bad news was the main factor behind the old emperor's death. For example, in the attack on Bosnia and Herzegovina, with the advantage of the navy, the Bulgarian army landed in Dalmatia and brought the war to the Croatian region. Of course, this is just a feint. The purpose is to contain the strength of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and weaken the local rule of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Now Ferdinand II, who has just succeeded to the throne, is struggling. Suddenly, hundreds of kilometers of coastline need to be defended, which has brought a heavy burden to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It is impossible to give up. Once the Bulgarian victory in Croatia, a Croatian kingdom will be born, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire will be ready to be divided. To this end, the navy of the Austro-Hungarian Empire was sent out to fight the Bulgarian navy, and then they never came back. The most unbearable thing for Ferdinand II is that under this background, there are still people who dare to eat inside and outside. When the old emperor was alive, these people were sneaky smugglers, and now they have begun to expand. Don't look at the fierce fighting on the front line, but the Hungarian capitalists still conduct smuggling trade with Bulgaria, and the people in the country are so hungry that they dare to sell food. Just because the grain purchase price given by the Austro-Hungarian government was too low, these capitalists would rather rot the grain in the warehouse than sell it to the government, and at most only sell it in the black market. Then a very comedy scene appeared. The Kingdom of Hungary, a big grain-producing country, was the first to have a food crisis, and millions of Hungarians lacked enough food. Then, these capitalists also put the blame on the government very unscrupulously, accusing the Austro-Hungarian government of taking away a large amount of food in the Kingdom of Hungary, which caused the food crisis. Completely ignored, their granaries are still full of food, and as long as they are taken out, the kingdom can survive this crisis. However, this is impossible, unless the Austro-Hungarian government buys them at a high price. Private property is sacrosanct and cannot be sold at a low price. The Hungarian Prime Minister Countess has come forward to coordinate this issue many times. The old-fashioned aristocrats still have some face, and took out some food to cope with the matter, but the emerging bourgeoisie has no idea what morality is, and even the meaning is too lazy to make sense. The strangest thing is that after the government agreed to their food prices, they received paper money and asked the government to pay in gold. Naturally, the Hungarian government did not have so much gold, and then kicked the ball to the Austro-Hungarian government. They also didn't want the Austrian government to buy food for the Hungarians. Is it appropriate? However, spoiled children naturally don't think so much. They only see their own interests. The result was of course no end. Ferdinand II was preparing to take tough measures against these capitalists. The Hungarian government jumped out to oppose it. Prime Minister Tisza refused to enter the Austrian army on the grounds that private property was sacrosanct. In short, with the death of the old emperor, the situation in the Austro-Hungarian Empire began to be chaotic. 535320822436948 HT. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, Enlarged version of the Battle of Jutland. In addition to the death of the old emperor, at the end of 1916, a far-reaching event occurred. Falkenham, who had just won the victory on the Eastern Front, was impeached by the German military and was removed from office on December 1, and was replaced by a Junker nobleman, Hindenburg served as the German chief of staff. The next day, Chancellor Theobaden von Bethmann-Hollger submitted his resignation to Wilhelm II, and he resigned from public office along with the German finance minister, logistics minister, interior minister and other high-level government officials. Obviously, in this round of political struggle, the military won an overall victory. The German government lost its dominance over the country, and Hindenburg also began the road to dictatorship of the military government. As for William II, he has completely become a rubber stamp emperor. Even if he did not express his position in this political struggle, he was still overridden by the military. Ferdinand, who received this news, had to admit that an indecisive person is really not suitable to be an emperor. Originally, he and the government could suppress the Junker nobles by joining forces. As a result, because of his momentary hesitation and indecision, the military forces representing the Junkers aristocrats defeated the government. Even at this time, as a king, he was still able to intervene. But Wilhelm II still chose to remain silent, sit and watch the government fall, and then the larger military also took advantage of the situation to put him on the air. Of course, this is not comprehensive. William II has also made efforts. For example, he promoted Hindenburg, a Junker nobleman, to be the chief of the general staff. He tried to reconcile the contradictions between the Georgian side through such efforts. Needless to say, as in history, as soon as they took the throne, they allied with the Junkers nobles and made him the king. The German military's coming to power had a huge impact on the World War. First of all, the High Seas Fleet left the port and was ready to find the British for a decisive battle. This is also inevitable. With the end of the Eastern Front War and the beginning of the Southern Front War, the German army fell into the predicament of protracted combat, and the dream of trying to end the war on land was shattered. The German financial community and the Junkers aristocrats did not agree to end the war, and the German High Command had to change its original intention and turn its strategic focus to the sea. In order to break through the British naval blockade, ensure Germany's freedom of movement at sea, and reverse the passive situation, the German ruling authorities decided to find an opportunity at sea for a decisive battle with Britain. So on December 10, 1916, the German High Seas Fleet and the British Royal Navy Home Fleet broke out in the Atlantic Ocean in the largest naval battle in the history of war. Well, Ferdinand was directly stunned by this shocking news. If the Germans had the courage earlier, they would have had a decisive battle with the British as soon as the war broke out. Not only can it hit the British Royal Navy, but it can also save the Navy's huge expenses. This funding can at least add 50 infantry divisions to Germany. Maybe the history of the World War can really be rewritten. As for whether the Germans might win, Ferdinand never thought about it. The strength gap between the two sides is too large, and the Navy is not the army. It can make up for the gap with courage and tactics. Now the eyes of the whole world are paying attention to this naval battle, and even the news that the Allied and allied countries are fighting on the western and southern fronts has been covered up by this naval battle. Ferdinand knew that, if nothing else, this was a replica of the Great Battle of Jutland in history, and even the location had not changed much. It was all near Jutland, Denmark. As soon as the war broke out, the main British fleet squatted in the port of Scapa Flow like a watchdog, staring at the German High Seas Fleet and trapping it in Wilhelmshaven and Bremerhaven. The German High Seas Fleet became a veritable name. The fleet of existence. Due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, this time and space now has 21 battleships in the German High Seas Fleet, 3 more than in history, while the Royal Navy's Home Fleet has 35 battleships, 2 more than in history. There is no doubt that these battleships are dreadnoughts or super dreadnoughts, in addition to which there are a series of large and small warships on both sides. Germany has more than 400 warships of various sizes. The British owned more than 700 warships, and the Germans were less than half of John Bull's total tonnage. Admiral Reinhard Sill, then the commander of the German High Seas Fleet, was dismayed to find that in the face of the mighty British Royal Navy fleet, there was only one realistic choice in front of him, either being trapped in the port and doing nothing, or fighting John Bull. Main Fleet. After receiving the domestic decisive battle order, Admiral Scheer was not in a better mood. In the end, he made the same decision as in history, enticing some of the Royal Navy to come out and kill them. If the time was right, he would lead the High Seas Fleet and part of the main battle of the Royal Navy. After hesitating, Admiral Scheer decided to hand over the task to Hipper. At 5 p.m. on December 8, Hipper set off with 5 battle cruisers and 12 cruisers, while the High Seas Fleet set off. The main force set sail in more than 3 hours. Contrary to the high-profile voyages of the Hipper fleet, which acted as decoys, the departure of the main formation led by Scheer maintained strict radio silence. At the same time, the radio station in Wilhelmshaven continued to use the call sign of Scheer's flagship Frederick the Great to communicate with the outside world, creating the illusion that Admiral Scheer and the main force of the ocean fleet were still in the port. In fact, winter is not a good time for a decisive battle, but Admiral Scheer has no choice. If the conditions are really suitable for naval combat, the British will not be fooled. Your Excellency Commander, will the British be fooled? The Chief of Staff asked worriedly. Scheer replied without hesitation, I don't know if we are unlucky. We encountered a British reconnaissance plane just after we came out, and we might turn from hunters into prey. The Chief of Staff smiled bitterly and said, well, I originally wanted to seek comfort from you, but I didn't expect you, the tactician, to be more pessimistic than me. Scheer sighed and said, I'm not pessimistic, but the truth is that even if the British are fooled, as long as they are cautious enough to come out, we are not running for our lives. Or maybe he only sent a fleet of troops, and the commander is a coward who takes advantage of it and takes it as soon as he can, and doesn't pursue them at all. What can we do with them? After a moment of silence, the Chief of Staff said, it seems that now we can only hope that God will bless us. The two ended the conversation. It was a gamble. If the Germans won this naval battle neatly, there would be another naval battle waiting for them. John Bull's navy was not something they could solve once. If it is lost, or both are lost, then there is no such thing as then, and the German navy can announce its withdrawal from this world war in advance. The Germans had good luck this time. The British reconnaissance plane returned directly after spotting their cruiser fleet. Of course, their luck will end here. Due to the weather, the British pilots mistakenly turned the battle cruiser into a battleship and reported it. After receiving the news, Admiral Jericho, commander of the British Ocean Fleet, immediately made a decision to set up a large net and send a decoy fleet to lure the Germans into the pit. At 21:30 on the evening of the 8th, Jellicoe led a huge fleet of 26 battleships, 3 battle cruisers, 20 cruisers and 50 destroyers out of Scapa Flow. After that, Beatty led an avant-garde fleet consisting of 4 battleships, 6 battle cruisers, 14 light cruisers and 27 destroyers out of Port Rosyth. A few hours later, the German submarine stationed outside the Rosyth port sent back a telegram to the ocean fleet that the enemy fleet is sailing. The German decoy fleet was also under the surveillance of the British. The two fleets that almost came out of their nests believed that their decoy tactics had been successful. At this time, neither Scheer nor Jellicoe expected that the opposing fleet had been dispatched in full. It is not expected that in the near future, they will personally participate in the world's largest fleet battle. Forget the stereotyped sea battle. Everyone doesn't want to watch it, and I'm too lazy to water. Time passed quickly, and it was on December 13 that 3 days had passed since the Anglo-German naval battle. Bulgarian intelligence finally figured out the outcome of the war. The intelligence chief submitted a document to Ferdinand and said, Your Majesty, the results of the naval battle between England, Germany and Jutland have come out. Please take a look. Ferdinand took the opportunity to take the document and read it carefully. There is no doubt that both the British and German governments are bragging. If according to the results they announced before, they are all victors, but there can only be one victor in a battle, or there can be no victors. The British claimed 3 German battle cruisers, 3 dreadnoughts, 1 super dreadnought, 2 former dreadnoughts, 7 light cruisers, 9 destroyers, and 8 torpedo boats. 8 German dreadnoughts and 2 battle cruisers. German claims 2 British battle cruisers, 5 dreadnoughts, 2 super dreadnoughts, 3 pre-dreadnoughts, 2 armored cruisers, 10 light cruisers, 9 destroyers, 5 torpedo boats. 4.85 million tons, damaged 12 British dreadnoughts and 8 cruisers, and Ferdinand received information showing that the Germans did take advantage of this naval battle. But both sides of this victory were exaggerating. The Royal Navy sank 2 dreadnoughts, 3 battle cruisers, 3 armored cruisers, 6 destroyers, 2 cruisers, 5 torpedo boats with a total tonnage of about 1.78 million tons. The High Seas Fleet sank 1 battle cruiser, 1 dreadnought, 4 light cruisers, 3 destroyers, and 5 torpedo boats with a total tonnage of about 890,000 tons. Although the losses on both sides are much greater than in history, they are still not to the point of breaking the bones. A sea battle in which a main battleship did not sink is only a scratch for the British and German navies. Of course, the loss of warships is not large, which does not mean that the loss of personnel is not large. At least the sum of their casualties is close to the total number of the Bulgarian Navy. The total strength of the British Army was about 650,000, and the number of casualties was as high as 10,472, and the casualty rate was 161. The total strength of the German army was about 50,000, and the number of casualties was 4,356. And the casualty rate was 87. This is also the sequelae of the decisive battle in winter. After falling in the icy sea water, the survival rate dropped sharply. Fortunately, both countries have a bottom line. After the war, rescue ships were dispatched. The two sides tacitly rescued the drowning people, then exchanged their respective soldiers and went home. Ferdinand was satisfied with this result. The Germans won tactically, even better than in history. The British won strategically, albeit with heavy losses. From Bulgaria's standpoint, Ferdinand only cared about whether the Royal Navy could continue to block the Germans. As for the casualties of British naval personnel, it was not worth mentioning. Look at the countries participating in the war on the European continent. Whoever does not move will suffer hundreds of thousands or even millions of casualties. The mere 10,000 people can't keep up with the casualties on the Western Front. 535-3208-22438-591 HT Chapter 386, The Real Tsar. By December, the Russian Empire is already a country of ice and snow. The people of St. Petersburg are particularly sad this winter. They are short of coal, food, and daily necessities. It boils down to lack of money. Due to the hoarding of capitalists, ordinary people lack enough heating materials, and everyone has to huddle together to warm each other. Often a small house with an area of less than 10 square meters will have to squeeze a dozen people. There is no way that the current price of coal is too expensive, and it is too extravagant to use it for heating. Ordinary people even cook for several families to save as much money as possible. This is only December, and the temperature is not too low, and it can barely cope with this method. If January is the coldest month, I don't know how many people will freeze to death this winter. Not only coal, but also other daily necessities. Industrial products have also risen in price. The price of grain has tripled, the price of broken promises has increased by 2.8 times, and the price of meat products has increased even more, 5 times at most. There is certainly an inflation factor, but the core reason is that unscrupulous capitalists are hoarding in order to earn high profits. As for the life and death of ordinary people, they obviously won't take it to heart. Anyway, the Russian Empire lacks everything, just no shortage of people. So now everything is going up in price, but wages are not going up. Not only St. Petersburg, but other cities in the Russian Empire also experienced price increases of varying degrees. Capitalists are indeed a kind of creature. At the same time as prices are skyrocketing, the wages of ordinary people in the entire Russian Empire have no tendency to rise at all. Kursky is an ordinary mechanical engineer, working in a machinery factory in St. Petersburg, earning twice the salary of ordinary workers, and he should have a good life. It is a pity that the good days only existed before the outbreak of the war. With the outbreak of the World War, the price of goods in Russia rose sharply, and the good days of Christie came to an end. Although he is an engineer, his technical ability is also very top-notch, but his status in the factory is not very good. He is similar to ordinary workers. He has to work on the production line, and has endless overtime. Wages are deducted for no reason. Only when there is a problem with the machinery, The factory management will think of him as an engineer. This morning he came to the factory as usual, and he heard everyone talking, and he roughly understood that because of the needs of the war, they needed an extra hour of shift every day. There is no doubt that this time it is unpaid overtime again. Anyone who dares to refuse, as usual, will be taught a lesson by factory managers or thugs, and then sent to prison. The crime is the crime of deliberately sabotaging the production of war materials. Like most ordinary workers, Kricky dared not speak out, and he had to endure it in order to support his family. Even though their working hours are now as high as 14 hours, the unscrupulous capitalists still dare to ask them to add another hour to work. The irony is that Russia actually implements an 8-hour workday, and they now have 7 hours of voluntary unpaid overtime. This kind of overtime intensity exists not only in the Russian Empire, but also in almost every participating country, but everyone does not do as much as the Russians, and basically pays a sum of overtime wages. If history does not change, the Russian working class is about to break out another big strike. Don't get me wrong, this is not organized spontaneously by the working class, they simply do not have this ability. And even the Bolshevik party far abroad does not have such a strong energy now. It's the capitalists who want to usurp the rights of the state and don't want to go into battle naked. Therefore, they often organize general strikes with independent Russian characteristics, demanding that the Tsarist government reopen the Duma parliament, namely, marching on the streets during the day and shouting slogans, returning to the factory at night to work overtime to complete work tasks. However, this time is obviously different. The Russian officers and soldiers who came back from the front to receive the commendation have arrived in St. Petersburg one after another. Nicholas II was already very disgusted by the threats of the capitalists. Now he finally has a force in his hands that is completely under his control and has nothing to do with the capitalists. If he doesn't do something, is he still a qualified czar? On December 18th, Nicholas II held a military meeting at the Gatchina Palace, which is far from St. Petersburg. The topic of the meeting was very simple, summarizing the reasons for the defeat of the Russian army in 1916, finding the reasons for the failure of the war, and investigating the responsible persons. If it is placed in the East, perhaps many people are wondering if the emperor does this, and there will be any deeper meaning in it. After all, if it were normal, why would Nicholas II convene this meeting in a military fortress outside St. Petersburg? Whether it's to settle accounts after the fall, or to commend heroes, St. Petersburg is much more suitable than here. Of course, Russia is still the Russia of the Tsar, and the willfulness of the Tsar is also a Russian tradition. Isn't it just putting the meeting place in the Gatchina Palace? What's so strange to think about his father? Alexander III directly moved his family to the Gatchina Palace, and became a hermit for the convenience of office work. The senior officials of the Russian government had to move with them, and it took more than 10 years to move. Compared with this, Nicholas II's approach is no big deal. At this moment, in the Gatchina Palace, high-ranking Russian military officers gathered together. This time, there was no government official involved. Nicholas II presided over the meeting as the supreme commander of the Russian army. My heart is sad to see you here today. History will always remember 1916, the year our great Russian Empire set 2 world records in the first half of the year. I achieved the largest victory in human history. Although this record was broken after only half a year, it is also worth celebrating. In the second half of the year, we created the largest defeat in human history. From the big victory to the big defeat, it took us only 9 months, and countless Russian sons and daughters gave their lives for this. Do you think my mood can be happy? Now that the matter has happened, today I am going to ask about the reason, and to seek justice for these Russian sons and daughters who have sacrificed their lives. Now I swear in the name of God that I, Alexandrovich, must find out the culprit of this defeat of the Russian army and let them pay with blood. After speaking, Nicholas II glanced at everyone, and saw that many people were frightened, and some people suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, this is not aimed at them. The Russian army lost this time. They may have made mistakes in command, but they definitely cannot constitute the main reason for the failure of this battle. After a pause, Nicholas II asked coldly, Then do you have the determination to seek justice for your dead brothers, subordinates, and comrades in arms? Although everyone's answers were uneven, their voices were very sonorous and powerful, and it was obvious that the Russian army had not completely rotted. Nicholas II seemed satisfied with everyone's reaction, smiled and said, "Then show your determination and show me." Obviously, Nicholas II is forcing everyone to stand with him. Smart people have already guessed his purpose, but does anyone dare to quit at this time? I, Garcinia, swear here in the name of God that I must find out the culprit of our army's defeat, and seek justice for the dead Russian brothers and sisters. If I violate this oath, I will go to hell forever. There is no doubt that this is a prearranged trust by Nicholas II. I know that everyone has a tacit understanding and chose to play stupid. Anyway, this time is not looking for their bad luck, and many people have calamity on their faces. The joy of the rest of my life is fleeting. In the name of God, I, O Axland, swear here that I must find out the culprit of our army's defeat, and seek justice for the dead Russian brothers and sisters. If I violate this oath, I will go to hell forever. With the first person taking the lead, the following people bravely swore to God whether they wanted to or not, and the goal that Nicholas II wanted was achieved. In this era, everyone's beliefs are still very pious. If you make an oath before God in front of everyone, if you dare to go back on it, you don't want to continue to mix. More than an hour had passed by the time the last person swore an oath, but Nicholas II showed no signs of impatience. Very well, everyone is an excellent soldier of the Russian Empire. I believe that you will not be like some people, doing things like eating inside and outside. Now let's sum up the reasons for our failure in this battle. Only when the cause is found, can the culprit be found. As long as the culprit is uncovered, the blood-sucking worms attached to the Russian Empire can be eliminated, and the current tragedy will happen again in the future. Admiral Bryuzyelov said first, "Your Majesty, it is a strategic material. After the war, the ammunition we brought from the rear was simply not available for our weapons. Many times, soldiers have to repolish the bullets before they can be loaded into the magazine. Even if they are loaded, the bullets that can be fired are still less than half. The problem with the shells was even more serious. Many shells fell directly after being fired, and there was no explosion at all. Later, our soldiers picked it up again, and cut it to see that it was filled with mud. I think poor quality weapons and ammunition, and poor logistics, are the main factors that caused the failure of this war. Lieutenant General Nicholas Nikolaokas immediately added, "All the planes that our Air Force can use now are imported domestically produced planes that are one-off products that are scrapped after one use, and a large number of our excellent pilots have not died on the battlefield, but died on the domestically produced plane." Come on, not all fools now know the purpose of Nicholas II. If they don't know what to do, then they are really fools. After such a big defeat, I must give an account to the Chinese people. The best scapegoat has already appeared. If you don't know how to dump the blame on them and wash away the crime of defeat, you won't be able to get where you are now. In the spirit of dead friends, immortal poor people, the Russian military is naturally going to try to smear the capitalists. Of course, they are already very dark, and everyone just used exaggerated rhetoric. To sum up, the domestically produced rifles are all fire sticks, the domestically produced cannons are all salutes, and the domestically produced planes are all used for suicide. There is also, the food sent to the front line is moldy, the soldiers eat it while having diarrhea, and the casualties caused by food poisoning are greater than the casualties caused by fighting the enemy. After a day of discussion, everyone smoothed the logic and came to the unanimous conclusion that the culprits behind the defeat of the front line were the unscrupulous capitalists and the corrupt officials within the government. The unscrupulous capitalists took the benefits of the Allies and colluded with the bureaucrats at home to send a large number of inferior weapons to the front line, deceiving the Russian army. But the heroic Russian soldiers, even with these inferior weapons, won the enemy. The enemy had no choice but to pay a huge price to buy these capitalists again, so that they poisoned the food for the front-line troops, causing a large number of casualties. The casualties they caused to the Russian Imperial Army were more than twice the casualties of the Russian army caused by the Allies. So as long as these capitalist worms are cleaned up in the country, the great Russian army can immediately defeat the Allies and win the war. The result that Nicholas II wanted came out. Once the Russian military reached an agreement with him, the Russian capitalists would be finished soon. Here is a list of unscrupulous capitalists who caused millions of Russian soldiers to die in battle and displaced tens of millions of Russians. Now I authorize you to immediately form a hoeing committee, lead troops to arrest these assholes, and kill them on the spot if they resist. The Caucasus Front was in charge of the east of the city, the Northern Front was in charge of the north, the Western Front was in charge of the west, the Southwest Front was in charge of the south, and the Navy and Air Force were in charge of slipping through the net. Nicholas II's handling is really Tsarist, simply and rudely doing what he says convinced the high-level officers and gave them time to prepare, and immediately issued a military order to let them start operations. But I have to say that this is also very effective. Even if the news is leaked in such a short period of time, the capitalists can't even escape in time, and there is no time to organize a counterattack. The fly in the ointment is that such a thing can only be done once. If it is done in St. Petersburg, the capitalists in other cities in Russia will get the news, and there is no way to kill them all. However, Nicholas II was not worried. As the capital of the Russian Empire, St. Petersburg gathered the most powerful group of big capitalists in Russia, while the capitalists in other regions were much weaker. As long as he kills this group of capitalists in St. Petersburg, the others will not be a problem, even if they want to make trouble. The millions of Russian troops in his hands are not decorations, enough to suppress any civil unrest. Your Majesty, what if the city guards intercept it? Admiral Bryuzilov asked worriedly. Nicholas II said murderously, we gave them an order to let the city guards and the police stay at the station. Honestly, if there are still people who dare to come out and make trouble, they can be killed by me as a rebel army. Yes, they answered in unison. 535320822443619 HT Chapter 387, The Great King. With the order of Nicholas II, the entire city of St. Petersburg was under martial law. The city defense troops were ordered not to leave the camp, and the police were also concentrated at the police station. Since the last revolution broke out, Nicholas II has had doubts about the loyalty of the St. Petersburg city defense forces, and now naturally they will not come out to make trouble. Not to mention the police. Everyone is working with capitalists' wages, otherwise how can they live with such high prices in St. Petersburg now? As soon as the martial law in St. Petersburg was imposed, many people knew that it was broken. According to Russian tradition, the consequences of the Tsar's uproar were terrifying. Many people are starting to regret it, and they would not participate if they knew it, but now it is too late. They wanted to take power away from Nicholas II, but now they have overturned the table and said they are not playing. The weakness of the bourgeoisie does not mean that they are really weak, and there is nothing they dare not do in the face of interests. It's just that they are really soft in front of the bayonet. The combined strength of the capitalists is enormous, and it is the same when they are dispersed, without their own armed forces. Even if they relied on genuine artillery to bribe many government officials, no one dared to open their eyes for them at this moment. This is also something that can't be helped. Perhaps the power of the capitalists has penetrated into every corner of St. Petersburg, but the premise is that they can unite. Now that St. Petersburg is under martial law, and individual capitalists have become the meat of the chopping board, will Nicholas II be soft-hearted? Obviously this is not possible. In addition to the power struggle, Nicholas II now needs the family property of these people to buy people's hearts. Anyway, their reputation is now stinky, and the Russian people will cheer if they kill them. The White Terror began. After the army took over St. Petersburg, they immediately started arresting people according to the list. In this era, there is no saying that only the main criminal is arrested. Anyone who is on the purge list will go to prison together with the whole family. The people who are implicated are naturally indispensable. These troops are all foreigners, and they can't tell who is who. Anyway, they all open the door and arrest people. Many people who love to visit have suffered a disaster. But these are all minor issues. Seeing this situation, even the newspapers that usually criticize the Tsarist government resolutely chose to shut up. At this time, whoever dares to come forward is courting death. The gangsters on the streets, the underworld groups that depend on the capitalists, unfortunately became the first batch of victims of this operation. No way, who told them not to have long eyes? And the grassroots officers and soldiers of the army just hate them so much. Before joining the army, many people suffered from the scourge of these people. Now the opportunity has come, and everyone has revenge. Often when one is caught, a nest is found and then directly executed. When Nicholas II returned to St. Petersburg on December 26, more than 2,000 prisoners were directly executed by the military, and more than 30,000 prisoners were arrested. It can be said that St. Petersburg has become clean! Of course, it was wronged, but the security of St. Petersburg did suddenly improve, and anyone who dared to commit a crime was just a peanut. According to the statistics after the event, after this big purge, St. Petersburg's casinos and loan shark industries were devastated, and they have not been able to recover after decades. With the return of Nicholas II, martial law was lifted in St. Petersburg, but the tension remained unresolved. Having accomplished the goal so smoothly, Nicholas II was in a good mood. In order to show the kindness of the Tsar, the price of goods in St. Petersburg dropped all of a sudden and returned to the pre-war level. At the same time, due to the large number of capitalists being arrested, the factory naturally closed down. Now the government has taken over the factory, and the merciful Tsar has also announced the implementation of the 8-hour workday, prohibiting workers from working overtime in winter. For a time, Nicholas II's reputation in the hearts of the people of St. Petersburg increased again. Sure enough, this is the little father of the Russian people. Of course, this is to fool ordinary people who don't know it. Everyone knows that Russia's transportation capacity is limited. Even if workers want to work overtime, they must have enough raw materials, right? In this case, it was naturally used by Nicholas II to buy the hearts of the people. I have to say that the Russian people in this era are so foolish. Now everyone makes up their own minds and thinks that the unscrupulous capitalists are making them work overtime in the name of the Tsar in order to exploit them. This hurt Comrade Stalin, who was working in St. Petersburg, and all previous efforts were in vain. Ordinary workers now think that they are exploited by unscrupulous capitalists and corrupt officials, and have nothing to do with the great Tsar, who is still on their side. The proof is right in front of you. Now the unscrupulous capitalists have been cleaned up by the Tsar, prices have dropped immediately, and the 8-hour work system has been implemented. Since the bread is already available, they will not participate in the strikes and demonstrations demanding bread. In the history of the general strike that broke out in Russia in January 1917, the workers in St. Petersburg this time announced their withdrawal with no revolutionary spirit. Nicholas II's sudden action, in fact, Ferdinand was also taken aback. He did not expect his eldest brother to be so decisive. I have to say that Nicholas II did a beautiful job this time. After this battle, the Russian bourgeoisie was hit hard. Although it may cause a short-term decline in the total amount of Russian industry, this is a small problem compared to the consolidation of the Tsar's rule. Not only did it kill the biggest political opponent, but it also seized a lot of property, which could make up for Russia's financial deficiencies, and also bought a wave of popular support. Of course, the premise is that Nicholas II can handle the next thing. His actions this time have also offended many people, and now the bourgeoisie in Russia must hate him to the core. After all, his purge of Russia and the purge of Bulgaria that Ferdinand conducted before are not the same concept. It is impossible for him to clean up the huge Russian Empire in one go. In addition to St. Petersburg, the bourgeoisie in big cities like Moscow still has strong strength, and people still have the strength to fight. Secondly, Nicholas II's action this time was naked. There are enemies all over the country. With so many enemies, it is doomed that the future Russia will not be peaceful. Of course, this is what Ferdinand wants to see the most. A Russia that is constantly fighting. Infighting is the ally Bulgaria wants most. If Nicholas II is really talented and can handle the internal contradictions in Russia, then this is an even more terrifying behemoth than Germany. But these are things in the future, and now Ferdinand is doing one thing, that is, making movies. After the war broke out for so long, all the warring countries in Europe had a hard time, and Bulgaria was no exception. Although there has not yet been a strike of want bread, not war, he has to be careful and vigilant. Of course, under normal circumstances, the Bulgarian people would not ask him for bread in the short term. Before the outbreak of the war, the Bulgarian government called on everyone to reserve a year of food in advance to prepare for famine. Most people responded to the government's call. The grain exported by Tsarist Russia a year before the outbreak of the war was bought out by the Bulgarian people. At the end of 1914, the government counted more than 18 million tons of private grain reserves. Besides, the Bulgarian government has adopted a rationing system. Each person can buy 4 kilograms of bread, 1,500 grams of vegetables, 900 grams of meat products, 2 liters of milk, and 1 kilogram of potato flour every week. This food supply can basically meet the needs of life, but it is much higher than that of the Germans. Of course, this amount can also be increased, but if it exceeds this purchase amount, the price will be much higher. Basically, the price must be increased by 3 to 4 times. As long as you have money, you can still live the same life as before the war. On the whole, the Allied countries of the First World War were not short of food. Most of the so-called food rationing systems were created during World War II! As soon as the World War broke out, Ferdinand planned to implement the grain rationing system in the whole country. As a result, after professional calculations, it was found that even if the domestic grain production was halved, and the private grain reserves and the government grain reserves, Bulgaria could still support it for more than 3 years. Then, Ferdinand dismissed this advanced idea. After all, the Allied navy had an advantage, and it was impossible for Bulgaria to be blocked off the coastline for 3 years. Moreover, whether it takes Romania or the Asia Minor Peninsula, it can be self-sufficient. If it weren't for the influx of refugees after the outbreak of the war, which consumed a lot of food, perhaps there would still be overproduction. Although there is no shortage of food, Ferdinand still has to make this show for publicity needs. The content of the film is very simple. It is a documentary, which records the king's day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, before dawn, Ferdinand got up from his sleep, and began his morning exercises with some princes. At 8:10, breakfast time begins. Since it is a show, the food is naturally very simple. A piece of brown bread plus a fruit salad plus a glass of milk is no different from an ordinary civilian family. Then began a day's work, of course, involving confidentiality. When Ferdinand entered the office, the filming naturally stopped. Then he continued at noon, but this time he took the ministers to eat brown bread together, adding a portion of fried vegetables and a few slices of beef to breakfast. Ferdinand may not know that the promotional film he shot has become a precious film and television material in later generations. His food was also considered by experts to be the shortage of food in Bulgaria after the outbreak of the World War, and the king had to lower his standard of living. People also plausibly analyze the expressions on their meals. For example, the expression of the meal has always been very natural, and the food is still delicious, and so on. It proves that this is the daily standard of his king. Otherwise, it is impossible to adapt to eating such unpalatable food. Some people also believe that after the outbreak of the World War, there was no problem with the food supply in Bulgaria. This is because the whole country of Bulgaria shared weal and woe, and it was with such a king that a powerful empire was created. If Ferdinand knew about this, he would definitely laugh. Occasionally eating brown bread is actually very good, and in terms of nutritional value, brown bread is supposed to be higher. Besides, although it seems that these foods are similar in length, in fact, can the brown bread made in the palace be the same as the outside? Of course, these are small things, and now Ferdinand is still giving this bowl of chicken soup for the soul to the Bulgarian people for a taste. There is no shortage of people, but there is unevenness. As long as everyone sees that they eat the same foods as the king, even if they are dissatisfied with the impact of the war on their lives, they will disappear. In terms of publicity, Ferdinand still did a very good job. For example, After the outbreak of the World War, the royal family did not buy new clothes, nor did they buy any luxury goods, etc., which are all good publicity materials. And these are all true, not afraid of being dismantled at all. Before the outbreak of the World War, Ferdinand had been prepared. These miscellaneous things had been prepared for a long time. He was worried that if Bulgaria lost in the World War, he could use these materials to publicize, so as to increase the popularity of the people, score in your heart and consolidate your dominance. Of course, the victory has basically been decided by now, and there is no need to rely on these things to consolidate the rule, but since he is ready, Ferdinand will naturally not waste it. The more reputation, the better. Chapter 388. Marshal August von Mackensen on the southern front was looking at the line of defense, and because Bulgaria had provoked wars in many places on the border between Austria and Austria, most of the troops of the Austro-Hungarian Empire were contained. In the end, the German-Austrian allied forces responsible for attacking Romania only had 62 infantry divisions left, with a total strength of about 970,000, of which the German army had a total of 43 divisions with a total strength of about 740,000. Now the Anglo-French coalition forces on the Western Front are carrying out a new round of park for the German army. These 43 divisions are already the largest force that Germany can put into the Southern Front. Fortunately, the German-Austrian coalition had disabled the Russians before, otherwise, if the Russians were to step in again, this offensive and defensive situation would be out of place. The lack of troops is the biggest problem facing Marshal August von Mackensen now. The German-Austrian coalition on the offensive side has a total strength of only 970,000 troops, while the Bulgarian army on the defensive side is as high as 1.38 million. If it's just this one problem, it's fine. The lack of troops can be made up for in other ways. Anyway, there are more than 400,000 Bulgarian troops on the opposite side with a combat strength equal to 5, and nearly half of the remaining troops are newly formed troops. The strength of the two sides is the German-Austrian coalition has the advantage. This is also the confidence of the German army in the European Big Six. Even as the offensive party, the current casualty ratio is still 1:12. And the German-Austrian coalition still has an advantage. In terms of firepower, after the end of the battle on the Eastern Front, the Russians threw all the wealth they had accumulated for more than 10 years to the Allies. The most important thing in the hands of Marshal August von Mackensen was the artillery. Of course, the Russians left the artillery to them, but not the shells, so among the tens of thousands of captured artillery pieces, only some of them with the same caliber could be used. Now the German-Austrian coalition has more than 8,600 artillery pieces, while the Bulgarian defenders have only more than 6,300 pieces of artillery pieces. In general, the Germans had more howitzers with longer ranges, and the Bulgarian defenders had more guns. It is a pity that this is the Balkan mountains, and the German army cannot maximize the range advantage. After all, except for a few places, the defense lines of the Bulgarian army are mostly built on the terrain, which is not conducive to the German artillery. Both sides of armored vehicles and tanks can only be said to be improvised. The main force of the German armored tank units is naturally on the Western Front, and the Southern Front cannot be taken care of. Due to the geographical location, the Bulgarian tank force has been playing soy sauce almost all the time since its establishment, and has not been able to attract the attention of the military. Although Ferdinand knew that the tank was also the king of the sixth battle, unfortunately considering the cost-effectiveness, he finally decided to invest this part of the funds into the Air Force. Therefore, from the outbreak of the World War to the present, Bulgaria still occupies the position of the world's first air force power, and the number of air forces has expanded from 30,000 before the war to more than 300,000 now. In the battle on the Eastern Front, the Russians were able to fight the German-Austrian allied forces for so long, and the Bulgarian Air Force also made great efforts. Now is no exception. Marshal August von Mackensen is also very troubled by the threat from the sky. Since the outbreak of the Great Southern Front, the German-Austrian coalition has lost more than 800 aircraft and nearly 2,000 pilots. Of course, although the losses were heavy, but relying on the cover of anti-aircraft fire on the ground. Although the German-Austrian coalition was at a disadvantage in the air force, it did not completely lose air supremacy. The Bulgarians seem to be worried that the loss is too great, and they are not desperately trying to seize air supremacy. Of course, he didn't know that this was Ferdinand's intention. It was better for the German-Austrian army to attack and the Bulgarian army to defend than the Bulgarian army to attack and the German-Austrian army to defend. After all, when defending, these cannon fodder troops can be used as half of the main force. If they take the initiative to attack, no one can really determine the outcome. Marshal August von Mackensen is very embarrassed now. If he continues to attack, the troops in his hands will definitely suffer heavy losses. If you stop attacking, the farther back there are, the more enemies there are, especially if there is a Russian staring at him next to him. If the last year and a half pass, there will be another 4 or 5 million hairy bear troops on the Eastern Front. This is also the reason why the German government is in a hurry to carry out the battle on the Southern Front. Only by winning the battle on the Southern Front can they cut off the transportation line between the Allies and Mach, and finally force Mach to withdraw from the war. Of course, this is the idea of the German High Command. Marshal August von Mackensen does not approve of it. He does not think that the German-Austrian coalition has the ability to cut off the hairy bear and the Allies after the battle on the Southern Front. Transport line. Open the map and know that to cut off the sea transportation line between Bulgaria and the Russians, either the German-Austrian coalition has captured Bulgaria and fought until Constantinople, or along the Ukrainian coastline all the way to the Caucasus. Don't say that this is the number of troops now. Even the German-Austrian coalition can't do it at its peak. The enemy is not a fool and will wait for them to fight, and people will fight back. It has been more than a month since the battle on the Southern Front broke out. The German-Austrian coalition successfully broke the first line of defense of the defenders, but there were still 2 lines of defense waiting for them. The victory was still far away. The German-Austrian coalition suffered 180,000 casualties. Simply put, Transinia has become a new meat grinder, although not as intense as Verdun, but for Marshal August von Mackensen, he can't afford it. Although the losses of the Bulgarian defenders were no less than 200,000, it is a pity that the official Bulgarian casualty figure was only 8,000, and the rest of the casualties were not counted at all. The casualties of the cannon fodder troops are at most a pension, and the battle has already reached this point. Who cares about the money? After the war, the currency devaluation of various countries has become a foregone conclusion. If there is no money to print money, the big deal is to abandon the gold standard. Of course, Ferdinand is still very disciplined. Bulgarian military merit and pensions can be converted into land, no matter how much inflation is. The high-quality land on the plains will not depreciate. Defense Minister Dante Christoph has now officially become the commander of the Balkan Front. The purpose of the first phase of operations has been achieved, which is nothing more than consuming the enemy's forces. In the second stage, it was his turn to start a counterattack. This is also something that can't be helped. The German-Austrian coalition has limited troops. If the first stage did not win, it is natural to improve the attack to the defense. The enemy is not stupid. If it is not intentional to show the enemy's weakness, the Germans in the first line of defense should not try to conquer it. Don't forget that as the war progresses, the strength ratio between the enemy and us is also changing quietly and silently. From the initial 97 to 138 to the current 79 to 117, the ratio of forces between the two sides has not only not narrowed, but has been further expanded. Of course, Dante Christoph hopes that the enemy can make persistent efforts. If necessary, he can also abandon Transinia and place the battlefield on the Wallachia plain. In order to lure the enemy into the deep, Ferdinand doesn't care even if Romania is turned into ruins. Of course, the current Romania is not much better than the ruins. Dante Christoph naturally knows what the boss means. His first task is to kill or severely damage this German-Austrian coalition, and the second is to create a good foundation for Bulgaria to rule this land as much as possible. How to do it is entirely up to him. This point was done very well by General Popov in Asia Minor, and he was worthy of his title of Butchered General. but he patted his chest to ensure that the Asia Minor Peninsula would not cause trouble to the government after the war. It's a pity that a lot of things he could do in the Ottoman Empire, Dante Christoph couldn't do in Romania. Crimes against humanity. Romania has few enough, at most. The traffickers can barely detain. As for the aristocratic capitalists who exploit the people a little bit more seriously, who cares? Let's start the security army. He also has to find an enemy who cannot share with the Romanians as for more radical methods, not to mention that if he dares to follow the example, he will be drowned by spittle stars. Now in the Asia Minor Peninsula, with the hard work of the security forces, any criminal who rebels against the society cannot escape the severe punishments of the law. However, the number of crimes has dropped to the lowest point in history. Now all the newly occupied areas in Bulgaria are not picking up things on the road and not closing the door at night. Of course, these are the credits of the security forces, based on the principle of focusing on education and preventing problems before they occur. The security forces often educate ordinary people to achieve such amazing results. Well, in order to prevent it from happening, reduce the crime rate, and catch a thief, they can all get the whole town together for a week of study sessions. If you catch a robber, that's even worse. At least a month study meeting will be held. It can be deduced and so on. Anyway, the greater the crime, the longer the study time. At the same time, everyone must bring their own dry food. This is a purely public education, and the organizer does not care about the meal. And if someone doesn't do well, take a day off and then everyone starts over again until they pass the exam. Then, the unbearable Ottomans disappeared one after another, and those who stayed were honest and responsible, and the security forces also did a good job of coming and going freely. Of course, if you leave, it is best not to come back. As long as you leave, your household registration will be destroyed. If you come back again, you will be a black household. The taste will not be so good. But Dante Christoph knew what he couldn't learn. As long as Popov came up with this great textbook, the unbearable Ottomans would flee. The main reason is that the Ottomans are too lazy to learn. They are not even willing to study with their teachers. If Dante Christoph came up with this great textbook, it is estimated that the Romanians would happily exchange their experiences with him, and according to the rules, he would have to take care of meals. As for Dante Christoph, as long as he is envious, Popov took the initiative to invite a large number of reporters to supervise the teaching, which can ensure that the whole operation is carried out in the sun, and he has not used any disgraceful method. Teachers are basically volunteers, and even some reporters, when they are in the mood, will accompany the teachers once. Now the mainstream media all over Europe highly praise their behavior of spreading human civilization. It doesn't matter if they can't compare. Anyway, the domestic standards for them are different. Dante Christoph only needs to win this battle, and the others can achieve that step. If nothing else, the two coaches in the Asia Minor Peninsula have already reserved the positions of marshals, and there is also a hereditary title. The level of this title will not be determined until the later stage. There has never been a general who didn't want to be a marshal, and Dante Christoph was no exception, but the position of marshal in Bulgaria is not so easy to get. So far, Ferdinand has not awarded it to anyone. If he misses the opportunity of this world war, then he can declare that he is insulated from it. It's not enough to win this battle on the southern front. It must be won beautifully. It is best to attack Austria-Hungary and occupy Vienna in one go, and his achievements can be comparable to Popov''s. Chief of Staff Medvedev said worriedly, "Old friend, it seems that we are in trouble. The enemy has probably already discovered our plan, and their current offensive intensity has dropped very much." Dante Christoph just smiled slightly, and then said slowly, "You said we give up Transinnia now. Will the enemy snap it up?" Medvedev said categorically, "Because of the occupation of Transinnia, I can't see any risk. The southern line has been fighting for more than a month. August also needs to give the country a firmness and deliver it to the door. The good thing he has no reason not to. However, is it really worth it? Even if you give up Transinnia, you can consume up to 100,000 enemy troops, and when we want to regain this place later, it will not be easy." Dante Christoph took the baton, pointed to the map, and said, "Look, now we occupy most of Transinnia. if we give up East Transinia and attract the enemy's attention. Then we dispatched our troops to attack the rear of Belgrade from Rexica, which is less than 200 kilometers away. In cooperation with our Third Army over there, we won Belgrade in one fell swoop, and the whole battle was over. Amidamedev pondered for a moment and said, theoretically it is feasible, we have enough strength in the Romanian area, and there is no problem in dispatching 10 divisions to conduct a raid. If the plan fails, the big deal is to lose more than half of Transinia, and the loss is within the range of our tolerance. In the end, it is nothing more than a head-to-head fight between the two sides, and I don't believe the Germans dare to spend it with us all the time. Of course, they all tacitly did not mention that it would be beneficial for Bulgaria to rule this area in the future by fighting the German-Austrian coalition in Transnia. 535320822453424 HT Chapter 389, Italy surrenders. On the battlefield of Rome, Wallachit was worried at this time. In the first week of the counteroffensive, the Italians played beyond the standard and surprised him with their bravery. Of course, if that's the case, it's not enough to worry him. Anyway, the braver the Italians are, the more casualties they will suffer, and if they can keep up this level, it's another Roman version of the Verdun ground meat machine. Unfortunately, he soon discovered that the Italians had returned to their normal level again. It might be that the middle two boys who dared to fight and kill were almost dead, and the rest were old fritters. Well, if Wallachit just wants to mess around with no ambitions, then now is the best state. Anyway, he just needs to keep Rome, and it is not a problem to be promoted after the war. However, if he wants to have greater development, then this is not enough. The Bulgarian army and the new generation of officers with similar records are also in double digits. It is not easy for him to stand out from the crowd. The army is a place to talk about its achievements. Unfortunately, because the Italians have limited strength, their military exploits must be discounted. The combat effectiveness rankings of the armies of various countries produced by the Bulgarian General Staff are a good reference. After the outbreak of the World War, the Bulgarian General Staff reassessed the combat effectiveness of the armies of various countries based on the performance of the armies of various countries on the battlefield. The full score is 100 points. Simply put, it is based on the performance on the battlefield, mainly on the record, and also integrates various factors such as the morale of the army, weapons and equipment, and logistical supplies. The Germans still occupy the top spot with a total score of 71 points. Mainly due to serious deductions in logistics and strategy, which lowered the score. The Italians continue to be at the bottom, and the Bulgarian staff gave them a comedy 5. Since the start of the war, they have never won a battle with more than 1,000 people. The army's morale is low, weapons and equipment are outdated, and logistical supplies are rotten. The comprehensive evaluation given by Ferdinand the Italian strategy is very clear, but unfortunately there is no ability to implement it. So Wallachit was a little embarrassed. Although he had killed hundreds of thousands of Italian troops, this record was still unconvincing. Unless he can stab the Austro-Hungarian Empire after defeating the Italians, preferably all the way to Germany, can people recognize him as the first person in the new generation of the Bulgarian army. Of course, this sweet dream can be done while sleeping, unless he can hang up. Otherwise it is impossible to happen under normal circumstances. Day by day, the Italians' offensive intensity was getting lower and lower, and Wallachit could still hold on, but his officers and soldiers were already anxious. Where can I find such a good opponent as the Italians? If they are dragged down, the Italians suddenly surrender, and their military exploits will fly away. A young staff officer suggested, "General, why don't we have a decisive battle with the Italians?" Now the total strength of the Allied powers on the Italian peninsula is still nearly 300,000. If you gather them all together, we may not have the strength to fight the Italians. Under the influence of Ferdinand, the senior leaders of the Bulgarian army did not like to continue taking risks and increase variables when the overall situation was determined, and Wallachit was no exception. Wallachit thought about it and said, "No. We can concentrate our troops, and the Italians will also concentrate their troops. This is their homeland." With the current situation in Italy, they can still concentrate 1,230,000 troops at 300,000 to more than 1 million, including nearly 3/4 of the colonial troops. The risk is simply too great. It is better to delay the time like now. I am afraid that the food panic has begun to appear in Italy at this time, and they will not last long. The staff officer said unwillingly. General, do we just wait and do nothing? Awakens said with a smile. Of course it's impossible that since the Italians don't come, can't we go to them? Time flies by, and in a flash, we entered 1917, and the World War has turned a new page. The Italians finally couldn't hold it anymore and announced their surrender after Christmas. Of course, militarily, whether Italy surrenders or not has little impact. Anyway, they only have a little strength left, and they cannot affect the direction of the World War. However, the political influence has become too great. From the start of the war in 1915 to the present, Belgium has been killed among the Allied members, while a series of younger brothers have been killed by the Allies, and now even the big country, Italy, has surrendered. Although the Italians announced their withdrawal from the war last year, everyone knew that they wanted to speculate again. Some people even thought that the Italians asked for too high a price, so they were placed by John Bull. But no one could have imagined that the Italians announced their surrender so quickly. After all, they are also foreign powers. Even Ferdinand was a little puzzled. This time the Italians surrendered too simply. Because of the battle on the southern front, he hadn't paid attention to the Italian battlefields for a long time. What's the matter? Why are the Italians surrendering so soon? Acting Chief of Staff Klosf said gloatingly, Your Majesty, in fact, the Italian government has now announced its surrender, and there is no way out. In order to counterattack Rome, the Italians have exhausted their final war potential. In just a few months, they have paid at least more than 200,000 casualties, but still have not succeeded. The brutal casualties have collapsed the Italian army. In fact, apart from the first week or so, when the Italians had an astonishing burst of courage, they quickly returned to their normal levels. On December 2nd last year, our troops in Rome launched a sneak attack and accidentally captured an Italian division prisoner, twice as many as we went there. General Awakens decided that the morale of the Italians had collapsed, and then he concentrated all the troops of the Allies in mainland Italy to fight the Italians. Although the Italians still had several times the strength of ours at that time, they still had a disadvantage. On Christmas Eve, the Italian army unexpectedly mutinied again, and the front-line troops seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Nearly 100,000 Italian soldiers walked into our POW camp on their own initiative. The only request was for us to give them the treatment that matched their status, and some even asked our soldiers for Christmas gifts. The Italian government has no choice but to continue the war now, because they don't know when the troops on the front line will surrender. Ferdinand rubbed his forehead. He thought he had heard it wrong. How could such a strange thing happen? But thinking about Italy in history, Ferdinand felt that it seemed that it was impossible for them to happen to them in history. A pilot can parachute and capture an Italian infantry regiment. The British and Italians fought, and the capture of prisoners was calculated in acres. Now that the Italians have begun to surrender on a large scale, you can guess without thinking about Ferdinand, but for the following reasons. 1. They are desperate for this war and don't want to fight anymore. 2. There is a problem with the supply of logistics materials, such as the reduction of the food standard of the soldiers. Remark that the Italian soldiers have high requirements for food, but unfortunately their logistics cannot be satisfied at all. In history, there have been many soldiers because the food standard is too high. Low, mass surrender to the enemy. Event 3. The casualties are too great. They can't take it. It seems that these 3 iron laws have all appeared in the Italian army, and surrender seems to be their normal operation. As for courage, can this be eaten? Except at the beginning, everyone knew that he was tricked by John Bull and lost Rome, and suddenly his blood rushed up and wanted to fight the enemy desperately. After calming down, the Italians found that it looked like this war very uneconomical. It is not worth it to sacrifice your own life for a war that is actively lost. Even if Rome is recaptured, how can it still not change the outcome of this war? Besides, if Rome is recaptured by force, it will definitely turn Rome into ruins. In the end, It is not Italy that is injured. Why the Italians surrendered is not important, the key is the aftermath. After all, Italy was once a member of the great powers, and still has some family background. As a victorious country, it is natural to divide it up. After pondering for a moment, Ferdinand said, "Let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs communicate with Britain and France. Let's see what conditions the British will give. On the issue of dividing up Italy, we can make deals in other places. Obviously, it is impossible for the British to let the Bulgarians and the French easily carve up Italy, otherwise how can John Bull gain a foothold in the Mediterranean in the future? Of course, no matter how arrogant John Bull is now, if he doesn't come up with real money in exchange, it's impossible for the two countries to make concessions easily. From the outbreak of the World War to the present, Bulgaria has been struggling. From the Arabian Peninsula to the Balkan Peninsula, Bulgaria has now occupied millions of square kilometers of territory. It is time to digest it. Chapter 390, the biggest porcelain-touching event in history. For the Allies, the Italians finally did a good thing this time, although the military significance is limited. But the political effect is too great. What a good propaganda material. One of the three major powers of the Allied powers surrendered. This does not mean that the Allied powers are about to die, so we must increase the propaganda. It used to be 4-on-3, but now it has become 4-on-2. If you can't win, I'm sorry for the audience. Anyway, bragging and no tax naturally continued to blow last year. Everyone said that the war would end in 1917. But not many people believed it, but now ordinary people believe it. There is no reason to lose 4-2. I'm sorry that the other countries participating in the war were ignored, but what's the problem with this? Small countries, what qualifications do they have to come out to steal the limelight? Of course there is an exception. There is also a soy sauce power, Japan, in the Allied countries. Since they have been making soy sauce, the European media will naturally ignore them. The most direct benefit brought by the surrender of Italy was that the peace faction within the Entente was suppressed, and even the Russian Empire was no exception. Of course, the main reason for Russia was Nicholas II's purge. Many officials in the government were involved. In the new round of power distribution, the military occupied a greater right to speak, and the main war faction would naturally once again grown up. Now it is difficult for even the Germans to negotiate peace. At least the conditions proposed by the Prime Minister in black are impossible to negotiate unless they achieve a decisive victory on the Western Front. Bulgaria is no exception. Without Ferdinand's instructions, the propaganda department began to act, and the Bulgarian daily, the official royal media, published the news as quickly as possible. They just used a page and published a huge photo, which is undoubtedly the scene of Wallachit accepting the surrender of the Italians. Of course, the person who surrendered on behalf of the Italian government could not be Vittorio Emanuele III. Besides, Wallachit did not dare to let the Italian king surrender himself. There is no deep hatred between the two sides, so why insult others? European kings may lack other things, that is, they only have many relatives, and they affect the whole body, and preferential treatment is necessary. Therefore, even if Italy was defeated and surrendered, the guard of Vittorio Emanuele III was still retained, which was approved by Ferdinand, and naturally no one restricted his freedom. There is no doubt that surrendering to the enemy is a chore, and the upper echelons of the Italian government are shunned. Fay suddenly broke his leg. The Chancellor of the Exchequer is still in a coma, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs has just been injured by an assassin. In short, recently everyone suddenly had an accident, and the last one was the unfortunate person they found, who surrendered on behalf of the Italian government. Well, it doesn't matter, as long as the Italian surrenders, whoever he is representing for Wallachit. It doesn't matter if it's a matter of etiquette, it doesn't matter if the Italians respect him or not. And it doesn't matter if the identity of the people sent to surrender is equal or not, as long as the result is what he wants. Is the result really what he wanted? The answer is no. When the Italians surrendered, Wallachit suddenly found out that he had been touched by the Italians, and he also touched the porcelain of the three countries of Britain, France and the three countries at one time. Now millions of Italians are begging him for food with their mouths open, and the number is still increasing. and he cannot refuse it. Simply put, it was a large group of Italians who took the initiative to put down their weapons and surrendered to the troops of the Allied powers, and they were forced to surrender. A soldier captures a regiment. This is a small scene. Now a soldier can capture as many people as he wants. Even the Allied soldiers who entered the Italian prisoner of war camp before captured a lot of Italian soldiers in the Mongolian circle, and they even directly threatened him to accept everyone's surrender or die. Then the composition of the people who surrendered was chaotic. There were all kinds of people here, ranging from old-fashioned old people to newborn babies. Now everyone has come to surrender. And also handed in a dizzying array of weapons, for example, old-fashioned muskets, rifle barrels, kitchen knives, hoes, scissors. There was even an old man who handed in his crutches, but it was really difficult for him to move, and the soldiers had to give it back to him again. And there was a dispute between the two sides. No matter how they surrendered, since the soldiers of the Allied countries accepted their surrender, according to the rules they were prisoners of war. Although Walcott has not yet figured out why a few months old baby can become a prisoner of war, is the weapon they handed over a legendary baby bottle, but since he has accepted it, he has to pinch his nose and recognize it. Obviously, this was an organized mass surrender. The Italian government had long known that there was a shortage of food in the country, but they had no solution, and they didn't know who came up with such a sinister idea in the end. Allied powers. Anyway, now they are all prisoners of war. According to the provisions of the Geneva Convention, the Allied powers must give them the treatment they deserve as prisoners of war. There is no doubt that the Italians are betting that the British, French, and Pauline nations will not abide by the Geneva Convention and treat them as prisoners of war in accordance with the convention. Obviously, they have succeeded in touching porcelain this time. Whether it is Britain, France or Bulgaria, they all value their international image very much now. Walcott had to be thankful that he took the initiative to attack. Otherwise, if it took a little longer, maybe everyone in Italy would surrender. When Walcott was worrying about the Italians' meal, New Winster, the commander-in-chief of the British colonial force, came over and said with a sad face, "Your Excellency, the Italians are making trouble again. They were gathering to protest our mistreatment of captives. The Italians asked us to give them the treatment that matched their status, and even listed a detailed food list. Take a look. From ordinary soldiers to marshals, the food lists of their officers and soldiers at all levels are listed." Walcott took it over and scanned the food list. The daily food of ordinary soldiers: bread 4 grams, pasta 4 grams, butter 4 grams, vegetables 4 grams, meat 24 grams, fish 3 grams, wine 25 grams, beer 25 grams, fruit 3 grams, snacks 65 grams. Well, the officer's wallet just didn't look at it and said with a sneer, "Tell the Italians that they are not here to enjoy themselves. If there is any opinion, I can announce it now. The mastermind of this war is the Italian government, nothing to do with them." All acquitted, Winster said with a wry smile. Yes, obviously, he is not less annoying to Italians. The main reason why he came to Walcott was to change his job and guard the Italian prisoners. It was really hard to do. At present, Winster has only 80,000 British colonial troops, but he is detaining more than 3.5 million Italian prisoners of war, and this number continues to increase by tens of thousands of people every day. Of course, his trouble was not that the Italian prisoners of war would escape. In fact, even if they all surrendered, the Allies did not have so many prisons to hold them. Therefore, they were directly arranged to live in the city of Rome. The so-called guards are now doing the usual police work and are responsible for maintaining order. If they want to leave, no one will intervene. And the Italians do not have the slightest sense of prisoners of war, and they are probably regarded as police officers, and they are responsible for mediating many trivial matters. The problem is that the language barrier is not clear. Now the translators in the British Army are afraid to go out, and they are directly intimidated by the terrifying workload. But it doesn't matter. Most of these prisoners of war are also in Rome or the surrounding area. There are still many high-quality talents. They can make their own translations. Anyway, there are many people who can speak English. That's enough. Winster can endure it. deal with it if he can, and send them all back to the POW camp if he can't deal with it. But the problem is that because the Italians disliked the low standard of food, they directly pulled up banners and marched on the streets to protest their abuse of prisoners. This is a headache, and the suppression cannot be suppressed, and it is even more impossible to meet their conditions. Now that the soldiers of the Allied countries do not have this treatment, how can it be possible to provide this treatment to prisoners of war? Winster thinks he has found a suitable reason. Your Excellency Commander, can you give us a different job? Always let us guard the Italian prisoners, and the soldiers also need to rest. Wallacott smiled slightly and said, you all know that these Italian prisoners of war are basically a group of refugees. Except for the trivial matters of guarding them, there are no other problems, and you don't have to worry about them escaping. So the soldiers need to rest. You can also take turns, or you can divide the Italians and let them elect their own POW management committee. You are only responsible for coordinating. There is no way to do this. Your language is widely spread, except for you. Other troops can't understand the language. Now we can't find so many translators, so you should continue to persist and wait for your domestic dispatch. After the reinforcements come, you can rotate. Language barrier is a very powerful reason, and Winster can't refute it at all. For the first time, he thinks that this language is too widely spread is not necessarily a good thing. Of course, in addition to English, the French next door is also widely circulated in Europe, especially in the aristocratic circle, and it is almost known to everyone. Italy is no exception. Most of their aristocrats can speak this basic language. However, Windsor couldn't let these aristocratic gentlemen come out as translators. People couldn't afford to lose him, and Windsor didn't dare to say that he would force them to do it. After all, the European Big Six is still dominated by the nobility, and he is also a member of a vested interest group. Naturally, he cannot do things that harm his own interest class. Winster said with some embarrassment. Then, Your Excellency, Commander, should we increase the supply of food for Italian prisoners of war? Wallacott sighed and said, you know, our logistics and transportation have always been in charge of your country's fleet. It would be more than enough to supply our coalition, but now there are millions of mouths added. Why don't you urge the country again? Windsor can't wait to slap himself, call you cheap, and dig a hole to bury himself. Now the Allied countries are not rich in transportation capacity. If there is an increase here, other places will naturally decrease. Where can the material supply be reduced now? Both the Western and Southern fronts are in full swing, and the Russians on the Eastern front are in need of recovery. Anyway, Winster didn't see it. Either of these aspects can reduce the material supply. In fact, it's not that Italians are making trouble out of nowhere. In fact, their current food supply is insufficient, and they really can't fill their stomachs. Now each adult's daily food supply is only 2 kilograms of flour, and they can add a potato every other day. As for meat, I'm sorry that even the soldiers of the colonial army can only eat it twice a week, and each time it is only 100 grams. How could they have a share? Because of the food, it is inevitable that Italians will not be full. If 200 grams of flour are added with some materials, they can still make 400 or 500 grams of bread. Anyway, they will not starve to death. As for the question of materials, this requires the Italians to go out and find a way. It is up to their own ability to find them. Anyway, the Allied forces have no control. Wallacott's troubles have just begun. Although he seized a batch of food when he occupied Rome, he couldn't bear the consumption of so many people. Now that the Allied countries are limited by transport capacity and provide limited food, it is impossible to meet the consumption of prisoner of war camps. Of course, even if there is sufficient transportation capacity, it will not be able to get so much food. Due to the World War, almost all the food exported by the world has been consumed by the warring countries, and there is no surplus food to supply Italy. Even if the supply of rations was cut, the current food could not last for long. In the end, Wallacott asked the quartermaster again, how much food do we have? The quartermaster thought for a while and said, in addition to the 2 shipments of grain delivered today, the total amount of grain we currently have is about 400,000 tons. Wallacott's face became gloomy. Calculated based on the current consumption, it is more than a month's amount. Even if there are more supplements later, It will last for 2 or 3 months at most. He knew that Rome couldn't stay any longer. It had become a ticking time bomb. Once the food supply was not available, the Italians would fry the pot. In the spirit of the dead Taoist friend and the impoverished Taoist, Wallacott finally decided to advance to northern Italy to stab the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The big deal is that the logistics supplies are shipped directly from France, or the navy is sent directly to Venice. As for the glorious and arduous task of guarding Rome, it is naturally Winster's turn. Anyway, only the British are the most suitable for guarding prisoners, and they cannot refuse them. Wallacott has always acted resolutely, not to mention this time, taking advantage of the fact that Winster is busy with the prisoners, and this hidden crisis has not yet emerged. Do things as soon as possible, otherwise he will react once come here. It won't be easy at the military meeting, Wallacott solemnly announced, to call you here today. The main reason is that I decided to take the coalition troops to northern Italy and stab the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the abdomen, in order to end the battle on the southern front as soon as possible. Compared to everyone who knows the significance of this battle on the southern front to the Allies, once we win this battle, the countdown to the withdrawal of the Austro-Hungarian Empire from the war will begin. Without the Austro-Hungarian Empire, no matter how powerful the remaining Germans are, they are still unable to support themselves. Perhaps the war can be ended in the second half of this year. Now I announce, to appoint General Winster as the Roman garrison commander of the Entente, responsible for guarding the Italian prisoners, leaving all the Indian colonial divisions in charge of garrison tasks. The rest of the troops, already immediately, will be dispatched 2 days later to attack the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Wallacott has to admire his wit now. He has found such a classic reason. It was originally to dump the blame, but now it has been sublimated to end this war as soon as possible. Britain and France will obviously support this reason. Although he is full of selfishness and puts Bulgaria's interests first, it is indeed related to the direction of the war. Whether it is the southern or western front, as long as one side has made the breakthrough, the war will enter the countdown. This isn't the overall interests of the Allied powers. At this time, no one will hold back. Winster asked hesitantly, Your Excellency Commander, did your order get the approval of the Allied Joint Command? Well, this Joint Command is simply the existence of a coordination relationship. Winster is actually asking if Wallacott has been authorized by the London government. After all, he has not been notified yet. Also, the chore of guarding the prisoners, Winster is the resistance from the heart. It should be done well, people will say. What's so difficult about such a simple thing? If you make a problem, you will be held accountable. A general of the British Empire can't even do a good job of guarding prisoners. Isn't this a blackmail for them? Wallacott knew in his heart that what he was doing this time was a bit inauthentic, so he explained patiently, I have already typed the report, and I am waiting for instructions. It is still urgent. If there is no accident, I will report it tomorrow afternoon at the latest. There will be results. Is there any problem? The right to speak is all played. No matter what the Italians surrendered for, they were all surrendered by the Allied forces. As the commander-in-chief, Wallacott's influence in the Allied countries naturally increased greatly. Let the British and French governments quickly pass this resolution. Wallacott is still confident that he can do it. God of war, after the outbreak of the World War, the decision-making efficiency of various countries has increased a lot. In normal times, it may be difficult to pass a resolution without a few months of wrangling. But now, it only takes a day or two, or even just a few hours, for the government to make a decision, which was forced out by the war. Winster reluctantly replied, No. Recommend the new book of the city god Lao Shi, chapter 391. Open up a new front. The final result is naturally not what Wallacott expected. Although the British and French coalition forces now have an absolute military advantage, they may not be able to win the battle with a large number of people. The battle on the Western Front has once again fallen into a stalemate. The British and French coalition forces are numerous, and the Germans are strong in combat. The two sides are still fighting for half a pound, and the winner cannot be determined in the short term. In order to break this situation, Britain and France naturally turned their attention to other places. Their first reaction was to fool the Russians. As long as Russia is willing to exert force, The Allies will definitely endure a third-line war. It is a pity that the Tsarist government has just started an internal struggle, and Nicholas II is busy with the aftermath. No matter how much Britain and France fool around, it is impossible for the Russians to use foreign troops on a large scale until the internal struggle of the Russians is over. Then they turned their attention to the southern front, and found that the two sides were fighting in full swing, and there was no way to tell the winner in a short time. Wallycott's sudden proposal naturally attracted the attention of the British and French governments. After thinking about it, they found that although Austria-Hungary is now fighting, as long as Austria-Hungary is over, can the Germans hold on? As a result, Wallycott ushered in an unexpected harvest. Britain and France decided to increase their troops by 100,000 to cooperate with him. In order to maintain the dominance of the war, Wallycott had to ask for domestic help again. General Wallycott is now requesting support. What is the General Staff's plan? Ferdinand asked. Acting Chief of Staff Claus replied confidently, "Your Majesty, we plan to transfer 8 infantry divisions and 2 heavy artillery brigades from the newly formed volunteer army to form a reinforcement force with a total strength of about 140,000 people. In addition, the Air Force will also be deployed in Italy, building an airport in the north, threatening Austria and the Munich area of Germany." Ferdinand nodded with satisfaction. The plan of the staff is still very reliable. Now Wallycott has about 170,000 troops that can be invested in the Austrian raid, plus 200,000 troops from Britain and France. Now the country has sent another 140,000 troops, and the total strength has reached 510,000. This is enough to start a medium-scale battle. You must know that Britain and France did not make up the number of colonial troops this time. In order to break the deadlock as soon as possible, they also invested money. They were all elite troops drawn directly from the battlefield on the Western Front. Of course, this is also because they have sufficient troops on the Western Front. Even if there are as many as 300,000 to 400,000 casualties every month, they can roar, and there is no pressure at all to take out a mere 200,000 troops. Ferdinand knew that the Allies were now in a tangle again, facing the menacing coalition of more than 500,000 troops from the Allies. Where should they draw their troops to deal with it? Opening up a front is not an easy problem. In addition to the army, the most important thing is the consumption of materials. This is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for the Allies. Adding another Italian front, the Austro-Hungarian Empire will definitely not be able to roar, and the Germans will also be very uncomfortable. The army may be able to find a way to get it together, but the strategic materials will be troublesome. Of course, this is something that Hindenburg should consider, and has little to do with him. After pondering for a while, Ferdinand said with deep feeling, "Well, let's do it like this. This world war has been going on for too long, and it has also had a very big impact on our domestic economy. And this war as soon as possible. War, it's not a bad thing for us. It is of course a good thing for Bulgaria to end the war as soon as possible. After all, we have basically got what we should get now, and we can also get it after the war if we haven't got it yet." At the same time, the war also successfully weakened its rivals, such as Italy and Austria-Hungary, two fraternal brothers, who were mostly removed from the powers after the war. The three countries of Britain, France and Russia have also been hit hard to varying degrees. In the next 20 years, everyone will lick their wounds, and they will no longer be able to continue to suppress the development of Bulgaria. If you have enough food and drink, and the enemy is dead, naturally there is no need to continue fighting. If the fight continues, it is estimated that the Americans will jump out and pick peaches. Once this war cannot be won in the short term, the Americans will certainly not refuse to join the war with Britain and France, and they will also pay a high price to win over them. The cake is so big, if there is one more person to share, the others will naturally have to take one less. This is obviously not something Ferdinand can endure. As for what was passed down in later generations, the Americans were put together by Britain and France, and they did not benefit from World War I. This is just to fool ordinary people. Anyway, Ferdinand would not believe it. Standing in his current position, he realized how amazing the Americans' gains in World War I were, and even the combined gains of Britain and France were less than half of theirs. First of all, Through this war, the Americans have increased the centralization of power. Before the outbreak of World War I, the federal system of the United States, although not a mess, was actually not much better. But after the end of World War I, the United States was really integrated. The federal government's influence on the local area increased, and domestic capitalists also recognized the power of union, and the country's centripetal force was greatly enhanced, eliminating the possibility of national division. The road to American hegemony has begun. Secondly, the United States has established the status of a great power militarily, especially in the Washington Conference. The United States has achieved the world's largest naval tonnage equal to that of the British, which means that the United States has realized the transition from an economic power to a military power, and stepped on the shoulders of the British. The international influence has been greatly improved. Finally, there are economic benefits. Not only did it get rid of the control of European capital over the domestic economy, but it also jumped from a debtor country to a creditor country, and completed the penetration of the European continent through economic means, which also contributed to the Second World War. The outbreak planted the seeds. Compared with these gains, the gains of the Americans in the colonies are indeed nothing, but even if all the colonies of the Allied countries are added up, they are not comparable to laying the foundation for world hegemony. It is these hidden benefits that are why Ferdinand is doing everything he can to prevent the Americans from participating in the war. In any case, as long as the Americans do not participate in this world war, the U.S. government will not be able to increase its investment in the military as crazy as it has in history. At least the Congress will not pass the test. Without the crazy investment in the military, it is impossible for the United States to achieve an equal status with the British after the war, and even the international status will not be greatly improved. This can be regarded as a comprehensive restriction on the development of the United States. It not only curbed the improvement of Americans' hard power, but also attacked the improvement of their soft power. After the war, they had to face the full-scale suppression of the British. Anyway, there was a lot of excitement behind it. Whoever made them expand the Navy now is similar to the dumplings. After the end of the World War, their total naval tonnage will probably be similar to that of John Bull. Attacking the second has always been the national policy of Niu. Historically, after the end of World War I, the United Kingdom and the United States almost fought over the Canadian issue, but a little accident happened in the end, and John Bull had no choice but to make concessions. Not to mention this time and space, John Bull's strength has been better preserved, and with the support of the two countries, there is absolutely no need for them to admit to the Americans. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, The Mission Entrusted by the Times. Sofia in January is still bathed in the arms of winter, and the snowflakes are faintly visible, looming, as if the gods in the sky were inadvertently scattered to the mortal world. Facing the cold winter, Ferdinand walked out of the palace gate and went to the Bulgarian University for inspection. In this era, Bulgarian college students are synonymous with hard work. Ferdinand regarded them as scientists for training. Of course, the content to be learned is also indispensable, and winter and summer vacations naturally do not exist. All universities in Bulgaria have a 5-year schooling system. They have to complete all the courses of later generations of undergraduates, postgraduates and doctoral students in just 3 years, and the other 2 years are used for internships. I get up at 5:20 every morning, receive an hour of military training, wash for 10 minutes, and then start my morning class. The get out of class ends at 7:30, and then there is an hour for breakfast, followed by another class. Each class is 1.5 hours. Half an hour between classes, and lasts until noon for lunch. Mealtime is the same, 1 hour, class starts at 1 o'clock, and dinner starts at 4:30. The 1-hour military training started at 5:30, and the class started again at 7 o'clock. It was not until 10:30 that school was dismissed. Before 11 o'clock, he had to finish washing and go to bed. Well, They are studying all day long, and there is only one holiday per month, and all the holidays each year add up to no more than 20 days. This is university life in Bulgaria. No way, elite education is so strict, and this is what Bulgarian educators did with some modifications based on noble training. So Bulgarian college students have become the hardest college students in the world, but they have no reason to refuse, and universities across the country are a standard. Even for foreign students, except for a few geniuses, most of them are not as capable as the college students who are trained locally. The facts are in front of us. Who can criticize this education model? In addition to the heavy coursework, it is not easy to graduate from the university successfully. Many professional graduation theses must be completed by their own experiments. Otherwise, the tutor alone will not be able to pass the test, not to mention fraud. Everyone will be responsible for the authenticity of the thesis for life. Once a problem occurs, the diploma will be recovered and a heavy penalty will be imposed. Under this strict education model, there is also an unexpected gain, that is, Ferdinand has been a king for so many years, and there has never been a student demonstration. The messy thoughts of the outside world will disappear when they arrive at the school, and they will not spread at all. Everyone is busy studying, who dares to be distracted and do not want to graduate. You must know that Bulgarian college students are now strictly selected. Even so, the graduation rate is still less than 50%, and the rest will naturally be repeated. If you don't graduate after 3 years of retention, you can only go out to work and study. Anyway, so far, only one person has obtained a diploma after leaving school. Of course, there is no one standard for everyone. Geniuses can be an exception. If they are strong enough, they can take the graduation exam in advance. It is also allowed to ask for leave to do research. If they graduate with great achievements, they can be exempted from the exam. The World War has affected all walks of life in Bulgaria, but it has not affected the school. There are two worlds inside and outside the school. Except for occasionally hearing a few tutors discussing and reading it in the newspapers ordered by the school, everyone almost forgot about the World War. Ferdinand knew that middle to young people were the most prone to rebellion. There must be many people who are dissatisfied with such a heavy coursework now. Why do they have to take so many courses, and foreign universities do not need them? At this time, their senior brothers or mentors will tell them that you are all Bulgarian elites. What is an elite? Of course, the ability is stronger than others. Since this is the case, it is natural that it cannot be treated according to the standard of ordinary people. Compared with the universities that ordinary people go to abroad, is this not a shame? And there are a lot of cases. The education of the children of the old nobles in Europe. Look at the strict requirements of the upper class. Do you want to be one of them? In addition to these daily brainwashing, Ferdinand also visited several universities in Bulgaria almost every year. Of course, he also gave these students a bowl of chicken soup for the soul. Every time, after he went to inspect, the people below were as excited as chicken blood. The reality is in front of you, the salary is good, and the status is still high. Now, among the newly promoted nobles in Bulgaria, in addition to the army, there are the most scientific researchers. Although the total number of people is already the largest in the army, the proportion of scientific research is high, almost reaching 1/10 of the total number of people. Basically, as long as a large scientific research result is produced, someone will join the big family of aristocrats, and the tangible benefits will become the driving force for everyone to engage in research and development. This time was no exception, and despite the freezing wind, Ferdinand delivered an exciting speech. Fortunately, the weather in Sofia is not too cold, and it is only a few degrees below zero today. If it is left in St. Petersburg when it is 20 to 30 degrees below zero, it is estimated that he will not be able to speak. Of course, Ferdinand wasn't the one who blamed himself. In fact, this was also the time when he tested the results of his teaching. At least he could see the results of military training. Bulgarian students have military training classes every day. It has always been rain or shine. Standing in the snow for a while is not a problem. If no one can afford this hardship, then there will be a problem with school education. In fact, this kind of thing has never happened. Military training is a Bulgarian tradition. It started from elementary school and has long penetrated into everyone's bones. Habits become natural. It is already a part of their lives. If you find a group of people of all ages in the suburbs who consciously do physical training every day, don't be surprised. This is their living habit. Your Majesty, do you want to rest for a while? The attendant asked. Ferdinand waved his hand and said with a smile, "No, it's so cold, and the students are all standing on the playground. It's not good if it freezes." Adolf Kohl, the old dean next to him, was a little dissatisfied, and said confidently, "Your Majesty, you are overthinking it. Even if you let them stand outside for a day, these guys are still alive and kicking." Ferdinand smiled and said, "Of course, just kidding. Bulgarians can't be so vulnerable." For this retired old man, Ferdinand still respects him very much. He single-handedly built the education system of Bulgarian universities, and now it has been extended to the whole country. In short, it is strict and rigid rules and regulations, and flexible mechanisms, copying the German education model, and combining with the actual situation to carry out in-depth processing, making Bulgarian education a system of its own. Perhaps Ferdinand himself did not realize that Bulgaria has gone farther and farther in military education, and has penetrated into every corner of the country, especially the quality of its soldiers, which is far superior to other countries. Even if you pull up a militia force anywhere, they can go directly to the battlefield, and the combat effectiveness will not be much lower than the main force of the current major powers. In fact, the World War is going on now. If someone carefully studies it, they will find a very interesting phenomenon, which is a bit like the German Civil War. The British royal family is of German noble origin, and there are also a number of German nobles in the UK. The same is true of the Russian Empire. The Tsarist family is also of German noble origin, and there are naturally many German nobles in the country. Bulgaria is still the same, and Ferdinand is also from German aristocrats. There are still many German aristocrats in the country, even if everyone is inextricably linked, but no one has been soft-hearted when it comes to starting. This is very European. Relatives are relatives, and war is war. Even if the war was so fierce, Ferdinand still held his title in Germany and Austria. William too still held the title of the British, and he was revoked without saying anything. A strong man like Ferdinand the King dares to visit relatives in an open and honest way. For example, his uncle Franz Joseph I died. He still sent a representative to the funeral, still expressed his condolences, and no one felt that there was anything wrong. Of course, there are also weak ones. For example, when George V just gave up his rights, he was pinched by others, and he was also detained by someone for colluding with the Germans. If it wasn't for the good business of the British royal family before, the royalist faction was very powerful, will become a republic under everyone's attention. Ferdinand walked slowly to the podium and started a passionate speech. Classmates and teachers, today, my choice seems to be not very good. The cold wind is piercing. But the world is so cruel. Can we not be changed by our will, but a mere blizzard can make us surrender? No, everyone said in unison. Ferdinand continued, the will of man cannot change the world, but the power of technology can. From the first day you entered the school gate, someone has told you that knowledge changes destiny. And knowledge changes the world. He won't repeat it. The world war is about to end soon, and Bulgaria's focus will once again return to domestic construction. But that doesn't mean the world is at peace. This brutal war also explained to us the nature of this world. The strong eat the weak and the fittest survive. It seems to ordinary people that the failure of the Allies was because the Germans did not have a reliable ally and would be amazed at the strength of the Germans. But it seems to me quite the opposite. The failure of the Allies is that the Germans are not strong enough. The only reason they will fail is that they are not strong enough. Don't pin your hopes on the outside world. Only your own strength is really strong. So what about us? Bulgaria can't even match the Germans, and at most we can only be on par with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. What are we doing? The question of what to do if we are not strong enough is going to be asked of you. Our generation is about to become a thing of the past. We have fulfilled the mission entrusted to us by the times, and the future of this country has been handed over to you. The future of Bulgaria is up to you. Are you ready to meet the mission that the times have entrusted to you? Chapter 393, to prepare to rescue the city. War is a continuation of politics, and there is no doubt that this world war is no exception. The capitalist economy has developed to a certain extent, and all countries have accumulated a large number of social contradictions. In order to transfer internal contradictions, this world war has finally been triggered. In contrast, the contradiction between Germany and France, the contradiction between Britain and Germany, the contradiction between Paul and Austria, and the contradiction between Russia and Austria are only a trigger for the outbreak of the world war, and it only determines who will fight whom. As for whether to fight or not, when will it start? These are not determined by these contradictions, but by the internal contradictions of the major powers. When the internal contradictions cannot be suppressed, the war will break out, and the more established the empire is, the more serious the internal contradictions will be. Some countries have even reached the point where they cannot be reconciled. If there is no war, wait for the revolution. A series of social problems such as inflation, unequal distribution of social wealth, polarization of the gap between the rich and the poor, solidified social strata, unscrupulous exploitation of the working class by capitalists, overproduction, and rising unemployment have plagued governments of all countries. In this context, everyone tacitly chose to transfer domestic conflicts, and the world war broke out. Bulgaria is no exception. As a rising star, the domestic contradictions are naturally not solidified by classes. Even the distribution of wealth and the gap between the rich and the poor are not very serious. The capitalists have no courage to exploit workers recklessly. The only problem is overproduction. One is very serious. Since Ferdinand's accession to the throne, in order to increase the domestic industrial strength, 3 5-year plans have been formulated. As the so-called upward and downward effect, the central government tries its best to increase the country's industrial strength, and local governments naturally follow suit. Of course, in order to enhance the overall national strength, Ferdinand is naturally happy to see the local government's vigorous development of industry and commerce. Not only did not stop the local government's behavior, but encouraged it. When the domestic overcapacity crisis is about to break out, the world war also breaks out. During the war, all industries are serving the war, and naturally there will be no overcapacity. But once the war was over and the economy normalized, the troubles came. Of course, as long as the war is won, these crises can be overcome by the war bonus. However, the preparatory work in advance is still indispensable. On January 6, 1917, the Bulgarian government held an economic seminar in the Parliament building! On January 15, Ferdinand also held a cabinet meeting in the palace to discuss new issues that Bulgaria will face after the war, including the issue of economic transformation. Ferdinand directly threw the following questions: 1. How to deal with the Allies after the war. 2. How to manage the newly added territories after the war. 3. Post-war Bulgarian diplomatic strategy. 4. Ethnic problems in the country after the war. 5. How did the domestic economy transform after the war? 6. What about the placement of the recovered soldiers after the war, and the placement of mercenaries? Of course, there are so many problems, and naturally they cannot be solved in a short time. Ferdinand just threw it out in advance to give everyone a mental preparation. If he really had to come up with a specific solution, he had to wait until the end of the World War to make a decision based on the actual situation. The current domestic economic situation in Bulgaria can no longer be described as good or bad. Due to the war, many companies have been converted from civilians to the army, and even Ferdinand's own industries are no exception. In this context, the production of civilian materials has naturally been greatly reduced. For ordinary people, in addition to the most basic necessities of life, other materials have risen or fallen to varying degrees. For example, the price of luxury goods has plummeted, and the Rose Industrial Park, one of Bulgaria's pillar industries, has had a great impact, and the sales of many of its brands have been greatly reduced. During the war, everyone's spending power is reduced, like the usual hot-selling perfumes, skin care products, health care products, beverages, etc. Sales are greatly reduced. Of course, It is not because of the increase in output. Unfortunately, these increased products are strategic materials purchased by the military, and can only be charged at the cost price, and there is no profit at all. This is determined by Bulgaria's special mobilization mechanism. In order to prevent the capitalist from making a fortune, Ferdinand specially issued the law on the procurement of strategic materials in war times. All strategic supplies of S are purchased at cost and are also mandatory. Therefore, since the outbreak of the World War, the capitalists of many countries around the world have made a fortune, but only the capitalists in Bulgaria are doing voluntary labor. Of course, they are not unbalanced, and many are still having fun. Anyway, they are all treated the same. All companies in the country are treated the same regardless of their size and background. Even the royal family companies have been requisitioned for free. What else is there to say? Even the loans that the bank gave them before were not directly extended, and they didn't have to pay interest during the war. Therefore, the interests of many enterprises have been seriously affected, and even threatened the survival of enterprises. But the capitalists are not worried. They believe that the government must not sit idly by. This is also the result of the Bulgarian government's frequent involvement in the economy. Whenever there is an economic crisis, the government will come forward to clean up the mess. Everyone is used to it and has a sense of security. Faced with this situation, Ferdinand certainly cannot let the government sit idly by. If these enterprises go bankrupt due to the war, it will inevitably cause very serious adverse social effects. To put it simply, it will make the capitalists die and become staunch anti-war factions, and even resist the government's free requisition of their factories, and there will also be extreme anti-war factions. After all, if a company goes bankrupt, some people will inevitably lose their jobs. Some of these people will have a strong sense of fear of war in the following days because of their personal interests, and will also instinctively want to avoid war. These are obviously not what Ferdinand wanted. Isn't France in World War II a living example? Due to the fear of war among the people, the Soviet Union was allowed to rise first, and then Germany was allowed to rise. In the end, they could only escape by pretending to be dead. Ferdinand asked with concern, "Mr. Kennedy, how many companies are on the verge of bankruptcy due to the impact of the war in your fiscal crisis statistics? How many are caused by our government's wartime procurement law?" After thinking about it, Kennedy said, "Your Majesty, there are now more than 1,800 companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy due to the impact of the war, and a total of 765 due to the Government Procurement Act. Among them, there are 8 large enterprises, including Bulgarian Machinery Group, Bulgarian Automobile Group, Bulgarian Steel Group, Bulgarian Railway Group and other giant enterprises." Before the war, the total assets of these 8 enterprises totaled 5.86 billion lev, and they had 1.76 million supporting industrial workers, great social influence, and more than 1,800 other small and medium-sized enterprises have total assets of 2.56 billion levs and employ nearly 1 million people. Ferdinand frowned, but fortunately he found out in advance that if these companies really went bankrupt, the economy belonging to Bulgaria would explode. But all of this is worth it. Now the purchase of the same strategic materials costs the Bulgarian government less than 1/3 of John Bull's, because of the advantages of this extreme mobilization mechanism. After all, this starts from the production of raw materials, all the way to the cost price, without adding a penny of profit. Of course, materials purchased from overseas naturally do not have this benefit. If there is no cost advantage, why would Ferdinand dare to raise so many troops? If purchased at market price, even if Britain and France provided more than £3 billion of loans, plus more than $4 billion borrowed from the Americans, it would not be enough for a year of war expenses. Ferdinand pretended to be surprised and asked, "These companies are the leading industries in Bulgaria. How could they be on the verge of bankruptcy?" Kennedy quickly explained, "Your Majesty, these enterprises are all engaged in heavy industrial production, and basically all production lines have been requisitioned by the government. In order to be suitable for military production, we have carried out a large number of modifications to a large number of production lines and workshops inside. To produce civilian products after the war, these must be changed back again, and the cost must be indispensable. There is also wear and tear of machinery. In many cases, in order to meet the deadline, we have not taken into account the maintenance of machinery. Therefore, after the war, their machinery and equipment will basically have to be replaced. As a result, in the first few months after the war, they were unable to resume production. In addition to the wear and tear of these equipment, the money needed to spend has exceeded the company's own capacity. Although our law has also formulated a compensation plan, because this war lasted too long, unlike the previous two short-term wars, the losses caused to the company this time are too great, and these compensations are simply a drop in the bucket. Ferdinand nodded. How could he not know these circumstances? You must know that the companies here are basically his industries. Does he still not understand what is going on? Heavy losses are inevitable. Although it has not developed to the point of bankruptcy, it will be soon. If the war continues, bankruptcy is not far away, especially for the Bulgarian railway group. The transportation of military materials is free, and the loss is even greater. The annual loss of freight is at least 500 million levs. Of course, they are state-owned enterprises, and no one will complain, but it is inevitable to reach out to the government if they have no money. Since the separation of government and enterprises has been completed, they are now taking bank loans to maintain operations, plus the previous loans for railway repairs. They now owe a huge loan of 3.19 billion levs from the three major domestic banks, and they are already insolvent. If the government does not allocate funds in the future, they will go bankrupt, and the banks that provide them with loans are also coordinated by the Bulgarian government. Otherwise, who would dare to lend to them? Now the government naturally cannot let them go bankrupt. It is not only the railway group, but also several other companies. They are all giants in the industry. Each company has a large number of affiliated companies, which affects the whole body. If a giant falls, it will also bring another. The affiliated companies of the bank will be finished. After pondering for a moment, Ferdinand said, "This is indeed a serious problem. We must increase support for heavy industry, which is related to our national defense. Even these companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy, we cannot let them go bankrupt. At least not because our government requisitions their factories or purchases their goods at cost prices to cause them to go bankrupt." Does the Ministry of Finance have a corresponding salvation plan? Kennedy said with some embarrassment. The Ministry of Finance does have a rescue plan, but because too many companies are involved, the amount of funds required is too large, and the finances cannot afford it. Therefore, we have revised the plan again, giving priority to saving these 8 large enterprises, and then working hard to save small and medium-sized enterprises within the scope of our ability. Ferdinand's face became embarrassed. If he did this, Bulgaria would not become a monopoly in the future. Ferdinand started a monopoly before because Bulgaria's plate was too small. In order to avoid wasting resources, he had to concentrate his efforts to support a few Big Macs. But it is different now. After the end of the World War, Bulgaria's plate has become bigger. In order to maintain the vitality of the market, this monopoly mechanism must be broken. Ferdinand did not rush to object, but continued to ask, "How much money do you need to save the market, and how much money do you need to save these 8 major companies?" Kennedy thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, as the war continues, the number of companies that may face a crisis in the future will continue to increase. According to preliminary estimates by the Ministry of Finance, if we want to save the market, we need at least 3 billion levs of funds, and at least 2 billion levs are needed to save these 8 major companies, of which the railway group accounts for 2/3. Ferdinand sighed and said, "Get ready to save the market. It is estimated that the life of European countries will not be easy in the future, but we still have to keep these enterprises, otherwise the social impact will be too bad. After this war is over, our domestic market will expand by at least 1/3. And the market within our sphere of influence should be able to digest our production capacity. As for the funding gap, we can find ways to solve it, and we can abandon the gold standard when necessary." Well, Ferdinand is planning to print money to tide over the crisis, and there is nothing he can do about it. He knows that countries have abandoned the gold standard after the last war in history. The big deal is that Bulgaria will take the lead this time. Kennedy's face changed greatly, and he asked in horror, "Your Majesty, how can you have such an idea? Once you give up the gold standard, Lev will become worthless, and the consequences will be very serious." Ferdinand smiled and said, "Look at it. After the outbreak of the World War, the flow of gold from European countries all converged in one place. After the war, whether everyone can keep the gold standard will be a problem." Kennedy blurted out, "It's the United States." "Your Majesty, even if there is a large outflow of gold, Britain and France should still be able to hold on to it, right?" Ferdinand shook his head and said, "Don't worry about them. Let's look at us first. Since the outbreak of the World War, more than 100 tons of gold have flowed out of us alone. However, due to the trade with the Russians, we made up for this loss and added more than 100 tons of gold, but it did not change the fact that a large amount of our gold flowed to the United States. Of course, I did not count the gold seized by the military. This is abnormal income and cannot be counted in trade." Kennedy thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, I think we should be able to keep the gold standard. The military has harvested nearly 200 tons of gold in Italy and more than 100 tons in the Ottoman Empire. Once Ankara is conquered, there should be an income, plus our original gold reserves. It should be enough. If we are lucky, if our army can get another fortune in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it will be more certain." Ferdinand shook his head. Why should he stick to the gold standard? There is a price to pay for reversing the trend. Why do it if there is no benefit? Does Bulgaria still want to become a financial hegemon? You think too well. For the sake of our gains in Italy, the British and French ambassadors are still wrangling with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they will not be able to show it in the short term. And gold is not so easy to obtain. Our army is almost 3 feet high in the Ottoman Empire. Isn't it still only a little harvest? Do you think we can do the same in Austria-Hungary? Besides, gold is not a big object. As long as you think they want to hide it, you can just dig a hole in this place and bury it. Can you find it? Kennedy nodded reluctantly, a fact he had to agree with, but he still didn't change his original thoughts. In his view, although of course the gold standard can gain certain benefits in the short term, the damage to the lev's currency value is too great. And after the government abandons the gold standard, the massive devaluation of the lev will cause severe inflation, and the wealth that many Bulgarians have accumulated for a lifetime will shrink in an instant, which will cause a very serious social crisis. Didn't Ferdinand know all this? Of course not. The problem is he can't do anything about it. It is impossible for European countries to give up the gold standard, so let the Bulgarian family stick to it. Do you still want to export? Chapter 394. In Ferdinand's view, it was really cost-effective for the government to fund the market rescue after the war. Most of these enterprises were high-quality industries, but they were hit hard by the war. As long as there was a working capital, they could resume normal operations. Even the excess production capacity disappeared after the war. After the end of the World War, the population of Bulgaria will inevitably skyrocket. The refugees plus the population in the newly added territory plus the big family of mercenaries plus the original domestic population /UO3 40 million. If you calculate the sphere of influence of Bulgaria's expansion, it will eventually form a big market with a population of 50 to 60 million. Well, this big market is also relatively speaking, and it is incomparable with Britain, France and Russia. Ferdinand in the colonial market has no expectations. Just look at the map. There are basically few people in Bulgaria's vast colony. Don't expect how strong the purchasing power of those nomads. In Ferdinand's view, it is good to create a market without a market. Given the current land area and resources of Bulgaria, even if the population increases 3 or 5 times, it is not a problem. Then the family planning policy can still be continued. As the population increases, the market naturally increases. At the same time, the new population will consume a lot of wealth of the people and enhance their fighting spirit! After taking stock of the gains he had already obtained, Ferdinand had to decide that war was the best way to get rich. If there is no world war, and Bulgaria will develop slowly, even if it is planted for another 180 years, it may not be able to have the current wealth. In terms of industrial technology, after the birth of this world war, It can be said that Bulgaria has generally caught up with countries such as Britain and France. The biggest gain is still the territory. These newly added lands have laid the foundation for the future development of Bulgaria. The only thing that has no fly in the ointment is that there are more than 80% of the land in the desert. Plant trees to turn deserts into oases? This is a good idea. At least when the economic crisis occurs, it can be taken out and used. It is better than learning from Roosevelt to build roads. Of course, it's still too early. Ferdinand is busy teaching his son. He was busy training little Ferdinand to handle government affairs. To put it simply, he threw them all to little Ferdinand and asked him to come up with a government plan. Not only the Crown Prince Ferdinand Jr., but also several other little guys, he did not let go. Each of them had political assignments of different difficulty. It's definitely not that he is lazy, it's all about cultivating the children's ability to govern. Besides, he doesn't dare to use the answers given by these little guys. For example, how should the Iraqi region be governed after the war? How to deal with ethnic relations? The answer given by Ferdinand Jr. is military control plus immigration. The locals all send them to Iran next door, or just find a piece of land and throw it away. The answer Peter gave was, go to the concentration camp and send all the disobedient people to plant trees. The answer given by Caesar is, immigration plus choo-choo-choo. There is no doubt that the princes of Bulgaria have been cultivated into hawks by Ferdinand. Of course, in this period, it is difficult to cultivate doves. And it's still nationwide. The younger you are, the more radical it is. These are all consequences of the World War. If we want to reverse this situation, we can only wait until the end of the World War and the belligerence among the people has weakened. This is also something that can't be helped. Not only Bulgaria, but the younger generation of the major warring countries around the world are now the main war faction. The reason is very simple, being fooled by publicity. After the war is over, many people calm down and start to reflect on the war, and the government will relax the control of public opinion. This situation will change, but it is easy to go to the other extreme, fear of war. Therefore, the ideological education of the people after the war has to be put on the agenda again, and Ferdinand has to correct the thoughts of a few little guys, especially Caesar's 222. Can this be said? Even if you want to do it, I have to come a little bit. And I have to find a scapegoat first. It is even more perfect to be able to kill with a knife! During the war, the efficiency of the governments of various countries was very high. In more than half a month, Awakens coalition troops successfully joined forces in the northern Italian city of Trento. Of course, this was also thanks to the active cooperation of the Italians, who used their railway network for transportation, so that they could complete the meeting in such a short time. The days of the Austro-Hungarian Empire were sad, but with the existence of the Alps, it was not so easy for the coalition to attack Austria. Historically, Italians have tried their best to suckle milk, but they have failed. However, the border between Italy and Austria-Hungary is so long that there are always weak points. For example, the defense of the Austrian army in Slovenia is not as strong as that of Austria. If the Slovenian region is conquered, the navy of the Austro-Hungarian Empire will be finished. You must know that once the Bulgarian army enters the Yugoslav ethnic region, the number of leading parties will definitely be indispensable. The Yugoslav National United Congress is not for nothing. Many resistance groups have obtained weapons and ammunition supported by Bulgaria and are now waiting for an opportunity. In fact, when the Allied forces reached the Slovenian border, the troubles for the Austro-Hungarian Empire had already begun, and many local militias chose to be neutral. They were still loyal to the Habsburg family, but they only swore allegiance to the old emperor, and they didn't have much affection for the second generation of Ferdinand who succeeded the throne. At the same time, many of them also have a good impression of Bulgaria, especially after Ferdinand promised to let them decide their own future, which has won the support of most of them. If that's the case, why go to war? Awakens has not yet determined the direction of the attack. After all, the impact of attacking Austria is greater, while the difficulty of attacking Slovenia is less. At least there is no need to worry about falling into the Sea of People's War. Of course, In the wars that broke out in European countries, there is almost no people's war, because they have too few people and too many enemies. In the Schönbrunn Palace in Vienna, Ferdinand II was looking at the battle report with a headache. There was no bad news, and no good news. The battlefield was still in a state of anxiety. The daily casualties were as high as 5 figures. Almost out of breath. There is no way. Bulgaria has already exerted its strength, and the long borderline between the two sides is full of blood. Although the Russians have not attacked in an all-round way, it is still indispensable to organize 200,000 to 300,000 troops to play a friendly game with them. Ferdinand II asked with a headache, "Your Excellency Chief of Staff, the Allies have opened up a new front in Italy and directly threatened Austria. What plans does the staff have?" Due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, the Emperor of the Austro-Hungarian Empire was no longer an idiot like Karl, and Conrad's position as Chief of Staff was naturally preserved. Conrad thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, the current situation is very unfavorable for us, and some troops have even begun to become unstable. The staff is communicating with the Germans, hoping to exchange 20 divisions with them. We sent troops to the Western Front, and they sent troops to deal with the Allied forces in Italy." Conrad's concern is very necessary, since the current war situation is very unfavorable to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The ethnic minorities in the country have begun to be unstable. Maybe now they are still loyal to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but what about the future? People always tend to benefit. Who knows if they can be reliable all the time? Both Bulgaria and Russia are trying to win over the Slavic peoples of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Due to geopolitics, the Russians are winning over the West Slavs, while Bulgaria is winning over the Yugoslavs. Once the situation changes, it is not impossible for these troops to defect. Some people may be loyal, but human nature cannot stand the test, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire cannot take risks now. Swap armies with the Germans. This risk is much smaller. These Slavic troops may be bought when the Bulgarians and Russians are at war, but it is difficult for Britain and France to buy them on the Western Front. Much bigger. Ferdinand II was very worried and said, "Will the Germans agree? Don't forget that our army's combat effectiveness is not comparable to the German army, and it is not convenient to command. This mess of language is difficult for us to command, and it is even more difficult for the Germans to command." Conrad said firmly, "Yes, unless the Germans want to see us defeated, they will definitely pull us. From a military point of view, we are already at a disadvantage on the southern front. Once the Italian front is added, we will not fight at all. Consumption can also kill us. If we withdraw from this war, within 3 months at most, the Germans will have one enemy in 4. No matter how strong their army's combat effectiveness is, they will not be able to face an enemy that is several times their size." Ferdinand II nodded, and then asked cautiously, "Mr. Conrad, with your professional ability and purely from a military point of view, what are the chances of us winning this war?" "It's just us, not including the Germans." Conrad thought for a while and said, "Ours alone will not exceed 3 floors. And the Germans' chances of winning are less than half." Ferdinand II thought for a moment and said, "Well, politically, we have actually lost the war. Due to the needs of the war, we now have to depend on the Germans, and even if the war is over, we will have to become a German vassal state. If we can't win, do you think we need to continue this war? It's not worth our lives to make wedding dresses for the Germans." Conrad's face changed greatly. He really did not expect that the emperor's attitude had been shaken, but the current Austro-Hungarian Empire really did not need to carry the war to the end. However, he still advised, "Your Majesty, I am afraid this problem is difficult to solve. The Italians are the lessons learned." Ferdinand II nodded and said, "Indeed, the Italians have fallen for the British, and John Bull's promises are as unreliable as their integrity." Conrad said hesitantly, "If the conditions are right, it is not impossible for us to withdraw from this war." Ferdinand II smiled bitterly and said, "You think too well. The conditions given by the Allies are not good at all, and it can be said to be very harsh. The Russians wanted Austrian Poland and Galicia, Bulgaria wanted more than half of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Belgrade and most of Transinia. Conrad's face changed greatly, which meant that the decades of effort of the Austro-Hungarian Empire would be ruined, and all the newly occupied lands had been abandoned. Ferdinand too seemed to see his nervousness, and said again, "This is not bad." Before the end of the Eastern Front, the Russians had a great appetite. In addition to these requirements, they also responded to Czechoslovakia, Hungary, etc. The region is interested. It is simply to swallow the Austro-Hungarian Empire in one bite. Do you understand? Even if we withdraw from the war now, we must win the battle on the southern front, otherwise the Austro-Hungarian Empire will lose its skin this time. In fact, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is not incapable of ceding territory. For example, the Transilien Plateau requested by Bulgaria, not to mention half, but all of it. After all, this only weakens the Kingdom of Hungary, which is still a good thing for the central government of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but not for other regions. They cannot afford such a huge loss. Conrad replied prudently, "Your Majesty, I can't answer this question for you. I'm afraid the battle on the southern front won't get the result you want. Based on the analysis of the actual situation on the battlefield, we judged that the Bulgarians had not done their best, and because the Allies had opened a new front on the Italian border, the last domestic reserves were also pinned down. If we can't achieve a quick solution, the problems in the later stage will be even bigger. As long as this battle drags on for 2 or 3 months, we will lose. The polar bears in the east have been hungry for a winter, and they will definitely come out to hunt for food. All I can say is, we'll do our best, but the odds of winning this battle are slim." Ferdinand too stared at Conrad in astonishment. He never dreamed that the Austrian chief of staff was so disinterested in war. Thinking about it, it's right. This is all determined by its own strength. After the outbreak of the war, the combat effectiveness of the Austro-Hungarian Empire's army is really no way to make people feel at ease. No matter how good a strategy is, doesn't it all require people to implement it? The combat effectiveness of the army is not good, and any combat plan may become a laughingstock. After a moment of silence, Ferdinand said dissatisfiedly, "Well, let's pray to God together." He never dreamed that he would inherit a messed up Austro-Hungarian Empire, not only unable to make breakthroughs militarily, but also passively politically. After a pause, Ferdinand too added another sentence, "By the way, Your Excellency Chief of Staff, remember to hit the Kingdom of Hungary. They are too outrageous." Conrad nodded. He knew all the bad things about the Kingdom of Hungary. As the largest grain-producing area in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, he actually said that there was a shortage of food, and the central government had to allocate funds for them to buy grain. This is simply a joke. During the war, the Austro-Hungarian Empire also specially formulated a wartime bill to combat hoarding, but when it came to the Kingdom of Hungary, there was nothing like that at all. The granaries of the capitalists were still full of grain. The Hungarian royal government had to take measures to allow them to receive grain from the market. Instead, they stood with the capitalists and demanded that the central government pay for them to buy grain, and also demanded that gold payment. The whole world is watching the joke of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Its own currency cannot be circulated in its own country. It has to be said that this is an irony. However, Ferdinand too had to find a way to solve the problem of food for ordinary people. The Hungarian capitalists have openly claimed that the central government took away the food, which caused the shortage of food in the Kingdom of Hungary and caused the price of food to rise. There is no doubt that these capitalists are retaliating after the government, under the Wartime Act, forced to buy a batch of grain from them at a fair price. Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will wake up the Hungarians, Conrad said murderously. Chapter 395, Inadvertently Planting Willows and Willows. Marshal August von Mackensen, the commander-in-chief of the Allies on the southern front, was in a worse and worse mood recently. As the Allies opened a new front in Italy and threatened Austria, the pressure on him was even greater. Know that the reinforcements promised by the Austro-Hungarian Empire will not arrive. Now there are less than 600,000 combat troops in his hands, and this number continues to decrease as time goes by. Although the enemy's losses were greater, It still did not make Marshal August von Mackensen feel the slightest joy. Germany has achieved too many tactical victories. It is really not to be happy, in his opinion. As long as there is no strategic breakthrough, this war will be in vain. August von Mackensen was hesitating whether or not to tell the country to give up the battle on the southern front and let the attack take the lead. After all, there is really no hope of winning on the southern front. A familiar voice came from outside the house, interrupting his thoughts. Marshal, good news, our frontline troops have captured Salva, and the enemy's defense line in Transylvania has been torn apart by us. The person who came was Colonel Bergerme of the General Staff. It was obvious that he was very excited now. Remarks: Colonel General Security Service has a very special status in the German army, which is higher than that of ordinary officers, which is equivalent to the role of the supervisor. August von Mackensen asked in surprise, "What, the enemy's line of defense was torn apart?" After speaking, August von Mackensen came to the map and looked carefully. No wonder he was surprised. The two sides have been fighting for so long, and he has almost grasped the strength of the enemy. The enemy's weakest troop is the colonial troop, which is almost consumed by the war, and the combat effectiveness of the rest of the troops is still good, at least more combat effectiveness than the ally of Austro-Hungary. Moreover, the opponents are numerous and powerful, and relying on favorable geography for defense. It is almost impossible to tear apart the enemy's defense line, but now the enemy's defense line has been torn apart. Colonel Bergerme explained, "We were able to break through the enemy's line of defense. It was an accident. The enemy troops stationed in the Salva region were colonial troops. Their limited combat effectiveness was torn apart by us, etc." When the enemy reacted, the hole was already big, and the enemy reinforcements launched a violent counterattack against us, but they were all repelled. After listening to this explanation, Marshal August von Mackensen's mood did not improve, but heavier. The two sides had fought for so long, and he did not think that the commander on the opposite side was an idiot. August von Mackensen subconsciously thought that this was a conspiracy of the enemy, although he could not think of any conspiracy by the enemy for a while, but with the intuition of the soldiers, August von Mackensen still stands by his judgment. August von Mackensen said coldly, "Order the front-line troops to fight steadily and not greedily." Colonel Bergerme asked very excitedly, "Your Excellency Marshal, now that we have torn apart the enemy's line of defense, it is time for the entire army to press on and expand the victory. Why should we slow down the attack speed? Our efforts will be in vain once we allow the enemy to rebuild our defenses, which is ... August von Mackensen gave him a stern look and said in a serious tone, "Shut up, Colonel. Don't think of the enemy as an idiot like you, okay? Building a new line of defense, having been with the Bulgarians for so long, when did you find that they had only one line of defense? Are you sure that our entire army's advance is expanding the results, rather than getting into the pocket array laid by the enemy? What if you get stuck? Let me tell you that now there is no more troops in the country to come to rescue us. And as long as we lose the battle on the southern front, the Austro-Hungarian Empire will be finished. Can you afford this consequence?" Obviously Bergerme hit the gun, and August von Mackensen, who was in a bad mood, shot his anger directly on him. It is a pity that he is a field marshal. He is only a colonel. Even if he is a colonel of the General Staff, he has a very special status and can even command an army in the army, but he is still only a colonel. Even though he was already very dissatisfied, thinking that August von Mackensen was too old to take even a little risk, now he can only listen obediently. The prudence of the German army made Dante Christoph's plan have failed, and it was impossible to hit the German-Austrian allied forces in Transylvania, but this did not affect the blitz of Belgrade. In fact, this time to lure the enemy into depth, the plan is very simple, that is, to lure the German army to a specific battlefield, and then concentrate the main force of the air force to make a strategic bombing to hit the enemy army, and finally the two sides will have a decisive battle. To achieve this goal, the enemy must first be concentrated enough, and the location is preferably on the plain, and the weather must be clear, and August von Mackensen's caution undoubtedly allowed the German-Austrian coalition to escape a catastrophe. The enemy was not fooled, but Dante Christoph was still a little disappointed. After all, he did a lot of coordination work for this plan, and he was also seconded to establish a base air force in Italy. Suddenly a combat staff officer ran up to him and asked, "Your Excellency Commander." The Air Force Command called and asked if we would continue to implement the original plan. Dante Christoph didn't hesitate at all, and said fiercely, "The original plan remains unchanged. Since the main force of the German-Austrian coalition has not arrived, let's focus on taking care of the troops that have arrived at the reserved location. Since it took so long to prepare and consumed so much manpower and material resources, Dante Christoph didn't want to waste it like that. Even there are not many German-Austrian coalition troops on the front line, but based on the principle that no matter how small a mosquito is, it is worth the price of killing these tens of thousands of people." "Yes," the staff officer replied. The scene of thousands of bombers going into battle is rare even in World War II, and it has never happened now. Don't say anything else. The construction of the airport alone is a hassle. If it weren't for Romania's many planes, this work alone would be devastating. Second, the coordination of taking off from different airports is a problem, even for the Bulgarian Air Force. After all, in addition to bombers, escort fighters are also indispensable, and this command is even more difficult. With the order of Dante Christoph, at dawn on January 26, 1917, the Bulgarian Air Force launched a large-scale deployment. The first batch of 262 bombers and 180 escort fighters were sent to Salva, Diri, and Lwów. The German-Austrian coalition in the area of Murray launched a strategic bombing. The German-Austrian allied forces, who had just woken up from their sleep, were beaten before they could react, and incendiary bombs from the sky ignited tents and warehouses. The raging fire began to burn, which could be called a modern version of the burning company. Soon, thick smoke rose, and the second group of bombers suddenly found that they had lost their bombing targets. They had to go further afield to find bombing targets, and the German forces in the Biamar and Borsa areas also suffered unpredictable disasters. The sudden bombing brought heavy losses to the German-Austrian coalition. Of course, this loss mainly refers to weapons, equipment and ammunition materials, but the casualties in terms of personnel were not too great. After all, the World War has broken out for so long, everyone still knows how to escape, and it is safe to leave the camp. In fact, this caught the German-Austrian allied forces by surprise. In normal times, the layout of the camp also considered threats from the sky, and a certain distance was maintained between adjacent tents. But when marching and fighting, there is no way to do it in such a standard way. They are tents erected hastily, and everyone does not think so much about the distance. Moreover, they are now chasing the enemy, and the southern front has been fighting for so long, and they have never encountered a major bombing by the Bulgarian Air Force. The officers naturally neglected this problem. But this negligence gave the German-Austrian coalition a blow to the head. After the bombing, the Bulgarian infantry immediately launched an attack. The Allied soldiers who avoided the bombing were now facing the attacking enemy with bare hands. The outcome is self-evident. In one day, the losses of the German-Austrian coalition exceeded 50,000, and they also lost the initiative on the battlefield and had to conduct a comprehensive defense. Seeing this result, Dante Christoph was not surprised. Even if the enemy commander did not make this mistake, it would still be difficult to escape this outcome, and even the casualties they paid might be even greater. You must know that in this battle, less than 5,000 people were killed in the bombing of the Bulgarian Air Force, and the rest began to run away. Even though more than 47,000 prisoners were captured by the Bulgarian army, they actually fled back. There are still more soldiers. If the camps were not linked together, they would probably have to suffer a few more rounds of bombing, and they would have to fight against the Bulgarian ground forces with bombers, and the loss of personnel would only be greater. Dante Christoph said calmly, "Report success to the country and start the next plan at the same time." The chief of staff shook his head and said, "The next plan will have to wait and see. Now we can beat a wave of drowning dogs first." The German-Austrian coalition lost more than just personnel. According to the information sent by our reconnaissance plane, it can be preliminarily judged that the enemy has lost at least more than 150,000 weapons and equipment this time, as well as a large amount of material losses, which they cannot replenish in the short term. At least for the next week, their weapons and equipment will not be able to be replenished. With the poor logistics and transportation system of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, they may not be able to replenish their equipment even in half a month. That is to say, in the future, the enemy we will face is only 400,000 German-Austrian allied forces. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dante Christoph pondered for a moment, then said, 900,000 to 400,000, our odds are very good, we can do it. The battle plan for the raid on Belgrade has been cancelled, and the underdogs will be beaten first. Let the Air Force bomb the enemy's railway line every day. In case we are lucky enough, the enemy has not replenished the equipment for 10 days and a half months, which is enough for us to severely damage the enemy army, great and powerless. Chapter 396, The limit is approaching. The Battle of Transylvania ended with the disastrous defeat of Germany and Austria. The Allies not only lost the Transylvanian plateau, but also burned the Great Hungarian Plain, and the situation on the southern front underwent a subversive change. At this time, the pressure on Marshal August von Mackensen greatly increased. There is no reason in a war, failure is failure. For politicians, the process doesn't matter, the means doesn't matter, they only care about the result. Fortunately, now that Germany has the military in power, the military government headed by Hindenburg has given a full understanding of what happened on the southern front. After all, this is caused by the unequal strength of the two sides, and the power invested by Germany on the southern front is only 2 layers of the strength of the German army. In addition to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which has suffered a great loss of vitality, it is normal for it to fail. Without air dominance, bombing is inevitable. Unless all the Luftwaffe can be transferred to the southern front, it is inevitable that the Austro-Hungarian Air Force will suffer. Even so, it wasn't easy for August von Mackensen. Understanding is understanding, but if he really lost the battle on the southern front, he would be a sinner of the German Empire. The Hindenburg government did not replace him. Could it be that he is highly respected and everyone trusts him? I am afraid that anyone with a little political common sense would not think so. August von Mackensen knew that the reason why he kept his current position was that no one wanted to take over this mess. Anyone who has the ability knows that the southern line is not easy to fight. Don't forget that the bear is still eyeing it. Even if they win the battle on the southern front, they can't really defeat Bulgaria, and the polar bears will definitely stab them in the back. This is determined by its geographical location. For the hairy bears, Bulgaria now not only controls their most important maritime transportation line, but also their largest foreign trade partner. More than 80% of Russia's current trade is with made in Bulgaria. This is also something that can't be helped. The war has continued until now, and the Russians' grain exports have long stopped, leaving only industrial raw materials for export. If they don't sell to Bulgaria, who else can they sell to? If you want to sell it to others, at least they have to ship it out. Of course, even if it is shipped out, it can't be sold. Britain and France don't need it. Their biggest buyers were Germans, and it is definitely impossible to continue trading now. Similarly, due to the outbreak of the World War and the rampant Allied submarines, the price of industrial products in the international market has also risen to the sky. For the Russians, in addition to buying cheap goods produced in Bulgaria, the impoverished Tsarist government simply cannot afford high-priced goods, nor can they afford the high shipping costs. Unless the strategic materials are in short supply, the two countries will only purchase from the outside world. Otherwise, the two countries usually cooperate behind closed doors as much as possible, and minimize the dependence on the outside world, in order to save huge war costs and minimize the cost of war. The mastery of the initiative in the war. In this case, Bulgaria has naturally become the largest industrial production base for the Russians, and Russia has also become the largest supplier of raw materials to Bulgaria. Therefore, at this stage, Bulgaria and Russia are now interdependent. Follow the vitality. This is also one of the core reasons why Ferdinand is now desperately expanding his territory, in order to obtain enough resources, so that Bulgaria can get rid of the resistance to the raw materials of the bear and become a real big country. This unique relationship between the two countries, naturally, the commanders on the southern front of the Allied powers suffered a great headache. They were only fighting on the southern front. It was clear that the work of the eastern front was also crowded, and they only increased tasks, but did not increase their troops. Of course, during the battle on the eastern front, Falkenham also felt this way, but at that time Bulgaria's strategic focus was on the Asia Minor Peninsula, and the German army was strong enough. The most important thing is, of course, that the Allied nations are pitting teammates, and the Russians are losing so fast that it is too late for Ferdinand to help. Although Maung is not in the state now, it is very unlikely that they will take the initiative to participate in this battle, but there must be necessary precautions, right? Otherwise, if the Tsarist government suddenly changed its mind, or if the Allied countries completed an internal interest transaction in exchange for Maung sending troops, wouldn't they be miserable? In this context, smart people will naturally not jump into the pit. They are already at a disadvantage, and they have to add a hairy bear that may break out at any time. This is simply a sinkhole, and there is absolutely no hope of winning. As for the idiots, some of them want to be the commander. Unfortunately, the Hindenburg government is stupid. How could it be possible to let a few idiots make the current situation on the southern front worse? At least the ability of Marshal August von Mackensen is obvious to all. He is in charge of commanding the troops, and may not achieve a big victory, but it will not make the situation worse. After knowing all this, it's no wonder that August von Mackensen is in a better mood. Obviously, there is no hope for the southern front in China. Naturally, there is no increase in troops. The Hindenburg government's the only hope is to make a breakthrough on the western front! Chief of Staff Holman Renke said in a low tone, "Marshal, this is the number of casualties, weapons and equipment, and material losses that have been counted. In the Battle of Transylvania, the coalition lost a total of 58,346 people, of which Austro-Hungary lost 14,368 people. Romania lost 456 people, and the rest are our troops. Equipment losses mainly include 1,846 artillery pieces, 186,506 rifles, 8,468 light and heavy machine guns, 623 cars, 86 aircraft, 687 radio stations, 126 tanks, more than 1.2 million artillery shells, 500,000 pieces grenades and nearly 200 million rounds. Material losses include 20,000 tents, 300,000 military uniforms, 50,000 tons of flour, 15,000 tons of potatoes, 8,000 tons of canned food. Obviously, the weapons and equipment are the main ones, and a small amount of equipment such as pistols is naturally ignored. August von Mackensen sighed and said, "I am afraid that the main force of future wars will change. The Bulgarian Air Force has destroyed so many of our materials in just 1 week, which is enough to show that the Air Force is its important. In this regard, Bulgaria has come to the front of the world." Sure enough, any emerging power should not be underestimated. If the empire cannot make a breakthrough on the Western Front in the short term, the outcome of this war will not be optimistic. Chief of Staff Holman Renke wondered, "Marshal, are you too pessimistic? Even if we are at a disadvantage for a while, the strength of the Imperial Army is still enough to defeat any enemy. Even if it is a temporary setback, victory in the end, it still belongs to us." August von Mackensen said coldly, "Yes. The strength of the Imperial Army is indeed enough to defeat any enemy, but the strategic materials of the empire can no longer meet the consumption of the army. Just like now that we have just lost nearly 60,000 troops and more than 200,000 troops, weapons and equipment, if the empire's weapon reserves are sufficient, these weapons can be taken out immediately to restore the combat effectiveness of these troops. But now our front army has only replenished the equipment of more than 10,000 troops, and it will take a week to arrive. There are still 130,000 troops waiting to be equipped with bare hands, which means that our military production has reached its limit. The Chief of Staff's face changed greatly, and he asked with some fear, "How is this possible? Didn't the country say that because the traffic in the Austro-Hungarian Empire is too bad, we were asked to wait for a month?" August von Mackensen looked at him and asked, "Do you believe this? How much capacity do these weapons and equipment require? Doesn't the Austro-Hungarian Empire know the seriousness of the matter? With this little capacity, let alone railways, even by road, the Austro-Hungarian Empire can deliver weapons and equipment to us within half a month." The Chief of Staff was silent. The battle on the southern front was important to the Germans, but it was fatal to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In this context, as long as the Austro-Hungarian government is not stupid, it will definitely make every effort to meet the supply of frontline materials, let alone weapons and equipment. After a pause, August von Mackensen added, "Order the troops to save rations from now on. The main force remains the same in the combat state, and the rations are reduced by 2 layers in the non-combat state, and the others all 3-tier rations are cut." The Chief of Staff sighed and said, "Has it reached this point? Even if we lose a batch of rations for more than 2 months this time, we won't have to cut the food supply, right?" August von Mackensen said coldly, "Our current rations can only last for a month. You don't think the enemy will let us get logistical supplies so easily, right? It is conceivable that the stations, railways, and bridges of the Austro-Hungarian Empire will be patronized by enemy planes. It is impossible to maintain normal transportation. Don't forget that Berlin has been visited by enemy planes, and it is said that the loss is not small. How is the air defense capability of the Austro-Hungarian Empire?" The Chief of Staff said in a roaring tone, "Damn, with the strength displayed by the Bulgarian Air Force, the transportation lines of the Austro-Hungarian Empire will be paralyzed soon. Damn politics. Can anyone tell me what's going on here? If the Bulgarians bombed the Austro-Hungarian Empire in advance, I am afraid that the battle on the southern front would not start at all." August von Mackensen was also silent. The hidden things here are no longer what they can participate in. Obviously, this involves a higher-level political game. Why isn't Bulgaria working hard? How much insider trading is there between them and Austria-Hungary? How much was the German Empire involved? Or is there any other reason? Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 397, Political Offensive. Politics has been dirty since ancient times. Don't watch the allied and allied countries fight to the death on the battlefield, but in private. Everyone's mutual connection has never been broken, and there are even some insider trading going on. Between countries, allies and enemies are always on the front line. As long as the interests are large enough, allies can become enemies, and enemies can also become allies. The most typical example is the feud between Britain and France, and the sworn enemies of Britain and Russia, who became allies under the influence of interests, while Britain and Germany have been negotiating the issue of alliance, and suddenly became enemies. Even a year before the official alliance, anyone who said that Britain and Russia could form an alliance would be regarded as a joke. When Ferdinand attacked the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it was not decided by Bulgaria unilaterally. In fact, the Austro-Hungarian Empire was also actively cooperating. The most typical is that after suffering a loss at the beginning, the Austro-Hungarian Empire changed its strategy and decisively let go of Bulgaria to choose to park with Russia. Of course, there are factors that Bulgaria is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The factor that their eastern front is too much pressure. The more is that the two countries have reached a tacit understanding. As for the purpose of the behind-the-scenes deal, it is actually very obvious. 1. The Russians are too great a threat to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Even if Austria-Hungary does not fight woolly bears, they will not let them go. 2. A strong Russia is not in the interests of Bulgaria, especially after the Russo-Japanese War. After Bulgaria was out of the control of the Russians, Ferdinand naturally did not want a strong Russia to come back again. Then, in terms of weakening Mount, the interests of the two countries were the same. Naturally, they hit it off. Then the two governments tacitly reduced the scale of the war. Even if the front-line generals saw the opportunity, they were forced to stop by the government. But this tacit understanding could not last. When the battle on the Eastern Front was over, the Russians had been weakened, and the common interests of the two sides naturally disappeared. So the Austro-Hungarian Empire tried every means to pull the Germans to fight on the Southern Front, and Ferdinand naturally had no need to show mercy. You must know that since the start of the war, the Germans have bombed London and Paris, and Britain and France have bombed Berlin. Bulgaria, which was the first in the Air Force, has never bombed Vienna on a large scale. This is simply a fantasy. Well, the Bulgarian Air Force is also often dispatched, but most of the time they are playing soy sauce and bombing the Austro-Hungarian Empire a lot, but every time they just drop a few grenades to deal with it. It is also in this situation that even if the Russians give up their interests in Romania, it is not surprising that they have to push Bulgaria to the front. It's a pity that, unlike the last time the Allies collectively pitted the Russians, Bulgaria is obviously not worth the joint pit of Britain, France and Russia. The sudden defeat of the Russians has terrified Britain and France, for fear that Bulgaria will come again, then they will face Germany alone. People don't say that the French don't dare now. Even John Bull, who is a professional pit teammate, is cowardly at this time, and pit teammates must also choose a good time. If one operation is not good, it will be a tragedy to bury himself. Of course, now that the war is going on, Ferdinand is naturally moving, and it is also a good choice to induce the Austro-Hungarian Empire to defect from the position of Bulgaria. Unfortunately, this is impossible. The Austro-Hungarian Empire is almost under the control of the Germans, no matter how unwilling Ferdinand II is. He just wants to withdraw from the war decently. Okay, the Austro-Hungarian Empire could not stop the retaliation of the Germans. Even if the Germans were really going to die, they still had the ability to pull a big country to Huangpun together before they died, and they could choose between the two answers of cleaning up the traitors and cleaning up the enemy. Well, this question doesn't need to be considered at all, but if you can't do it, it doesn't mean you can't do it. Politics has never been a simple success or failure. Sometimes the benefits of failure are even greater than success. At the Bulgarian Foreign Policy Seminar, Ferdinand put forward, Mr. Mitev, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should seize the time to communicate with the Austro-Hungarian government, so as to make the Austro-Hungarian Empire withdraw from the war. If we can't reach an agreement, then we will cooperate with the Kingdom of Hungary. I believe they don't mind withdrawing from the war. There is no doubt that this is threatening the Austro-Hungarian government. It is very clear that they can cooperate. If the cooperation fails, then Bulgaria will support the independence of the Kingdom of Hungary, even support the independence of various nationalities in the Austro-Hungarian Empire and dismember this old empire. Foreign Minister Mitev frowned and said worriedly, Your Majesty, I am afraid this will be very troublesome. It is well known that our strategic focus has shifted from Europe to Asia. From our strategic interests, the existence of an Austro-Hungarian Empire that retains a certain strength is far more valuable than a fragmented Austro-Hungarian Empire. For a long time to come, we all need a stable Eastern Europe that allows us to concentrate on the Asia Minor Peninsula. Ferdinand nodded. The Austro-Hungarian government still has the confidence to talk about conditions. No doubt they thought they had insight into Bulgaria's future strategy. They believed that a strong Austro-Hungarian Empire existed, which could check and balance the continued expansion of the Russians into Europe. For strategic reasons, neither Britain nor Bulgaria will let the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapse. It is a pity that the Vienna government made a mistake this time. After all, Ferdinand II is still inferior to the diplomatic insight of the old Emperor Joseph I. He neglected that strength is the root of all this. If the Austro-Hungarian Empire withdraws from the war early and preserves its strength, then everything remains to be discussed. Conversely, if the Austro-Hungarian Empire lost its strength after the war and lost its ability to check and balance the bears, would they still be valuable to Britain and France? After pondering for a moment, Ferdinand said coldly, Then remind the Vienna government that only strength is the foundation of all this, and we don't need a waste. Of course, Ferdinand did not count on a single threat to pull the Austro-Hungarian Empire out of the war, but this threat was enough to make the Vienna government look ahead. This is a conspiracy. If the Vienna government wants to protect its own interests, it must first preserve its own strength. Whether they continue to cooperate with the Germans or turn to cooperate with the Allies, their own strength is the first. So will they dare to give it a shot in the following war? Don't look at it now. Germany and Austria are the closest allies. Once the strength of Austria-Hungary is exhausted and the World War is over, it is not surprising to turn around and annex them. The interests of countries always come first. The call for the establishment of the Great German Empire in Germany is not low. Does the Vienna government dare to bet, or that there is not enough interest? Why are they gambling? How did the Austro-Hungarian Empire last for more than 4 years in history? The reason is very simple. The Russians collapsed first in 1917. The Austro-Hungarian Empire lost its vitality and lost its biggest enemy on the Eastern Front. The major political groups in the country saw the opportunity to win. Essentially, Austria-Hungary's domestic production and transportation system has now begun to collapse, and their war potential has almost been exhausted. Taking food production as an example, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is indeed the granary of Eastern Europe. This is not mentioned, but when the war hits the mainland of Austria-Hungary, should agricultural production be guaranteed? The war has drawn a lot of human resources and livestock. So what about agricultural production? Where can the lack of labor come from? There is no place to replenish, so I can only reduce production. A large number of people are out of production, coupled with the increase in material loss. This is no problem. Of course, the Russian prisoners of war also made up for a part of the labor shortage. Unfortunately, this part of the dividend has nothing to do with the country. The system of the Austro-Hungarian Empire directly swallowed all this. The food produced is not used to maximize the livelihood of the people, but is used by capitalists for hoarding. Especially the Kingdom of Hungary has done a tenth of it. As for the transportation system, the transportation intensity during wartime is much higher than usual. As a result, the maintenance cost of railways and highways will naturally increase, and the loss of transportation will naturally be much larger. For example, before the war, trains. The service life of a train may be several years or 10 years, but during the war, it runs around the clock, and it may only take a few months to update or overhaul. Due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is now at the forefront, especially after the 2 major wars on the Eastern Front last year. The Austro-Hungarian Empire has been severely damaged. Not only did it lose more than 2 million troops, but it also consumed a large number of strategic materials in domestic reserves. The most important thing is that the industry in Bohemia also suffered heavy losses. For example, the largest military-industrial enterprise Skoda Arsenal was forced to retreat during the war. At the same time, the ethnic contradictions within the Austro-Hungarian Empire are actually very serious, and there is no main ethnic group. The bad dualistic political system is undoubtedly the source of contradictions. The defeat of the war will undoubtedly exacerbate the national contradictions in the country. Originally, the Austro-Hungarian Empire was brought together by the strong influence of the Habsburg family. The current Ferdinand II does not have the kind of long-standing established by the old emperor. Prestige. The domestic careerists naturally saw the opportunity, and if the Allied countries didn't know how to take advantage of it, they would be flooded with water. Then there was no more. When Ferdinand's opinion was conveyed to the Vienna government, the Austrian-Hungarian government began to be in a dilemma. If the war did not break out in their homeland, it is estimated that the Vienna government would have pretended to preserve its strength, but now that the enemy has hit their doorstep, how can they preserve their strength? But Bulgaria's warnings can't be ignored, otherwise disaster will come soon. As long as the Bulgarian Air Force drops tens of thousands of tons of bombs on their railway lines, it is estimated that their front-line troops will be hungry. You can see this by looking at the Germans. They are all outside the country, but Berlin is still bombed regularly. Well, thousands of tons of bombs are dropped on London every year. Air defense? It is good to be able to defend Vienna, and the arsenal can still be hidden, but how can the railways and stations scattered all over the country be hidden? Anyway, If you see a train skin and throw a bomb, you can't go wrong. Of course, the Austro-Hungarian Empire could also choose retaliatory bombing, but unfortunately, this idea is not at all feasible militarily. This point was exposed in the previous battle, and the survival rate of the planes that went to bomb the positions of the Bulgarian 6th Army was less than 1/3. Even if the pilots of this era are not as valuable as later generations, they are still much more expensive than the 6th Army. More than 2 years after the war, the pilot casualties of the Austro-Hungarian Empire have already exceeded 5 figures, and the loss of aircraft has also exceeded 5,000. At the national policy meeting, Ferdinand II said coldly, "The Bulgarians are giving us an ultimatum. Once we refuse, Vienna will soon become a battlefield." Our intelligence personnel have confirmed this. The Allied forces built a large number of airports in northeastern Italy. Obviously, this is aimed at Vienna. Perhaps, as the Bulgarians said, as long as tens of thousands of tons of bombs are thrown over, the Austro-Hungarian Empire will be finished. Everyone frowned, and everyone knew that at this time, there was no one who could help them, and the only choice was to save themselves. But can they accept the terms of the Allies? Do you really think Germans are easy to mess with? They are different from Italy. Italians and Germans do not share borders. Even if they betray the Germans, it is convenient to take revenge immediately. But the Austro-Hungarian Empire is different. As long as they dare to be traitors, maybe in less than a week, Vienna will fall under the iron shoes of the Germans. Don't expect the Entente to rescue them. This is impossible. Why would they want Germany and Austria to fight each other? Conrad knew that it was time for him to appear, and he couldn't let everyone be frightened by tens of thousands of tons of bombs. Otherwise it would be easy to make wrong judgments. Conrad explained, "Your Majesty, don't worry too much. The threat of the Bulgarian Air Force is not as deadly as everyone thinks. As long as we deploy a large number of anti-aircraft weapons in important cities and traffic arteries, the enemy's aircraft will not dare to bomb at low altitudes. If the country is at an altitude of several kilometers, the hit rate will be much lower. They may be able to attack us. Traffic, but they can't cut off our transport lines." His words just made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, and Xiong suddenly asked, "So, even if the enemy blows up our railway, we can repair it immediately? But what if they bomb our cities?" "This does not require hit rate. As long as the bomb is dropped, it is enough for us." As for the deployment of air defense weapons, can the staff be specific? How many anti-aircraft weapons do we need to deploy to keep us safe from enemy air threats? How long does it take to deploy? In the end, what did our Air Force do? Why not fight back against the enemy? Conrad's face changed greatly and he said with great embarrassment, "These problems are very complicated. In theory, after the enemy blows up our railway line, they can be repaired immediately, but we also need to take into account the actual situation. The railways are equipped with maintenance personnel, so the repair still takes a certain amount of time. As for the fear that the enemy will bomb the city, the probability of such a situation is not high. Our enemy is still a civilized person, and they still cannot do the massacre of civilians, except for the Russians. Of course, no one can guarantee their integrity. Even if the city is to be bombed, the enemy will choose important areas such as factories and warehouses. We only need to focus on deploying defenses in these places." Obviously, Conrad's answer did not satisfy everyone. He placed the safety of the city on the integrity of the enemy. Who knows if they would bomb it randomly, and then explained that it was an operation error. Anyway, the hit rate of aircraft in this era is really high. Conrad even avoided talking about the latter two questions, which made him even more dissatisfied with the military. The Chancellor of the Exchequer continued to ask, "Your Excellency Marshal, you haven't answered the next two questions?" Seeing that he couldn't escape, Conrad smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry, I can't answer how many anti-aircraft weapons are needed. It depends on the determination of the enemy. As for what our Air Force is doing, since the start of the war, our pilots have changed a few times, don't you know? In any case, we have tried our best, and it can only be said that the enemy is too powerful. Who told us to face two great powers at the same time? The lads have defended the dignity of the Air Force with their lives and they are not to be blamed." The meeting fell into silence again, and everyone was thinking about how to deal with the current situation. Genius website address. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 398, on the best pit. Compared with the insistence of the Vienna government, the Hungarian Independence Party leader Count Hegemony is quietly sending away the representatives of the British. This is also an inevitable result. In the winter offensive launched by the Russians last year, the Kingdom of Hungary has been hit hard, and even their national capital has been shaken. Who told Mountain to be responsible for the main attack of the Southwest Front just next to Hungary? Who do they beat? To defend their homeland, the Kingdom of Hungary can't even pretend to be a coward. Then the Hungarians fought a battle to defend their homeland. As a result, the Kingdom of Hungary lost 7 layers of field corps, as well as a large number of militia reserves, and also lost half of the country. Although the counter-offensive launched by the Allies in the second half of the year brought these sites back, after all, they were still plagued by hairy bears. The economic losses were immeasurable, and the civilian casualties were in the hundreds of thousands. In addition, when the Russians retreated, they also deliberately created millions of refugees, which caused a devastating blow to the economy of the Kingdom of Hungary. At the same time, the sequelae of the Hungarian kingdom's usual oppression of ethnic minorities also appeared. Due to the heavy losses of the main army, other ethnic groups in the country saw an opportunity, and the ruling foundation of the Hungarian government was already unstable. After the previous food crisis broke out, the Hungarian government's request for the Vienna government's investment to buy food from the food capitalists was also rejected, so many interest groups who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune failed. In this context, the dissatisfaction with the central government in Hungary has reached its peak, and Count Hegemony, who originally wanted the Kingdom of Hungary to break away from the Austro-Hungarian Empire independence, naturally jumped out. It's normal for them to hook up with John Bull. Geopolitics determines it all. The 2 neighbors of Russia and Bulgaria, Hegemony, naturally did not dare to provoke them. There were no bones left to be swallowed by others. He still knew that he could not do anything with tigers. The rest of them don't have much choice. It's nothing more than a choice between Britain and France. Obviously, the French people don't have the energy to control them now, can't even catch it. It can only be said that everyone is not a fuel-efficient lamp. The Yugoslav nation is mixed with Bulgaria, and the Hungarians are mixed with the British. Originally, the Russians also voted for their younger brothers, but they were swayed by their appetite. Scared away. On the battlefield from the front, the battle situation became more and more intense. The Hindenburg government found that it was impossible to count on the victory of the battle on the southern front and then join forces with the Austro-Hungarian Empire to deal with Britain and France. More appropriate. At the end of December 1916, Hing launched the Somme offensive. Unlike history, this time the losses on both sides were much greater, and the Germans won the battle. Unfortunately, this does not change the overall situation. Although the Germans won the victory, they were unable to continue the attack because of their own casualties. After waiting for a day, when the German reinforcements arrived, the British and French reinforcements also arrived at the front line, and the best time for the decisive battle had been missed. Then in January 1917, the Hindenburg government launched the Leith River offensive, which ended the same way. In the end, due to lack of stamina, the German offensive was blocked by the British and French forces. Just these 2 battles, the Anglo-French coalition has paid nearly 1 million casualties, and the Germans have also paid a painful price of more than 500,000 casualties. The casualty ratio of the 2 sides has reached an astonishing 1.8 to 1.9. In this regard, the Germans have won a complete victory. It is a pity that the tactical victory cannot change the strategic defeat. Marshal Foch, Commander-in-Chief of the Anglo-French Allied Forces, is having a tough time now. Although he has smashed the Allied strategy, it is not enough if he does not fight back if he is beaten. The government has already blown out the bullshit to end the war in 1917. Even if the Germans cannot surrender at that time, at least they have to hit the German mainland to give the Chinese an explanation, right? Politicians don't care about the actual situation on the front line, they just want to see victory. It doesn't matter how many casualties on the front line, they must launch a counterattack, anyway. They have cannon fodder. Under this guiding ideology, the British and French forces had to adopt the most rigid tactics to launch a counterattack against the Germans. The purpose was very simple, just to overwhelm the Germans in terms of momentum. While it is not advisable to do this militarily, it becomes even more important politically. Especially for the British, they have just changed the recruiting system to the recruiting system. At this time, unfavorable news continues to come, and the life of the London government will not end. If it is not good, the people will resist the conscription system, then it will be a disaster for the Allied countries. Now that the war is going on, everyone has discovered that it is unrealistic to use the colonial troops to fight the war of attrition with the Germans and directly consume the Germans. No way. Although everyone doesn't care about the life and death of the colonial troops, recruiting them and sending them to the European continent after training will cost a lot. The most important thing is that the cost of recruiting a division from the colony is not much lower than that of training a native division, and in terms of combat effectiveness, the colonial army is not half as much as the native army, which is very economical. Not worth it. At the beginning of the war, Britain and France were rich and did not care about this consumption, but now that the war has hit, everyone's family has been consumed almost. The French have lost 10 provinces in the northeast, and the domestic industry has been hit hard. They have to tearfully sell overseas assets to raise funds. Even so, they have to rely on consortia and international loans financially. The British are not much better. Don't forget that in addition to their own war costs, they are also providing loans to Bulgaria and Russia. At the beginning of the war, the French also did it, but with the fall of the country, they had to withdraw, leaving the usury business to John Bull to complete. However, John Bull's family is rich. It has only been 2 years since the war started, and their heritage has not been exhausted, but it is inevitable to save money. Inflation has begun to spread rapidly, and now the currencies of the major warring countries have depreciated in different degrees. Although everyone's wages have risen on the surface, prices have risen faster. Due to the large number of workers conscripted into the army, the majority of women and children were forced to enter the factory to perform heavy labor, working overtime to the point of collapse. But the income was very meager. Various necessities of life were strictly rationed, so that most of the ordinary people lived in a state of semi-starvation, which was particularly prominent in the Allied countries. Essentially, the Allied countries are supplemented by supplies from overseas trade. If the domestic capitalists colluded with the bureaucrats to hoard, their food would still be sufficient. But the Allies are different. Even if they can concentrate all the food, they still cannot meet the basic needs of the people. In this context, politicians naturally want to end the war as soon as possible, so everyone unanimously chose a quick decision. On February 16, the long-prepared Allied forces launched an attack from the Italian region to the Austrian and Slovenian regions. Following the western, eastern and southern fronts, the two sides opened up a new front. There is no doubt that the military pressure faced by the Allies has been even greater, especially the Austro-Hungarian Empire. They are almost unable to hold on. Since the end of the Winter Battle of 1916, the demonstration has become a part of Vienna, and was temporarily suspended after the victory of the Eastern Front. The mayor of Vienna wrote in a report to the cabinet, "The people are being dominated by anger and despair. I don't know how long they can bear it. I feel that the tragedy we are now in Hungary is about to be staged in Austria." Note: this refers to the Hungarian Revolution of 1848. Austro-Hungarian Prime Minister Leopold von Berchtold, who received this report, did not do anything. Because he could not do anything, the first thing that came to mind when talking about the Austro-Hungarian Empire was his national issue. The corruption problem of the old empire is more acute than the national problem. If the old Emperor Joseph I was still there, with his prestige, he could still make the capitalists fear 3 points, but unfortunately it would not work if it was replaced by Ferdinand II, who made this guy die a big death, married a queen from a commoner, and became an alternative among the nobles. Even Ferdinand II's political skills are not bad, but he has lost the allegiance of the nobles. Without the support of the aristocracy, can Ferdinand II still be able to attack the capitalists? At least not in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. where most of the army was in the hands of the nobles. The capitalists who let go of the restrictions are terrifying. Fortunately, Nicholas II helped him a big gang. He directly killed most of the capitalists in Russia, killing St. Petersburg with blood and deterring the capitalists all over the world. The Russian army has told the world with practical actions that the emperor is not to be messed with, and the army is not to be messed with. When one day offends the emperor and the army at the same time, the end will come. Therefore, these capitalists also know that they have reduced their military supplies a little, so that the Austro-Hungarian army on the front line is not hungry. No. It should be said that it has not yet reached the point of starvation. Since Bulgaria bombed the railways of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the logistical system of the Austro-Hungarian army, which was already very pitiful, has become even more pitted. For example, flour was supposed to be shipped, but a batch of potatoes was shipped by mistake, and the soldiers on the front line were not picky, so everyone should eat potatoes. It's not that they are really not picky eaters. In fact, they don't dare to let the logistics department pull it back and make flour again. It is estimated that they are really starved to death. This is the lesson that the seniors exchanged their lives for. Anyway, as long as it is your food, it will be wrong if it is shipped to the wrong place. No one dares to do it again. If the logistics department replaces the potatoes with grenades next time, it is estimated that they will really be blinded. This is also a precedent. Of course, this is not a big deal. Last time, the logistics department mistakenly turned all the food into ammunition for the Oolong troops, and they were so hungry that they went directly to the enemy's prisoner of war camp to eat, and then they were advertised. That's it. Later, when Conrad looked at it, he felt that it was not good to continue like this. People surrendered without food. This is in line with the moral code of Europeans, and there is no way to blame it. Even the unfortunate colonel who took the lead in surrendering did not have to bear any responsibility after the war, not to mention going to a military court, not even criticizing and educating him. People used their wit to save the lives of the young men. This is worthy of praise. If it wasn't for his tactful choice to surrender to the Bulgarian army, if he surrendered to the Russians next door, they would all starve to death before the war. As a last resort, Conrad made a ruthless effort to rectify the transportation system of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and separated food and other materials for transportation, so as to avoid the appearance of this deadly oolong. This is already a very big progress. Historically, the Russian army and the Austro-Hungarian army on the Eastern Front were once not more powerful in combat, but who was more resistant to freezing and who was more able to starve. With amazing physique, victory was won. There was also a funny anecdote here. A Russian army and an Austro-Hungarian army were on the front line. Due to the slippery road in winter, everyone's supplies were not delivered on time. After being hungry, the Russian army decided to surrender to the Austro-Hungarian army on the opposite side. After they held a meeting to discuss and make a decision, a scout brought back a message, which made them instantly dispel the idea of surrender. The enemy ran out of food. The Austro-Hungarian army made the same decision almost at the same time, but after they sent the officer who had negotiated surrender with the Russians to the Russian camp, they asked the Russian army for food that matched his identity on the grounds that it was lunchtime. He only got a piece of bread, so he judged that the Russians were also out of food, so he fooled the Russians back to the camp to report the good news, and then the two sides stopped fighting, and started a competition to see who was more hungry. Abdomen. Interesting facts. Anyway, if the Austro-Hungarian army had a choice, they seldom surrendered to the Russians, because they knew that the life of the Russians was not easy, so they should not fight for rations with the Russian soldiers. Well, there is no worst pit but more pits. In fact, the pit of Mochen's logistics supply system is the crown of Europe. It can be said that Machen was killed by logistics in World War I. If the German railway transportation is 100, then the French railway transportation is at least 95. After the defeat of the Franco-Prussian War, the French changed their minds and vigorously developed railway transportation. How come the British have 85, but they are an island country, and they can make up for it by sea to meet the transportation needs? Bulgaria's railway transportation also has 93. and the sea and road systems can also meet the need. In this regard, the Austro-Hungarian Empire has lost the face of the European powers. There are only 61. This railway level is only slightly higher than that of Italy. However, Italy is a peninsula country, which can be compensated by shipping. In this respect, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is not as good as Italy. As for the Russian Empire, this is a joke. Even if the Far East and Siberia are deducted, they are also a joke among the great powers. Don't look at them. They also have more than 70,000 kilometers of railways, which is 70% higher than the total railway mileage of Bulgaria, but their territorial area is also more than 40 times that of Bulgaria. This average score is only a few percent of Bulgaria's, which means that the Russian railway transportation score is less than 5 slag. Only 4.2. Although railway transportation is not the whole of transportation, the proportion of railway transportation in this area can be at least 70 to 80%. It is not surprising that Russia has insufficient transportation capacity. Even a nationwide railway transportation network has not been established, so Moscow has always been at the bottom of the powers in the transformation of war potential. Because Moscow is not only a railway pit, but their logistics management is even more pitiful. It is normal for materials to arrive at the front line on time. Many times the troops on the front line wait until they finally get it, or that the capitalists can't use it at all because they are shoddy. For example, the shipped flour has become moldy dough. The shipped trifle has become a part, which needs to be assembled by yourself. The shipped tent needs to be sewn by yourself. The shipped medicine is processed from flour, ammunition is squib. The logistics are not concerned about the custody of the materials, and they are completely irresponsible for the quality of the materials. This is also the reason why Nicholas II was able to respond to all requests. The resentment of the officers and soldiers on the front line to the capitalists has reached the extreme. Genius website address. Mobile version reading website. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399. On the Southern Front, after the Battle of Transylvania, the Allies turned to the offensive and defensive. Naturally, they didn't, but they still captured a lot of weapons and equipment in the previous Eastern Front battle, and it's okay to pick out some of them and make do with them first. That is to say, the judgment made by Dante Christoph is not accurate. The current Allied power is already 530,000 troops, not the 400,000 troops they estimated in advance. However, even if the estimate is wrong, this still cannot change the strength of the two sides. Whether it is 400,000 troops against 900,000 troops, or 530,000 troops against 900,000 troops, the Allies are at an absolute military disadvantage. The most important thing is that after several months of fighting and running in, the Indian division with the lowest combat effectiveness has been exhausted, and the newly created mercenary division has changed from recruits to veterans. In general, the combat effectiveness of the Bulgarian army not only did not decline, but instead increased slightly, which was not so wonderful for the German-Austrian coalition, which was severely damaged. As for the Romanian Restoration Army, ignore them first. If it wasn't for political needs, their establishment would have long since disappeared. Even for political needs, most of their troops were Romanian recruits from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It is composed of people, and the total strength is less than 10,000, which can't change the overall situation at all! At the military meeting, August von Mackensen said in a low tone, "Now the enemy is coming, and our army has just been hit hard. We don't have the strength to fight the enemy in a short period of time. Now that the enemy has air supremacy, we are destined to be unable to hold the Debrecen front line. I decided to conduct a strategic retreat with the entire army and rebuild the defense line along the Tisza River. Now we still need to delay the construction of the defense line, so I decided that each unit will resist step by step, alternately cover the retreat, and we must also remove or destroy all the ships on the south bank. so as to cut off the possibility of the enemy crossing the river in a short time. ! The words of Marshal August von Mackensen just fell. It was opposed by the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The commander of the 16th Army of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Count Andrissel, said in a very firm tone, "No, we do not agree." After a pause, Count Andrissel explained, "Even if Debrecen falls, we can continue to build a defensive line in Pishpokladany and continue to fight the enemy, instead of just avoiding the battle!" If we retreat to the Tisza River, this is equivalent to abandoning the central Danube plain. Then 1/3 of the Hungarian kingdom's grain-producing area will fall, and Belgrade's flank will be in danger. Such consequences are simply beyond our ability to bear. Andrissel's objection did not surprise everyone. As an officer from the Kingdom of Hungary, it would be a problem if he did not object. Marshal August von Mackensen's plan was indeed very good, and it can be said that it was extremely conservative. According to his strategy, there was almost no possibility of failure. However, this also seriously damaged the interests of the Kingdom of Hungary. The Transylvania plateau had long since fallen. If the central Danube plain was now abandoned, the territory of the Kingdom of Hungary would have fallen by nearly 4 layers. The best choice in military is the worst choice in politics. It is conceivable that once such a thing happens, what serious consequences will be caused to the Kingdom of Hungary. August von Mackensen said coldly, "Enough, don't make trouble anymore." From a military point of view, this is the most correct choice at the moment. If you are not military idiots, you should know that now we are. What kind of situation are you facing? As for politics, let the damn politics go to hell. As a soldier, I hope you can all understand that national interests are above everything else, and that national interests cannot be ignored for the sake of personal interests or group interests. The current situation is already very dangerous for the Allies, for Germany and Austria. The most important thing at the moment is to win this war. Everything we do now is to serve the purpose of winning this war. As for harming the interests of some individuals or groups, I hope everyone can take the overall situation into consideration and not let some people put individual or group interests above national interests. Obviously August von Mackensen has exploded. He is very dissatisfied with the behavior of the Hungarians supporting their hind legs. This is a very obvious accusation. In his opinion, there is no problem in defending Debrecen, as long as the Hungarians are willing to send reinforcements to come up with strategic materials. These are not problems. Instead of just pointing and pointing, as it is now, without taking actual action, do the Hungarians think they can stop the enemy with their guns? Or is it that the Kingdom of Hungary can't even get more than a dozen or 200,000 reinforcements? This is obviously impossible. After all, he is also the second head of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. No matter how bad it is, the troops of more than a dozen divisions can still come out. Even if it is not, the temporary mobilization of the Kingdom of Hungary can also come together. As for the strategic materials needed by the front line, they are not required to bear the full amount. August von Mackensen just needs them to provide a batch of emergency supplies. After all, the Kingdom of Hungary is also a medium-sized kingdom with a population of over 20 million. As long as they want, they can deduct a part of it from the capitalists. There are always supplies for the front line for 2 or 3 months, right? After all, you are defending the homeland of the Kingdom of Hungary right now. There's no reason to just ask the friendly troops to contribute money and efforts, and they themselves will play soy sauce on me and wave the flag, right? Obviously, the position of the Hungarians is completely different from that of Marshal August von Mackensen. In the eyes of the Hungarians, this war is a war between the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the German Empire, and has nothing to do with the Kingdom of Hungary. As for the fact that the Kingdom of Hungary supported the Austro-Hungarian Empire to participate in this war, they had long since been thrown out of the sky. Since this war has nothing to do with the Kingdom of Hungary, they have all contributed money to help fight the war before, and now the heavy loss of the war has hit their homeland. It is not too much to ask Dio to compensate. As for continuing to contribute to this war, This is obviously impossible. Haven't they done their best before? The losses are so great that they have not received any compensation so far, so why do they continue the war? After all, John Bull just promised not to be held accountable for the previous wars of the Kingdom of Hungary, which does not mean that the Allied powers will not be held accountable for their future wars. The positions of the two sides were different, and their ideas were naturally different. But Marshal August von Mackensen still issued orders in his capacity as the commander-in-chief of the German-Austrian coalition on the southern front. As for the Hungarians, if they have the courage to disobey their orders, they can absolutely not execute them. Anyway, after retreating to the Tisza River, the army in the hands of August von Mackensen didn't need so much, and he really didn't care about the 30,0040,000 Hungarian army. The premise is that these Hungarian troops stay here and do not go back, otherwise they will disobey the military order and go back and still have to eat guns. Well, the main reason why the Vienna government dares to continue the war is that so far, the war has been mainly concentrated in the Kingdom of Hungary, and has not yet hit Austria. It is also helpful for Austria to use this war to weaken this disobedient kingdom. The Hungarian Empire will last forever. In the face of the strong Marshal August von Mackensen, the Hungarians decisively chose to admit counseling, of course, as a price. When the troops retreated to the other side of the Tisza River, the Hungarian troops increased again, thousands of deserters. Undoubtedly, those who escaped were all locals, and they went home while they were running around. Anyway, this war has nothing to do with them anymore. This is also the main dilemma that the Kingdom of Hungary is facing now. If the national problem of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is serious, then the national problem of the Kingdom of Hungary is a powder keg. Even though the Hungarians made up half of the kingdom's population, their poor national policies made the country a mess. In this regard, they are far worse than the Austro-Hungarian Empire. At least under the rule of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, everyone still recognizes this country. When it comes to the Kingdom of Hungary, it will not work. The grievances accumulated by the ethnic minorities who have been suppressed by force in the country are about to explode. Soldiers fleeing is only one aspect of it! Decision is very bad now. The strategic retreat of the German-Austrian allied forces, although militarily avoiding the fate of being surrounded and annihilated by the enemy, is politically very bad for the Kingdom of Hungary. A large area of the country was occupied, and nationalism in the country had begun to explode. They advocated withdrawing from the war, regaining lost territory, and establishing a new Great Hungarian Kingdom. Weird, right? The Hungarians want to separate from the Austro-Hungarian Empire and establish a new Great Hungarian Kingdom, which means that they still recognize the Hungarian throne of Ferdinand II! This is the unique political system in Europe. In law, Ferdinand II is the king of the Kingdom of Hungary, which is recognized by the whole world. They also swore allegiance to Ferdinand II as subjects, can be easily betrayed. Even if they have betrayed in essence, but in their opinion, they are against the Austro-Hungarian Emperor Ferdinand II, not against the Hungarian king, Ferdinand I. Note, the Hungarian kingdom was established for a very short time. It was established in the hands of Joseph I. He was the first of the Franz family to be named Ferdinand, so he was also Ferdinand I. Even after the end of the First World War, Archduke Karl, who was abolished from the throne, almost became the king of the Kingdom of Hungary again, but this guy was too mortal and his political methods were too poor, and he had not had time to grasp the power. It was played down by someone, and the throne was directly abolished. Although Hungarian nationalism is now prevalent, and the major political factions have reached an agreement to withdraw from the Austro-Hungarian Empire and establish an independent Kingdom of Hungary, he still does not object to Ferdinand I continuing to be king. Well, the so-called political factions, in fact, the big nobles and big capitalists in the Kingdom of Hungary have reached an agreement on their position, and they have decided not to continue to play with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The main reason is that they believe that the failure of the Allies in this war has become a foregone conclusion. If they continue to stay in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, they are equivalent to being a member of the Allies, and they will definitely be liquidated by the Allies after the war. People tend to have interests, and in order to escape the punishment of war, they naturally want to change jobs. In this regard, the capitalists are particularly active. Compared with the big nobles, their background is too poor, and they have no ability to resist risks. The traditional big nobles are not so worried. Simply put, their relatives are all over Europe. At most, they are robbed of some money. Basically, they are not life-threatening, and they can keep some property through family relations. For example, Ferdinand, the Kohari family, a branch of the Gotha dynasty, was also a member of the Hungarian aristocracy. And it was still the top. As long as you scroll up, everyone is definitely relatives. In this context, if the Bulgarian army entered the Kingdom of Hungary, would they worry about safety? Obviously not. Even for the sake of fame, Ferdinand must ensure that most of them live well, which is also the general rule of European aristocracy. Of course, this is not free. For example, although Ferdinand's large territories in Obra and Sitno in Slovakia were taken over by the government in name, in fact, everyone has not touched the interests of this area, and he remains. The castle and manor below still belong to the Kohari family. Note, before the First World War, most of Slovakia belonged to the Kingdom of Hungary. Obviously, this is one of the unknown insider transactions. In return, the castles and manors of these great nobles have not been visited by the Bulgarian army. Even in the occupied area, Ferdinand has not touched them. Property? As for the property of the capitalists, when has the Bulgarian army softened? If you don't fight all the way, you will be confiscated all the way? There is no doubt that this is all communicated in advance by everyone, based on the principle of not putting eggs in one basket. In the absence of conflict of interest, everyone is still willing to leave some cents with each other. If they really carve up Ferdinand's fiefs regardless, is it really killing them? As for the consequences, think about it first. Can you resist the revenge of a king? Who wouldn't abuse power? People are selfish, and Ferdinand is no exception. If anyone touches his cheese, he will kill someone. It is not easy to get revenge. For example, the bombing of the city of Budapest will break the foundation of some people. Another example is that the enemy's manor and castle suddenly turned into an arsenal in the clearing report and became the key bombing target of the Bulgarian Air Force. The question can't be used to test Ferdinand's integrity. He really has no lower limit. So what is really worrying now is these big capitalists. If they still tie themselves to the ruined ship of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then once the war fails, no one can help them keep their property, or even lose their lives. Anyway, there is a tradition of preferential treatment of nobles in Europe in this era, and everyone will try to avoid unprovoked killing of nobles, but the capitalists are different. In this era, their reputation can be said to be notorious, and no one cares about their life or death! Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 400. Reunion. When the undercurrents of the Kingdom of Hungary were surging and ready to switch jobs at any time, the Russians were also accumulating strength, ready to jump out and snatch the spoils at any time. Since Nicholas II completed the Great Purge of St. Petersburg, the entire Russian Empire has been in a state of turmoil. Nicholas II told the world with practical actions, "The Tsar is the Tsar, and he is still so decisive when dealing with a rebellion." A total of more than 40,000 capitalists, officials and their families were arrested before and after. Nicholas II organized a mass trial, and then more than 10,000 people were sent to the gallows to the cheers of the people. All the people below were exiled to Siberia. After killing these worms, without the restraint of interest groups, the mobilization efficiency of the Tsarist government immediately increased by 50%. In February, the Tsarist government once again mobilized 600,000 young men and took up arms to join the great and sacred army. In the extended family. There is no doubt that this mobilization is naturally the selfless dedication of this group of capitalists. The weapons and equipment are all taken from their warehouses, and the military expenses are also stolen from their family property. Nicholas II made a lot of money this time. The confiscated goods and cash alone amounted to more than 1 billion rubles, as well as hundreds of tons of gold, foreign exchange worth tens of millions of pounds, and a large number of antique calligraphy and paintings. There are more real estates, thousands of factories, a large number of shops, residences, and large mines and farms scattered all over the country. It took the Ministry of Finance of the Tsarist government more than 2 months to initially estimate the total value of the assets seized this time. It has to be said that Mang's family is solid. According to the most conservative estimates, Nicholas II's harvest this time is also more than £1.30 billion. This huge sum has greatly eased the financial crisis of the Tsarist government. Of course, this is only short term. Not to mention that the real estate here cannot be realized in the short term, even if it is all cash. It is not worth mentioning in the face of huge war expenses. If you look at the financial expenditures of the major warring countries, you will know that this war is terrifying. Fiscal expenditures by countries in 1913: British Empire £197 million, £201 million for the French Republic, German Empire £220 million, the Russian Empire £189 million, Austro-Hungary £118 million, Kingdom of Bulgaria £121 million, £95.68 million in the Kingdom of Italy, fiscal expenditures by countries in 1916: British Empire £2.568 billion, £2.675 billion in the French Republic, German Empire £3.262 billion, the Russian Empire £2.746 billion, Austro-Hungary £1.578 billion, Kingdom of Bulgaria £1.136 billion, pound £186,500 and the Kingdom of Italy, more than 90% of this expenditure. All of them are used for military expenditures. Faced with such huge military expenditures, it is not surprising that governments of various countries want to end the war as soon as possible. When the cannon rings, gold is 10,000 taels. In order to raise funds, governments have racked their brains, such as raising taxes on the people, borrowing from syndicates, printing money, and so on. Now that Nicholas II has money in his hands, he naturally wants to make big moves, such as speeding up mobilization, purchasing weapons and equipment, strategic materials, and so on. According to the current rate of Russian mobilization, there will be 3 million Russian troops on the Eastern Front in April, and by the end of the year, this number will exceed the 4 million mark. If the Allies cannot make a breakthrough on the Western Front in the short term, the outcome of this war is already doomed. In the second half of the year, they have to face a six-layered bear on the East Front. If there are no millions of German troops, they will not be able to defend. In desperation, the Hindenburg government decided to send the revolutionaries back to Russia to cause chaos for Nicholas II. Moreover, the current Tsarist Russia really has a revolutionary foundation. Nicholas II and the capitalists have already broken up, and the two sides are deeply at enmity, which creates favorable conditions for the revolution. In the eyes of the Germans, Russia only needs a spark, and it will explode immediately. Even in order to protect themselves, the capitalists have to embark on the road of rebelling against the Tsarist government. Of course, even if Nicholas II does not start, in order to grab greater benefits, the capitalists will still do it, but the time is still uncertain. In Nicholas II's St. Petersburg purge, this time was just an incentive for them to launch. After all, interests are always the best catalyst, and the rule of the Tsarist government can no longer satisfy the growing appetite of the capitalists, and they attempt to establish a government that fully represents the interests of the capitalists. It has to be said that the St. Petersburg purge launched by Nicholas II this time has done a great job, directly hitting the bourgeoisie and changing the balance of power between the enemy and us. But Russia is too big, and the capitalists are smart people. When their colleagues in St. Petersburg were devastated, they were all ready, and it was impossible to kill them all. Prepare to run. Prepare to resist. Of course, whether they choose to resist, or choose to run away, the capitalists themselves will not charge. The most typical example is that after the St. Petersburg purge ended, the number of capitalists who went to Bulgaria for investment inspections soared, including their family members. an increase of more than 8,000 in just 1 month. Obviously, these people are not expected to do big things. It is undoubtedly a fantasy to try to overthrow the Tsarist government with telegram remote command. Therefore, Hindenburg decided to send the revolutionaries represented by Lenin back to China, and also subsidized their weapons, equipment and activities. The purpose is very simple: to make the Russian revolutionaries and capitalists merge. Revolutionaries have experience in rebellion. Although they have all failed, they are also experience, right? The capitalists have strength and are scattered in major cities in Russia. Once they are launched at the same time, there will always be several successful cases. Then the civil war in Russia should break out, and the pressure on the Germans' Eastern Front will naturally disappear. As for whether these people can overthrow the rule of the Tsarist government, it is none of their business. Anyway, as long as Russia is disturbed, their goal will be achieved. In fact, the Tsarist government's political control over the country was still very loose. In May 1887, when Lenin entered the law department of Kazan University, he was expelled from his school for participating in the student movement and exiled to a remote rural area of Kazan under residential surveillance. The village where Ulyanov and his brother-in-law live in Samara province is under open residential surveillance by the police. In 1900, he was allowed to return to St. Petersburg, but he went to Western Europe to continue the revolutionary cause, writing a large number of revolutionary treatises. Thereafter, he became one of the de facto leaders of the Russian Revolution. The Great Revolution broke out in Russia in 1905, and Lenin naturally joined in, until after the failure of the Russian revolutionary movement in 1907, he was forced into exile. This revolution undoubtedly angered the Tsarist government. As one of the leaders of the revolution, Lenin was naturally on the blacklist of the Tsarist government. He lived in Geneva, Paris and Bern successively. In 1916, Lenin moved from Bern to Zurich, and lived with his wife Krupskaya in the house of the shoe repairer Kamerl. Switzerland at that time was a place where spies gathered. Lenin lived a very low-key life in order to avoid being hunted and killed. Occasionally, he would also use the evening hours to hold meetings in a small coffee shop haunted by proletarians, exchange ideas with them, and live a very fulfilling life. Unlike history, the Germans came to the door before the Russian Revolution broke out. From the actual situation at that time, Russia did have the foundation for the outbreak of revolution. In order to complete the revolution as soon as possible to overthrow the rule of the Tsarist government, he naturally did not mind cooperating with the capitalists once. After all, the influence of the Bolshevik Party in Russia is too low now. After Nicholas II launched the St. Petersburg Purge, one of their most important fundamentals was gone. The cruel reality has been placed in front of the revolutionaries. This time the Tsar and the capitalists are fighting for power and profits, and the Tsar, who has won the support of the military, has the upper hand. If the Tsar wins this fight, the foundation of the Tsarist dictatorship will become stronger, and the revolution will become a distant prospect. In this context, the major anti-government forces in Russia have merged for the first time. Although they have different political ideas and it is difficult to form trust with each other, they still come together in order to overthrow the rule of the Tsarist government. And the St. Petersburg Purge launched by Nicholas II this time did not leave hidden dangers. For example, he ignored the legitimacy. The most typical is that the executed prisoners also included more than 100 members of Congress. Before they were deprived of their status as members, they were sent to the gallows, which became the anti-government forces attacking Nicholas II. The best excuse for the impure purpose of the St. Petersburg Purge. Outside of St. Petersburg, capitalists still hold a lot of power. Therefore, in places where many capitalists are powerful, Nicholas II's action this time is characterized as the White Terror that the Tsar took to exclude dissidents. This made Nicholas II very injured. Even with the support of the army, he still could not control all Russian cities. The core factor is that the Russian bureaucracy has been corrupted by the capitalists, and Nicholas II cannot find so many qualified officials to replace them in the short term. This created favorable conditions for the revolutionaries. After returning home, Lenin did not go to St. Petersburg. He knew that there was no basis for revolution there. Instead, he came to Russia to make a big city, Moscow, the largest city in Russia after St. Petersburg, with hundreds of thousands of workers, creating a mass basis for the activities of the Bolshevik Party. A very funny scene appeared, on the one hand to cooperate with the capitalists, on the other hand to fight against the capitalists. Of course, this scene also appeared in the February Revolution in Russia! Genius website address, mobile version reading website. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.